Hey, what's up? How old are you? Yeah. Yeah, you need to go get a buzz, bud. Yo, guys, chat. Would Parker look good with like
Oh
with a
Lord.
buzz?
Oh, someone save me, please.
Would Parker look good with a
Lola, thank you
buzz?
for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Little buzz cut, maybe like some.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it.
Then
Dude,
like some
why the
bleach?
fuck are people not loading in? Yo, TikTok, fix your shit, bro, please.
We've talked to Katie so many
Yeah,
times before.
but I just have a question. So, like,
No. Thank you for the cat. Thank you so much. Bro, like, you have a question every day, bro, please. We're looking for new debates, please. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump.
Guys, Parker's losing it.
I am losing it. I am going through cognitive decay, dude. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Lord.
Guys, if you're MAGA, just let us know in the chat. Maybe we're gonna start
Blaine, thank you for the $1 for a new hairstyle. Oh, my God.
pulling from the pulling from the cat, from the cat, from the chat.
Bro, that was so brutal. The
Yeah,
cat?
We're gonna pull from the cat, guys.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
hey, I'm 38 actually.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am not, but I have really close friends who are, and I'm one.
We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Oh, no. Parker's gonna rage. I'm about to, bro. I'm about to just cry. Okay, I'm about to actually cry. Yo, yeah, thank you for the $2 for a bandage on the ear to complete the look.
All right.
Oh God.
I'm just going to go out and goddamn say it. I'm a racist, all right?
Brittany, thank you for the $1.
What
Lola,
the
thank you for the
fuck?
$10. Thank you so
And
much.
I will
Jason,
vote
thank you for the
for
$6,
Pamela
66
Harris
cents.
because she puts those black people away. Pamela Harris 2024. And I mean it.
No, dude, what the fuck are you saying, bro? She quite
What
literally,
the
you're
fuck?
talking 45 people. Trump is quite literally actively advocating for a drug war, putting people on
What
death
the
row for
hell?
drug dealing. What is he
Casey, thank you
saying?
for the $8 on Venmo. Did you miss the part where he said he was a racist?
Yeah, that guy's insane as fuck.
Tanner, what's up? How
J1,
old are
thank you
you?
for the $1. Thank you so much.
26. How are you guys?
You know,
you
you voted
voting
for Trump.
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, back whenever in 2016, whenever you took over,
Okay, thank you for
whenever
the
I was
$1.
working, he put more money in my pocket, and I was able to live, go
How do you
out
do
and
that?
eat, get gas and stuff like that.
How do you do that?
How do I do what?
How do you put more money in your pocket?
Well, I'm not a politician, but I'm not too sure. But after Biden took over, groceries went up, gas went up.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that wasn't
Everything is-
because of Biden or Trump. That was because of the pandemic.
Yeah, so that happened globally. That happened in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in South America. They gave you the $2.
And
Thank
it
you so much,
also
Krista.
didn't begin when Biden assumed office. It began at the end of Trump's term. This should show you that it wasn't caused by either of the two presidents, and it was just influenced by the pandemic. Like the inflation that we saw was a global response to millions of people socially.
An economist said
isolated,
we
staying
should
in their house and
experience
dying.
inflation prior, even when Trump was in office.
Well, I could see that, but at the same time, it's 2024. We're 4 years past all that. Why are gas prices and everything still rising? Why aren't they coming
so
down?
we
like
have the
they
most
were?
oil production now than any point in American history, and we've invested vastly in renewable energies. So the reason why the prices are up is because there's been a global reduction in the available supply to the United States. So it's not a United States production. It's just how much is being distributed from the rest of the world. So we're getting less from OPEC because Trump brokered a deal with OPEC in 2020 that got extended even past that. And also specifically the Russia-Ukraine situation leading to us getting less Russian oil. That decreases the global available oil supply to the United States.
Well, shouldn't we have our own oil supply for our people?
We do. And again, we've never in American history, or I mean, at least in the modern era, just used oil from the United States. Right? It's always
Yeah,
been oil from around the world. We're producing again more oil now than ever in American history.
And it's just like I said. To me personally, I don't care about politics or foreign policy. I'm out here for myself at the moment. But it just
Yeah, but obviously you want to understand like the effect on other people. So if you can't identify that the Biden-Harris administration had an effect on this, why would we blame them for that?
Well, I wasn't trying to blame. I was just more curious why isn't anything changing?
Well,
All
again,
right,
this is how the
real
economy
quick,
works.
real quick. I got a real question for y'all because this gas shit is pissing me off. But why do you guys think Vice President Harris would do a better job at ending the genocide than Trump?
Yeah, so I don't think either of them are calling for ending it, but I do think that clearly Trump has said that he wants them to finish the job without any type of repercussions or conditions, whereas the Biden-Harris administration has applied some conditions in terms of heavy weapons that are more likely to kill innocent civilians. So there's
Okay,
a distinction
but-
within that respect. There's also a distinction within the respect of respecting women's rights, racism. So again, misogyny, racism. There's also specifically the fact that Trump's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow our democracy. Right? You know, just a few things. You know, isn't expanding
those
access to
things-
healthcare.
Those things
No,
I
climate change
totally
doesn't.
agree. I
Right,
agree
then also,
with.
Then also,
I'm
like,
not.
Trump used the term Palestinian as a slur. He said that he's the most pro-Israel president ever. He said he wants them to finish what they started. All right. Obviously, like Harris isn't going to be as bad for the Palestinian people as Trump would be. Although we can still
Okay, but
recognize
wait.
Biden
That's the
has
part where I
administration's response is
I
terrible.
disagree. That's the part where I disagree because not that I support Trump in any way. I think he's an idiot. However, I definitely am not supporting the Biden-Harris government, and a lot of people who are left-leaning right now are not supporting the Biden-Harris government because of that.
Okay. Can
And
I,
Yeah,
I-
realistically,
yeah,
it's against their values, though, because what you're not understanding is that this issue is even worse if Trump is in office, and it's either Trump or Harris.
But that's
it.
another
That's how it
thing that
works.
I'm curious about is because from my understanding, even I don't know if you guys saw what Trump posted today on Truth Social. He had posted how he was looking towards coming to the table with Bibi Netanyahu and what's his as well, right? So I think that's what's confusing me is
Come to
like
the table with them. They've been trying to. The Biden-Harris administration has been trying to do that for a while.
I don't think they have been
Harris has
trying
been
to do it in
advocating
good
for a
faith, though.
ceasefire. Harris has been advocating Israel to accept a ceasefire.
not a long-term ceasefire. It's always been a short-term ceasefire.
No, they've also advocated long-term, right? So they'll do
So-
short-term based upon whether or not it's realistic, right? So like whether or not they will accept it, but they've also been advocating long-term.
So do you genuinely think that the Biden-Harris administration have been trying to do this ethically and
Wait.
fair
So
for Palestinian folks? I'm confused.
under their own perspective, yes. But do I think that they've actually done that? No. I would dispute that. And again, I'm not saying that they're perfect. What I'm saying is that, again, it's worse with Donald Trump in office on this issue and plenty of others. Like, significantly worse with others. So you
Right,
just
like-
can't ignore that. Right?
Yeah, like-
Especially
Okay,
when
so
you're
feel
voting.
like-
for the
I feel
people
like you're
who
applying-
are not going to vote, for the people who are not going to vote,
You're
for
only
me, don't.
increasing, when you don't vote, you're only increasing Trump's chance of potentially winning as a left-leaning
I get that.
individual, which you're just increasing the chance that the Palestinian people potentially have it worse, right? Like that's why I think this is such an incredibly.
I think that's
important
out of the
point.
U.S.'s hand at this point, in my opinion, due to the rulings, due to the world kind of
Do you mind if
intervening.
I just finish off real quick? So I just think
Yeah,
it's
go ahead.
absolutely. So are you leftist?
Yes, of course.
And I think that this is the worst leftist take known to mankind.
I don't think so.
absolutely think that it is absolutely true, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the Biden-Harris administration has been funding Israel and is not good for the Palestinian people. But what I also think is absolutely true, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is that the Trump administration is not just worse for the people in Palestine, but worse for the women at home, worse for members of the LGBTQ plus community at home, worse for pretty much all marginalized communities here at home in America. They advocate for rich white men. If you fall outside of that category, they don't stand for you. And that's where the difference falls between the Biden-Harris administration and Trump's administration. And that's a fact. So by not voting for Harris, by rather opting to engage in civil disobedience, all that you're doing is you're statistically increasing the probability chance that the Trump administration will have that opportunity to further disenfranchise these already marginalized communities here at home and perpetuate more harm onto the Palestinian people overseas. And that's the fact. So see, some of this harm is at the hand, is being committed by leftists. Absolutely. And I want to make that clear.
Okay, so let me just preface something. I'm queer and I'm Muslim, so I'm just gonna let you guys know that now, just so you have an idea.
You have so much
One.
reason to vote for Harris then.
But I would say, me personally, and I'm black, by the way, so of course I have a lot of reason to vote for Harris, right? So the thing is, though, is that I'm talking more so for the people who are not going to vote because they're so upset, and I want to know what you two think. And what I'm understanding is that you two think that people should vote for her. However, what a lot of people are saying, especially with Kamala Harris, she's, I think, 5 times, she's been donated by AIPAC 5 times more than Trump, right? So it's like they're both in the pocket of AIPAC, right? So I think there's this issue that I'm seeing
Let's
is
talk about
that
what they're gonna do.
Exactly.
That's the most important point.
Exactly. And so, but you guys are saying to me right now that we're speaking of the comforts of on U.S. soil, which is our rights, which is for women, for queer people,
I
for so
specifically
on and so
mentioned
forth.
both. I specifically
For both.
mentioned both.
However, but we have to also understand that Palestinians are stripped completely regardless of both presidents. I know you're saying it's going to be worse, but how could it even be further worse than what is happening right now? There's
Because he
nothing to
claims
go
that he's the
further
most
worse.
no, there is, because he claims to be the most pro-Israel president that has ever.
And
existed.
Kamala Harris and
He's
Biden
used the
are
word
doing that with their
money.
actions.
I gave you
though.
wait. I
With
gave you a
their
specific
actions.
thing. The use of heavy weapons, particularly in like densely populated areas, leads.
I will let him out.
Oh, it's good that we're having this dialogue so people who are on that fence will hear that. But I also I've been reading so much about those people, and I have a lot of empathy for them, because when this all went down, I was like, fuck that, fuck no. I'm done with this administration, right? So I think people are justified in feeling that way. And I understand that Trump would probably take it to a whole other level, especially if his interest, at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with people for him. It has everything to do with what satisfies him. And I honestly see him settling this if it makes him look good, right? But I also know that he's easily buyable. So I just think I'm at a point now where I want to hear ideas and thoughts, but I'm also cognitive of the fact that you both are white men, right? And as white men, I understand that you guys are putting a lot of stake and weight into these political structures. I also understand the refugee struggle, the Muslim struggle, the queer struggle, the trans struggle, and regardless of whatever government entity, it's always been a struggle.
So then don't make the struggle worse by helping Trump win by
It's not
engaging
about-
in civil disobedience and not voting for the
These
Harris
political structures
administration.
are going to exist regardless of whether or not you want to acknowledge that.
But what I'm saying is people like you need to leverage that and let people like President Kamala Harris and her base know that we're not going to accept her or vote for her unless she does prioritize this. Same with queer
you should-
marriage.
Maybe we should threaten that in like a different election when we don't have a guy on the other side that's
Oh,
literally
it's
been held
not
legally
threatened,
responsible.
it's
Listen.
leverage. It's
Yeah,
not threatened.
Leverage
Come on.
works when you don't have a guy who literally tried to run a violent insurrection.
So
a
you're
guy who's
saying
been held
Trump is
legally
scary
responsible.
for us.
Listen.
We've already lived Trump for 4 years.
Uniquely scary.
These people are not
And you
leaving.
understand
They're
what he
not
tried to
even
do when he was.
living.
You understand what he was doing when he was trying to leave. He's trying to
I
get immunity for
understand
it now, but he was trying
completely. I think
to.
Trump
He
is
was
a
trying
sicko.
to overthrow the government. You understand that, right? He's trying to stop the peaceful transition of power.
Parker, just
Say the
hear me for
election
1
was rigged?
second. For 1 moment.
I trust.
I
I'm hearing
understand
you.
what you're
Are
saying.
you hearing me?
Of course, I'm hearing you. I'm understanding what you're saying. You're saying that it's equally dangerous, though, in my opinion, from what I'm hearing. Let me know. Clarify for me.
No,
It's
the
equally
Trump administration
dangerous.
is more dangerous.
It's equally dangerous for no, I'm not saying about compared to Kamala. It's equally dangerous for Trump to be in office as it is to be in genocidal territory.
What
Because-
do you what?
So I'm confused because you're saying that we are in threat right now, right? That we all
Can
need
I-
to band together
can I-
and vote for Kamala, right? And I
Can I make it
understand
clear?
that.
Can I make it
But
clear
that
what we're trying
threat
say?
to me is not equal.
Can I make
at
it clear
all.
what we're
Wait.
trying to say
So
here?
what is the probability that you being able to just say no, I'm going to vote for a third party is going to lead to like better conditions? Do you have any idea?
It's not about what's going to lead to better conditions. It's about
Wait,
we
yes,
also
it
have a
is.
unique.
Yes, it is.
What?
That is
Hold on,
such a
1 second.
ridiculous statement.
1 second.
To say that
1
it's not.
second.
It's not about what's better for people is a ridiculous statement.
Hold up. I'm going to explain something real quick. What I'm trying to say is that we have a unique position right now as Democratic voters to hold these Democratic leaders responsible. These are the same
Yeah, I
people
do
who are
want to.
clapping right now today, clapping for a war criminal, clapping for a man who's committing genocide. I'm saying to you guys that you two have a
Kamala Harris
uniquely
didn't even want to
large-
show up.
I know,
Kamala
but
Harris not even want to show up?
and I'm really happy that she's doing that. She's going to speak behind closed doors, but I know she's not showing up because she knows that right now, if anything, Biden being out, all the liberal people who are coming out, even the celebrities who are supporting her, it's because we all see from our mind that she has nothing to do with the genocide in a way, even though she does. They see it that way. Go ahead, Dean. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Like extremely crystal clear here. Me and Parker do not disagree with pressure pointed towards politicians who are generating harm. There's nothing wrong with the Palestinian protests at the Capitol right now. In fact, I support them. There was nothing wrong with the Palestinian protests last night, projecting onto the hotel that Benjamin Netanyahu was staying in, saying
and
to
the
election.
Jewish people in Congress.
In fact, I support them. Right? We should be pressuring politicians to do better. We should be trying to hold them accountable. But what we shouldn't be doing is abstaining from voting for them for these reasons, because you are incomplacent, right, with more harm being generated by not voting for her. Like, I
agree.
understand by not voting for Harris in November, you are going to be foregoing the harm that she could cause to the Palestinian people. But do you know what you accept if you forego the harm that she would cause to the Palestinian people? You accept and are in complacency with the harm that Trump would cause not only to the Palestinian people, but to the marginalized communities here at home in America. What are you going to do then? Turn around and say, get this guy out of the White House? Well, you helped vote him in. Okay, that should not be mistaken.
I understand what you're saying. However, the structures, what you two are not understanding is the structures that already exist are already dangerous for the people. I understand you're saying it will be worse, but to me, genuinely, as a queer, Black, Muslim, trans person, it's already bad enough, right? I get what you're saying and I'm on your side. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people who are not on our side. And these people are going to need to hear something better. And that includes, we need to hold our politicians accountable before the elections, and we all need to get together and vote for the right person to go in. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, so it's always about holding left-wing politicians accountable. What about right-wing politicians?
I understand right-wing
consistently, when you put so much attention, I want you to understand this. When you put so much attention on specifically only,
you don't know what it's like for a party.
Please let me finish.
Sorry, let me just explain.
I let you finish.
Just
Please
one
let me finish.
point before
I will
you
mute
say
you if you
something.
don't let me finish. Respectfully.
1 point, Parker. 1 point, and then I'll let you speak for 25 minutes. You
Come on, that's so
are
ridiculous.
speaking from a place of privilege, right? You
No
are
shit.
saying, "Oh, we don't need to, we can hold one party accountable, the other party accountable, whatever." The Democratic Party represents my people, yes or no? They're always touting my rights, yes or no? As a queer Black person, as a queer woman, as a queer trans person, so on and so forth, right? I, of course, would hold the people accountable who are in this position and who are actively causing harm because they made promises to my marginalized community, right?
I think something that the
Yeah.
left,
So-
that,
Yeah, you-
that, I think
the-
something,
That's where I'm coming from. That's it. Go ahead.
So there's promises on both sides. What you're not acknowledging is that the people who are actively doing harm to these communities are able to continue to do this harm without people critiquing them, because the only people that the left are critiquing are people on the left themselves. We can hold the left accountable. We also have to make sure that the right is held more accountable because they're doing more harm. You can't not acknowledge that. Why are we putting more attention on people that are doing less harm than people who are doing more harm? That makes no sense to me. It's incoherent.
Hey, I have a question. So, Mooney, by not voting for Harris, you increase Trump's probability of winning re-election. When a Trump supporter votes for Trump, they increase Trump's probability of winning re-election. What's the difference?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out for me.
By not voting for Harris, you increase Trump's probability of winning re-election. When a MAGA cultist votes for Trump, they increase Trump's probability of winning re-election. What is the difference between you and the MAGA cultists insofar as the real-world outcomes in November?
So I wouldn't say me, but I would say the people who are in that boat are actively resisting a system that is completely and utterly broken and built off the oppression of marginalized people.
Can you please
That's
answer
what I
my
would
question?
say.
Though? Listen, I want to address that too. That's the
How
next
does this
thing I wanna
resistance
address.
of the system particularly work?
The resistance of the system is in how they see fit, and a lot of them just see fit that
how is not voting fixing
they
the
feel
system,
complicit.
or like
They
making
feel
it better?
complicit.
Yeah, great. So great point, Parker. So that's the thing, though. The resistance to the system, it's awesome. I like it in theory. Okay,
But it's not making anything better. That's the
but
point
it
we're making.
doesn't yield positive
But they don't want.
outcomes. It
They
yields
don't
bad
see a
outcomes.
possibility. They don't
because
see a possibility of making it better.
Change in social progression in society is not immediate, and that's what a lot of individuals here
But that's
don't
irrational then,
understand.
actually. Wait, they're saying we don't see any change. There's objectively change between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Objectively a difference. Okay? If you can't
Okay.
see that difference, I don't know what to tell you.
I can see somewhat of a difference. Some people can't see a
somewhat-
difference at all.
I think
I
there's
could see somewhat
I
of
think
a
there's a
difference.
very big difference.
I could see somewhat of a difference personally, right? A lot of people do not see a difference. The way that they see it is that, okay, these people are being stripped their rights completely by this government. I do not want to support this government. I do
This
not
is
want anything to
self-sabotage.
do.
Then what you have to do is you have to vote other people into the government.
They
So
don't
you
want.
vote
They
for
want
you
to
vote for better
not
people,
vote.
insofar as that there's like the Overton window moving to the right, or moving to the right side, that like the left side. I mean, like the right side that you agree with. That's what I was saying. But so you're saying they're not going to vote. Them not voting is exactly what's creating the issue of them not being represented. How do you
Okay,
get yourself
but
represented in Congress?
you-
You vote.
you're-
You vote. You have to influence Congress. If you don't vote, if you don't influence Congress, you can't be like, oh my God, I'm not represented.
We thought we were represented, and then you have things like Rashida being muted in Congress, right? So there's moments where you think you're being represented. You have all of these lovely, diverse, democratic congresswomen and men, and then you have this reality where when things are, it was a huge shock, I think, to a lot of people to see this play out. You have to understand that the betrayal is deep. Right? So a lot of the mentality that these people have is like, we've just been betrayed by a party that we thought supported Muslim people, gay people, black people, so on and so forth, right?
Fix these issues by voting, not by not.
Then we have to vote these people out, and we have to be the ones that are controlling the new Democratic Party.
Understood.
That's what people don't understand.
And that's all I'm saying is you have to let Kamala know that she needs to do A, B, C, D,
Wait,
E, F, G
do you
in order
agree-
to be supported.
Do you agree that Kamala Harris is to the left of Joe Biden?
I actually don't know her yet because she hasn't really spoken as
Wait,
her
so you
own
don't even know
president.
anything about her, and yet
No,
you're
no,
saying
no.
she's
I
such
know
a terrible
her.
candidate?
Sorry, let me just explain this. I know a lot about her. I don't know
Name
her
one thing
in
she
this
did as a
new
vice
role.
president.
I know her as in this new role, right?
Name one thing
So
she did as a vice president.
Why do I have to name things that she did as vice president?
Like, do you even know anything she's done?
I think she's a great vice president.
What'd
I
she
think
do
she's
as
done a
vice
lot
president?
for. God even knows. She's done a lot for women. She's done a lot for a lot of different people, right? And
What'd
I
she
could go
do?
through it. I could sort. I don't know off the top of my head, right?
Okay,
All
so
I'm
like, why are we
is-
saying all
is
these things aren't good about Kamala Harris? We don't know what there's like only
I
a slight
never
difference
said
when you don't
she
even know
wasn't
what
good.
you don't even know what she did.
I never said she wasn't good. I said I would support her, right? However, talking to my friends who are on the other side of this, they don't want to support her.
Yeah, but like I don't see them to have good
So-
reason. I would tell them all to come on here and to talk to me, because people,
Well, I would-
as
I
people
would
who are
tell
on the
them to
left,
come on here.
I think that they are cutting their feet off. Right? They're cutting off the support of people who are more likely to agree with them. And when we have these
question.
ideological purity tests on the left, it reduces the likelihood of pragmatic, real change that positively impacts our population and populations abroad.
I think the change, okay, so think of it this way, right? You know, Parker and Dean, you will always feel the change sooner than people who are not as privileged as you, right? You will see the change visibly, you will feel the change emotionally, mentally, physically, so on and so forth, right?
What are you talking about? Me and Dean don't benefit from it.
I'm
like,
just saying in general from
what are you
these
talking about?
political structures, right? These political structures. When an election happens,
How do
the
we benefit from
policies-
Biden and Harris? How do me and Dean benefit from Biden and Harris?
I'm
taking
just
office?
saying in any of these systems, you will benefit primarily first, and then it's a trickle down system to those who are marginalized.
So what I'm telling you is that Dean and I have already gotten to that point, right? We're already taken care of. What we need to acknowledge is that these particular things that relate to the Democratic Party, we're going to be taxed more, right? You
Understood.
understand that,
I
right?
get
We're
that.
advocating for systems in which negatively impact us to benefit other people.
I
We're not
wouldn't say
advocating for helping
taxed
people
more is
like me
negatively
and
being
Dean more.
impacted. But
Yes,
to
wait.
each their own.
You're saying that more money being taken from your account isn't negatively impacting you? That makes no sense.
No, being taxed and more money being taken. I don't know. It's to each
That
their own, right?
objectively speaking
me
is negatively
personally, I
impacting you.
I believe in community support and everybody
I
sharing,
do too,
right?
but it objectively
so-
speaking negatively impacts me as an individual. but
I
it's
can't
at
tell
the
if Dean
benefit
is
of
raising
society
his hand
overall.
or
So I
not.
agree with it.
I can't tell if Dean is raising his hand or not.
Yeah, yeah. What
Oh,
matters
go
more?
ahead.
What matters more, the vision of change in your head, or real change in the world around you?
Me, personally?
Yeah.
I think real change in the world around me, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Well,
And I
don't-
also-
but
I
here's the
also
thing,
just wanna-
So I was asking you that question to follow it up with this. If real change in the world around you matters more than the vision of change in your head, well, then you're gonna have to recognize that voting for Harris is the only way to see that real change in the world around you.
I could see that. I could see that
There's no
personally.
other option there. There's no other option that will yield a greater potentiality for real change in the world around you besides voting for Harris. There's nothing else that you or anybody can do that will yield real change in the world around us.
I'm going to say that, and I'm seeing the disconnect here personally, even though I'm actively saying that I'm on the side of this, I also don't think you two are understanding that not everybody's world can see the political structure that they're in. All they can see is the struggle that they're in, right? And so voting at the end of the day to me is a privilege. It's a privilege of access, it's a privilege of education, it's so many different levels. And
That's
so
why we should use that privilege to benefit other people.
and and I think the thing though is that just how you guys are educating MAGA voters, right? I think that some people who are marginalized do not see a vote as changing their reality. And that only being because an election happens every 4 years, every year, or every whatever, right? Like depends what election it is. A lot of us do not exist in that political structure because we are erased within that political structure, right? And
I understand what you're saying, but that's because we need to continue to get ourselves active, involved, right,
Yes.
in this political structure.
And I
When
know
young
Trump
people don't get
repeals
involved in the
that,
political
right?
structure. When young people don't get involved in the political structure, it increases the likelihood that a majority of the politics is controlled by people who are significantly older.
yeah,
Right.
that's
and
true.
then like also like there's so much harm here because the difference between like you and a Trump supporter is that you see the problems with our worlds, but you still don't choose to
Like, what's the solution?
solve them.
Yeah, like, what's the solution?
Like
Where we
that's the
differ,
thing, like, the
right,
Trump supporters
is that
don't see
I
it.
don't
They
see a
don't see the
solution in the
solution, they don't see it.
system. I think the system is inherently flawed and broken, and I don't
Okay.
actually see a system that doesn't offer reparations, doesn't offer land back, doesn't. I know, if you vote certain people in, you'll get closer to that reality. And let me just clarify, guys.
So
I'm
you're
a
saying
dual.
there's nothing we can do?
No, I'm not saying that. And let me just clarify. I'm also a dual citizen. So I'm Canadian and I have U.S. Citizenship, right? So let me just clarify that. I grew up in Canada my whole life, right?
Okay, but
So
like, what's the solution?
I'm saying, right, there's obviously no solution within this system, in my
So what is
opinion.
the solution?
I don't have a solution. I don't think it's possible to give everybody a solution.
Okay, so if you don't have a solution and we're giving you a solution, what's the better alternative for what we do here?
You guys are giving me a solution from your place of existence, right? My
Of
place of
change,
existence.
positive change that we can show you is real. Okay? Now,
I
do you have
understand
any
that.
alternative?
Me personally, do I have any alternative? I think that for me, again, I do not see this nation coming to any form of greatness without reparations and land back and healing
Yeah,
holistically.
in order for us to get there, we actually have to like vote, go out, and like do things, right? If we just
You
say we're
can
not going to
vote,
vote, if we
you
don't
can go out
engage with
and
the
do
political
things.
systems from people on the left, why are we going to expect the society to go left? Why do you think every
In my
election it keeps
opinion-
going more right?
In my
Because
opinion,
left isn't showing up.
some people, I get that part, like left isn't showing up. And I think this is going to be one of the first elections where it's going to come down to left showing up or not. And I think it would be, if this was 4 years ago, I think the left would show up really hard. But we have a huge divide right now.
I think I have a great
And-
point here. I think I have an
and it-
amazing point here.
Go ahead, Dean.
Do you want more people to think like you do?
What do you mean?
Do you want more people to think like you do? They just like,
No,
about-
I don't. I think that, again, like I'm somebody who, it's not that I would say I'm an individualist by any means. It's that I exist.
Yeah, but I mean,
I
your
exist
answer should be yes.
in this-
You recognize these systemic issues. You recognize these forms of oppression, and you
Of
recognize
course.
the harm. And I bet you want everyone else to recognize these same things. But guess what? If every Democrat in America had this same thought process, who would be controlling America?
Let me ask you, Dean, do you think there are racist Democrats?
Yes. Irrelevant
Okay.
to the question that I asked you.
Look.
If every single Democrat in America
I don't think
thought
it's
the
irrelevant.
same exact way, right, where they saw these issues and they decided not to vote, who would be controlling America?
I get it. I get
No,
it.
no, who? No, tell me, who would be controlling America if every single Democrat in this country thought this way?
I would hope great people.
No. If every single person who was blue in America thought this way and didn't vote, who would be controlling America? You know, the Republicans.
Yeah, and I
the
will
conservatives, the
I will
Christians,
say
the
that Trump is
evangelicals,
dangerous.
The
Yeah,
racists, the misogynists, the
Yep.
homophobes. They would be controlling America if every single Democrat thought this way. And this is an issue that can be recognized. So will you say that you are happy, you are glad, and it is lucky for everybody that not more people think like you, because if more people did, there would be more harm?
I think also I just took a peek at the comment section and I'm seeing people say things like maybe she likes jihad. I don't know if these are like real people or bots, but I think that's a little bit unsettling. I just wanted to let you know that I'm a bit like shaken by that. I just took a peek real quick.
Yeah, I would definitely condemn that. I would definitely disagree with that. And same
Do
thing
you-
would be with Dean.
Do you see my
But
point there, though,
did you
Mooney?
see Dean's point? Do you remember it?
Also, I think my mic is much louder now.
Yeah, can you actually repeat it, because that kind of set me a little distracted
Yes.
in that moment.
Yes. I will. I'll go ahead and repeat it. Also, chat. Let me know if the volume of my mic is good. I think it is. But anyways, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna repeat my point. So
ahead.
we have this ideology that there's these massive systemic issues, and because of them, we shouldn't vote. Okay. What would happen to America if every single Democrat thought just like you do? Who would be in the positions of power? Who would be making the decisions about our legislation? And who would be making change?
Yeah, I had this conversation recently. And I think that if people were in my similar mindset, it definitely would be a more safe country, and it would be loving, it would be healthy, and it would be happy. If people were thinking about, are you referring to not voting? Is that what you're talking about?
If every Democrat in our country had the same mindset as you, we would be living in a hellscape,
wait.
insurmountably worse
Wait, what are you
than
talking
what
about?
we currently live.
He means in
because
terms of
guess
not
what?
voting.
Ideological progression
But Dean,
of this
you have to
one
correct
second
you. I don't
ideological
think that
progression
way.
of the state that only exists in your mind and is not reflected within your vote and within policy when we live in a democracy where vote is what constitutes change. This leads to the tyranny of everyone who doesn't agree with you, that being the misogynists, that being the homophobes, that being the sexists, that being the racists, that being the Republicans, that being the evangelicals, that being the Christian nationalists, that being the white supremacists. Those would be the only people voting and inspiring change for legislation in our country if every single Democrat had the same thought process. Right? So that's where you make the automatic concession that you are in fact lucky that not everyone thinks like you.
Okay, so but you keep saying things like me, and I keep telling you that I'm on the side of you, but there's a lot of people who are not on that side. And I'm advocating for those people, right? And so you're saying
so you are
things like
voting?
me. I'm telling everybody I know vote for Kamala. I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I haven't. I actually was talking to my friend from Brooklyn, and I was telling them, I was like, you need to vote for her. And they kept saying, like, I don't know if I could vote. I don't know. I'm disgusted. And I was like, I understand, but you need. And I was forwarding information about how she's not showing up on Netanyahu's address to Congress and so on and so forth. So let me just clarify that. I think that got lost in translation, right? However, the people who are in that place, they're at a zone now, and I'm just advocating for that zone. And I've seen so many different people from so many different backgrounds speak about this, that we just can't forget what is going on, right? And I understand this idea of like, okay, we need to take care of things on the ground right now and then move forward. I completely understand that. But it also has been feeling like we've been screaming into a void since October 7th, right? And I could see that. I could see that frustration. And so at the end of the day, I would just hope that you two understand that there's going to be like, I know you're, debating MAGA voters this entire time. However, I really think you should also consider opening up to the floor to people who are actually disgusted by the left right now, who are leftists.
That's what we've done for you.
Yeah, and that's why I came up. I didn't come up because I've actually been watching you guys for quite a while. I've been watching Harry too, and I know I needed to come up, and I know you guys also are pro-Palestinian. I don't think you guys are in any way the problem. It's just more so like, okay, there's a divide within our own people, and we need, as leftists, to come together. And the only way we can do that, I know you guys are saying from a place of like, yeah, it's going to be worse. But the way that these people are thinking is that nothing is worse than living in a tent and being bombed every day. And we have this specific privilege and this luck to being born in a specific region that allows us, like, yeah, hypothetically speaking, Trump gets into the office, but there's also a lot of Congress people. Sorry?
Let's see how far you take this, right? Would you take this even if say Trump was advocating for women to not have the right to vote?
If Trump was advocating?
Yeah, if Trump was advocating for women to not have the right to vote, would you still say the same thing?
I think also the way the U.S. political system is structured is, and I understand like with Roe v. Wade, that was a big upset, and it was an exceptional instance where he was able to put in that extra that extra judge. But I think what I'm trying to get at is that we also have a lot of political privilege where, yeah, let's say one person is president. Kamala right now can't, or Biden right now, he can't change anything without several layers of government agreeing to it. Right. And so I think that is that privilege that we have. And so Trump getting into office, yeah, he's going to cause a lot of damage. I can only imagine what he's going to try to do, especially with the Project 2025 stuff, right? And I see that. But again, a lot of people cannot think that far ahead. They're thinking in urgency now.
All right. Was there anything else you want to talk about or add?
I think other than, yeah, I hope you guys can do your part and really see what I'm saying. And I know a lot of people are angry at me in the chat, and a lot of people are thinking that I'm privileged or stupid or whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. I came here to defend a group of people. I came here to defend Palestinian life, and that's all. I did not come here to say Kamala Harris is a bad representative for the country. I didn't come here to say Trump is better. I just came here to advocate for these people. That's it.
Well, like my point is, why wouldn't we do this against people who are like significantly more right wing? You already agreed we were on your side. Like you came here to argue for that in a space that already accepts that.
No, I didn't come here. I don't think I was arguing with you guys, but I came here to advocate for the people who are in that position, but also let you know that these are the arguments of people who are not voting on the left. And so I know there's a lot of anger towards me, but I'm just explaining the people on the left who are not going to be voting and who I'm telling to vote. And that's all.
Yeah, they don't have a clue. That's what's
all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I might hit a restart. I might just I have to go downstairs and take something upstairs real quick. So you can talk to them, and can you move people in and out?
Oh yeah, go
I'll be
for
right
it.
back. Just give me a few minutes. I probably will hit a restart at some point. Everyone, I think we got capped after an hour.
All right, yeah, but
I'll be right back.
Bet you're all good. Yeah, guys, if you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in that queue, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to our next guest. But I also just wanted to put oh, hey, what the fuck is going on? You're still here. What's up, Tanner?
Yeah, I was just down in a cream soda listening.
Oh, nice. Are you voting for Trump?
You already asked, but at this point, yeah.
Okay. Why are you voting for Trump, Tanner?
Well, it's like I said at the beginning, I've never really paid much attention to any kind of politics at all whenever I was younger. But I started to take a notice after Trump took over on how grocery prices were falling, gas prices were falling, and all that. And then y'all already explained that, after Biden got in, it went up, but it wasn't technically their fault about the OPEC, all that jazz. But my question is, what is Kamala going to do different than what Biden did to actually help the people like me that are struggling?
Well, I mean, I don't think that we would expect to see any like difference in the trajectory of like potential legislation introduced under Harris's term in comparison to Biden's. And I personally speaking, I think that's because the Biden-Harris administration had amazing legislation when it came to this, some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. Right? I mean, the U.S. saw the quickest global rebound from the global inflation caused by the pandemic. The U.S. is producing more oil than it ever has been before. The U.S. is investing more money into renewable energy sources to reduce inflation long term. The U.S. is booming in manufacturing jobs because of the policy introduced under the Biden-Harris administration. I really hope that she just continues the same trajectory. But yeah, Tanner, was there anything else that you specifically wanted to go over here before I move on to the next guest?
No, I just wanted to ask that question. Just
Okay.
how, we're going to be helped,
Yeah, man.
basically.
Well, yeah, just one last thing, I guess, before I move on. So if Trump is reelected, he's not going to help you. He's going to harm you. He wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs, okay? Tariffs serve as a detriment to the working class. They're incredibly inflationary. I want you to look up the most right-leaning economists, and I want you to read their opinion pieces on tariffs. They all hold to the same opinion, that being that they are bad, including the conservative economists. But that's all. I appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If we are in the queue specifically, make sure that we're voting for Trump. And while our next guest is loading up, I want to go ahead and touch on, like kind of what that guest before was bringing up. I think that the leftist ideology that we're not going to vote for Kamala because of X, Y, and Z is so harmful, guys. That, like, please, if you're watching this live and you hold to that belief that you shouldn't vote for Kamala, specifically, my apologies for mispronouncing her name, for those reasons. It's just so incredibly harmful. Anyways, guys, so yeah, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat, guys. It looks like we aren't really pulling up anyone from the queue at the moment. So yeah, if you want to come up and debate, make sure to let me know in that chat, guys. Dean, please call her Harris. She's campaigning as Kamala. So I don't really know. I don't know what she wants. Does she want to be referenced as Harris, or does she want to be referenced as Kamala? Right? Because I'm under the impression that she actually wants to be referenced as Kamala. What's up, Kimmy? How old are you? All right, Kimmy's not here. We're gonna move on to our next guest, y'all. Yeah, she said her brand is Kamala. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's really important to respect what she wants and how she wants to be referenced. Before I knew that she wanted to be referenced as Kamala in her campaign, of course I referenced her as Harris, as I referenced Biden as Biden or Trump as Trump, right? Because that is how you respectfully would reference a politician, right? And give them the respect that they deserve. But I think she's made it clear that she's campaigning as Kamala. Her bus says Kamala. Yep. All right. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you're MAGA, just let me know in that chat. We're still not getting anyone up in here, y'all. So everyone just kind of give us a minute. Alrighty. Everyone just give us a minute. All right. We are still looking for our next guest here, y'all. This is going incredibly terribly. Incredibly terrible. Incredibly terrible. What's up, Monk? How old are you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
How old are you?
60.
60. Awesome, man. Are you voting for Daipidan?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. I am just looking for people who are sure that they're voting for Trump. I appreciate you for coming up, man. If you're not sure, feel free to watch the live. Hopefully I could convince you to not. But, I'm just looking to debate people that definitely are sure. We're going to move on to our next guest, Emily, here, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. What's up, Emily? How old are you? Emily, hello. How old are you? Okay, Emily's not here. We're going to load up our next guest. Y'all, everyone just give us a minute. If you're MAGA and you want to come up, let me make sure to let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. What's going on, man? What's up, Parker? We still haven't gotten a debate the entire time that you've been gone. It's been rough.
Hello?
Are you trolling, bro?
Yeah, well, we just got this guy
Should
out.
we hit a restart, everyone?
Yeah, hit a restart.
Hello?
I like the restart idea.
Hello?
I'm gonna hit a restart. I'll be right back, everyone. I love y'all. Give me a second, everyone. Give me 1 second. I love y'all.
My story's straight. Empires. Oh, you're not ending? This is awkward. I'm just gonna leave.
I'm gonna wait enough time just so that people can hear that. guest requests. If you do have any questions, put in the comment section right now before people join in. Plus, if you want to debate, if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know, except the first people who send requests. What's good, everyone joining up the live right now? Do give it a second for people to join up. How's everyone doing today? Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. What's up, Courtney? What's up, Nathan? What's up, Loving Smile? What's good, everyone joining in? Tap that screen. What's up, Donna? What's up, Tide? How you doing? What's up, Charlie? Let's get everyone. What's up, Yem Yem? Tap that screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. Let's get up to 500,000 likes, chat. Let's go. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. We're gonna need Dean up here in a second, and we'll get the live going, everyone. If you are MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I will bring you up. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much, Loving. Thank you. Make sure to type in the comment section MAGA right now if you want to be brought up, y'all. MAGA right now in that comment section if you want to be brought up, chat. Okay, we're going to start getting people up, y'all. Only send a guest request if you type MAGA in the comment section, everyone. Or wait, what? Right now. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, what's up, Parker? I'm 26.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I 100% am.
Oh, why so?
Okay. So just to give you a little background, I am a white Christian male. So just like that would kind of put in perspective like who I am.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why that was relevant to tell me, but sure, go for it.
Yeah, no. I was just letting you know, like so I have Christian values, and I tend to lean way more conservative, obviously, just because I don't know, Christianity kind of lines up with like conservative views on abortion and on things of that nature. But I really like the Project 2025. I agree with
Project 2025.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things that they're doing.
Like, what do you agree with Project 2025 on?
For the most part, like they're going to start one of like the largest like deportation of illegal immigrants ever in U.S. history. I believe that's going to be good for our nation. Getting a lot of
bad about immigration.
No, illegal immigration. You have to put illegal in front of that. I love people coming to this country, but I want you to do it the right way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, what is the right way when currently it takes around 5 to 7 years to get here legally?
Yeah, exactly. And that's just the process you have to go through. No individual. I can't walk to any other country in the world. Name one other country where I can walk straight into the border, and I'm just now a citizen. I get free health care, and their taxes.
Citizen leave the community. Thank you so much. That's not how it works. You're right. You
So
obviously are
how
not.
does it- how
When you
does it
get to
work?
the United States, it's not immediately citizen. It's not immediately healthcare. What you're not understanding is that the process right now takes 5 to 7 years on average. It should max take 6 months.
Yeah, but that's just not how it is right now.
It's ridiculous for the fact that it takes 5 to 7 years, and to defend a system where it takes 5 to 7 years, I think is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree too, Parker, and I do think that there could be some ways to make it better, make it faster, but I also don't believe that any and everybody should be walking through our southern border. We don't know who is here, Parker, and it is a national crisis.
Because Republicans don't want to give them legal documents.
Yeah, I know, but we can't just give everybody legal documents.
I mean, we can give people who are already in the country legal documents who are
But
not.
Parker,
committing
do you
violent
not think?
offenses.
Do
Then you can
you,
give it $2.
do you not think it is a national it is a national threat to our community and our society that literally do not know who is in our country? We do not know who is here.
Well, we do know
There's
that
millions
undocumented
of people
immigrants.
crossing.
We do know that undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Yeah, okay, and I can agree with that stat. Some of them do, but I'm also saying
No,
there
on
are some
average.
people.
That's the
Look,
per capita.
but look, Parker, there are some people that cross that could be. I don't know if you can say the T word, like TERR, like the.
Oh yeah. So again, white Christian nationalism is more likely to lead to that, domestically speaking.
I know, but I'm like, do you not think that other countries look at our southern border and see, okay, it is wide open, and that is a national
No, it's
security
not wide
threat?
open.
It
What's
is-
the relevant difference in policy between the
Do you not-
Biden-Harris administration and the Trump administration that means that there's an open border now and not an open border under Trump's administration?
Because Trump was trying to build the wall.
So again, building the wall was only 23% done.
Yeah,
Not even
I
a
know.
fourth. Okay, Mexico didn't pay for the wall.
I didn't say pay for the
again.
wall.
So here's my question:
Uh-huh.
Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes, there's 100%. I
How
know
can
for
there
a
be a
fact there
border
is.
crisis right now if it is the case that at the end of Trump's administration there was the same level of border crossings daily?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there wasn't a border crisis then. I'm
Also,
saying
there was a border crisis
then.
under Trump.
I'm
Now there's
saying
a border crisis now.
Yes.
Why are you blaming it on Biden Harris if it is the case that clearly it existed under Trump's administration and Trump didn't fix it?
because Trump was trying to stop it. It was trying to combat
No,
it.
it wasn't actually.
Your president
actually,
is not.
no, that's a lie. He specifically, Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Blame it on me if the border bill fails, which means specifically that he didn't want Republicans in Congress to vote for the border bill, which was literally set up by Republicans and was a bipartisan deal because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
Do you realize your candidate said that she wants illegal immigrants to come here and she wants taxpayers to pay for their health care?
So she specifically told people from other countries not to come here as it relates to the context of providing people health care and health services. In emergency circumstances, absolutely. I would provide healthcare
Parker,
services, even if someone is here undocumented.
I know, but Parker, verbally telling somebody not to come in here, that's like leaving my front door
You wouldn't.
open.
I have a question. If someone was dying who was here undocumented, would you provide them emergency care service?
Yeah, do I believe that's right? Yes, but do I believe illegal? Listen, Parker. Do I believe that an illegal immigrant should have more rights than I do?
It's not a moral rights. It's already protected for U.S. citizens.
I know, but Parker, that's the thing. Do you believe that healthcare is a privilege? It is not. It is not.
think
You're
it's
not
a right.
born with healthcare. No, it is not a right. It is
You
not
need
a
to be
right.
born with healthcare
That's
in
where we
order for it to be
disagree.
a right.
I
I think food is a right, and you're not born with it.
food is not a right. If you don't work, you don't eat, Parker.
Oh,
That's life.
you're okay
That
with
is
people
just-
starving?
Yes, there are people starving, but like Parker, at the end of the day, that's
I'm not
life.
okay with people starving to death.
Yeah, I am not okay with that. Do I want people to starve?
Okay.
No, but I'm saying
Okay, so then why don't you provide food for them?
no,
Food
no, no,
banks.
no. Guess what I do? I get up every day and I provide for myself, and I go
I
to
have a
work.
question.
So I make
Wait,
sure me and my
should we
wife
have
and my
food
son
banks?
eat.
Should
You
we
said
have
what?
food banks so that children who don't have money can eat?
Yeah. Do I believe we should?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying I'm an unhearted person.
You're
I'm
Christian,
saying,
right?
Yeah, you're correct.
So if you're Christian, why are you okay with people starving, given that they didn't work?
No, because if I'm Christian, why do I? Because it goes back to the Bible. It says, if you do not work, you do not eat. Yeah. Parker, so can you expect to not go to work and not do anything with your life? And
Wow,
get
what a
fed every
great
day?
God! What an incredible God!
No,
He
no,
forces
Parker,
you,
Parker.
He forces you to work in order to eat, rather
Okay.
than just making it so that you don't need to. You don't
Yeah.
need to like.
All right, Parker.
do
Look,
that.
say you don't believe in
Crazy.
God. Look. We're going to talk about a hypothetical situation. You don't believe in God. So, do you think that you can sit at
don't.
home, never go to work, and you think that groceries are just going to appear in your cabinets? Is that the reality
No.
that you live in?
I believe that everyone should be given a baseline level of care.
Yeah,
Right?
but-
Everyone should have access to
so you believe
housing,
that?
to health care, to food. Yeah.
No. But Parker, do you
Absolutely.
believe that you do not have to go to work and your cabinets will be full of groceries? Yes or no?
Not full of groceries, but you
Yes.
would be able to get all the basic necessities. Yes.
Yeah. So you do believe that?
Yes.
So that is that is not how the real world is. You live in a fantasy world. So that
No,
is
no,
not.
no, don't.
Yeah.
We do this in countries around the world.
Yeah. No, we do
Why do
this.
you want starving children?
No, I don't. But
Did
guess what?
did
That's
Jesus say to
reality.
feed the hungry?
No, that is reality, Parker. That would
Jesus
never
say
change.
to feed the Did Jesus say
Yes.
to feed the hungry?
Yes, he must
So
definitely.
if
did.
someone who didn't work is hungry, you feed them
and
as
guess
well.
what? If somebody walks up to my window, I'm not going to say go get a job. I'm going to give them a $5 bill and be like, God bless you.
No,
You know
I
what I'm
would
saying?
create-
But
I
I'm
would
saying
create the
for what
system.
I expect.
I would create a system
Go ahead.
where they are taken care of, where I don't individually have to do that.
So you believe? So this is essentially what you're saying. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, we
I
as
said
a
you believe.
society should
and I
take
don't
care
wanna
of
say
each
that.
other. That's the whole point of an economic system. And
Yeah,
again,
right,
that would incentivize
so you're
people to work
socialist
because
or
they want.
communist?
No, it's
Are you more
called-
socialist or communist? Or are you more
No.
like democratic and capitalist? What would you say?
So, by the way, socialism is democracy in the workplace. Just letting you know. So socialism is actually democracy. Capitalism is like authoritarianism within economic markets, but you could argue it's better and more efficient due to like particular types of price mechanisms and information in the market and how that transmits. Right?
I know.
There's something called
The
the
saying
ECP,
you
the
don't-
economic calculation problem.
I know. I'm not asking for the definition. I'm asking for your
No, I'm just
personal
telling you.
belief.
I'm just telling you. So I'm a social democrat. I believe in capitalism.
Okay.
So like kind of like what they have in the Nordic countries.
Mm-hmm.
They actually have freer markets than we do here. They also have broader social safety nets, so everyone's taken care of.
Okay, now we'll go back to more Project 2025. Trump also wants to do some great things like, let's see if you agree on this. We're just going to go over some of the points of Project 2025 and see if you agree with any of them. He wants to executive order to permit discharge of.
Are you saying Trump wants to do Project 2025?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So he wants to.
Because he says he doesn't want to.
Okay. Well, this is the Republican agenda that's coming up in 2025. Okay. So
Okay.
listen. So the order to permit discharge of
He's
non-performing.
saying the quiet part out loud, chat.
Listen, he want the executive order to permit discharge of non-performing government employees. Do you agree with that or not? People that are not doing their job and are not qualified. Do you think that we should still be paying their checks, or they should get sent home? Yes or no?
So that's not if they're not qualified. That's if they just want to take them out.
No,
So that's talking about the
no.
ability to like fire
Parker,
50,000 civil
Parker,
employees and
Parker.
replace them with party loyalists.
No,
That's
no,
not
Parker.
actually an argument for like them not doing anything. That's an argument for them not doing what you want.
Listen, on page 535, it states the executive order to permit discharge of non-performing employees. Don't make it sound like it's something that's not. Let's say the facts. Non-performing employees, people that are not performing in their jobs. Do you think they should have their job and we should pay their bills, or they should be sent home? Yes or no?
So obviously, I do believe that if it's just related to people particularly who are just not doing a job yet still getting paid, I would be okay with them specifically getting
Perfect.
fired.
Okay, so
That's
we
not
found
what
some
it
common
is,
ground
though.
now. That is where it is.
What
Parker.
Project 2025 relies upon is unitary executive theory, which specifically means that they can fire up to 50, that JD Vance has talked about this, 50,000 civil employees and replace them all with Trump loyalists.
No, I know, but
That's what they're talking about.
That is an implied thing that people say that what they're going to do. But I'm saying what it states
No, it's not implied.
is
That's
that
what it
they can discharge non-performing employees. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about he can appoint who. It doesn't say anything about that. He can discharge people.
Jennifer,
that
thank
are
you for
not
the
doing their
$5.
jobs.
Thank you so much. Jenny, thank you for the $2. And Charles, thank you for the $6.68. Thank you.
All right. Now let's go to the next. Let's go to the next point on Project 2025, and let's see if you agree or disagree with this. We'll say you semi-agreed with that. You probably didn't fully agree, but you said that if they're not doing their jobs, that you kind of agree, right?
Yeah, obviously, but like that's not what they're referencing.
And like I said, Parker, I think you're a smart guy. I don't come in here to bash you and be like, oh, your ideas are stupid. I'm just explaining to you how we look at it, and like this is why I'm voting for Trump, and then you have your reasons why you're voting for Biden. You know what I mean? I'm just
Can I
explaining
ask you a question?
from our
Can you name one
perspective.
policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Sure. How about the TCJA Act? What do you think about that one? Tax
Did
cuts
not
and
ben-
Job Act.
Yeah, so the Tax Cut and Jobs Act predominantly helped rich people. Most of the tax cuts went to rich people. It did not go to the middle class.
Wait a second.
And it added
No.
1.9 trillion to the debt, and it
Well-
also specifically only increased GDP by 0.02% a year.
Wait a second. So we're talking about adding to the debt. Let's talk about what your president did. You always talk really big on the PACT Act, correct?
Uh-huh.
So what did that do? How many billions was that? $797 billion? You want to talk about that? The PACT Act. You like that one, right?
Yeah, so you want to know what's crazy? Under Biden's administration, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related spending, whereas under Trump's administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending.
No. I'm saying you.
Like that benefits the middle class, that benefits veterans,
So the
rather than
PACT Act-
spending,
how
rather
does
than
the PACT
spending.
Act-
Can I please finish? Rather than
go ahead.
spending money, specifically benefiting rich people.
So what is the PACT
Mostly.
Act, and tell me how that affects middle class? Tell me one way.
Yeah, so it expands veterans' access to healthcare for people who were particularly exposed to burn pits or toxic substances abroad. It benefited veterans.
So it and then when were
Jamie,
people,
thank you so much for the $20.24 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jamie.
when were these veterans most likely exposed to toxic gas? Will we say in the recent history, or like some of the much older veterans? Would you say?
I think it applies to both people who were in the past exposed to these things and people recently.
Do you have the numbers on that? Do you have the numbers
Over
on
a
how
million
many?
people. A million people are in this program.
Okay, so you think 1 million people need $797 billion?
Where'd you get that number specifically?
Look it up.
797?
Just type in PACT Act details on the internet. I'm sure it'll pop up the
No,
exact
but
number.
that would be spending, not debt-related spending.
No. That is how much money they put towards the act. That's how much money they freed up. They got checked off a box that they could use towards the PACT Act. You can just look it up. I'm sure it's a 6-second search.
Yeah, so look up Trump added 8.4 trillion
Yeah, no, I
like,
get
specifically
that.
on the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, and it specifically outlines the money that was added specifically from Biden versus Trump. Um, Here, let me pull up the stuff that's particularly applicable to Biden.
Okay, and then but let's go to the next thing. This is obviously a current event, so this one should really hit home for a lot of these people.
Wait, where'd you get that it was debt?
No, it wasn't debt. No, that's just how much money that we put towards that act. I didn't say it was debt. That's just how much money we put towards it. And I was asking, do you think that we should have put $797 billion towards that act? I don't believe so. I do believe it deserves some money, but I'm not trying to pay for $797 million for all that. You know what I mean? What do you think?
So where'd you get the PACT? So the PACT Act was 520.
No. Oh, the article that I read on it said $797 billion.
This is from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Where is it? Okay, it's 520. Okay, okay. Well, the numbers I read, it's 200 billion off. I'm sorry, it might have been a little wrong.
So they quite literally added. They added 4.2. I mean, not 4.2. 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. For Biden.
Okay. All right. So let's go to the next step of Project 2025 and the next. Let me see. Let me look at the numbers. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. No, I'm not saying that one of them doesn't have more debt and one of them does. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but let's go to the next thing for Project 2025. And it also says that they also want to defederalize the FBI and the DOJ. What do you think about that? Especially after this travesty of the absolute abysmal thing that just happened with the Secret Service. How do you think about that? Do you think it should be federally governed, or do you think it should be private? How it is now?
Yeah, so as it relates to the Secret Service, you can hold them accountable and you can change how they operate in this. You don't have to get rid of these particular entities.
Yeah, so
I don't know how that relates.
Do you think they would be ran better if they are actually held accountable?
Service.
Okay, so I put it this way: do you think that you have more impact in your federal level government, or do you think you have more like impact in your local level government?
I have more impact over my own household, so obviously you should be pro-choice, right?
No.
Leaving abortion up to the states.
Parker, do you think?
Why should abortion be left up to the states?
No, hold on. We just totally deflected. Hold on, wait a second. Do you think
you deflected it so many times? I want to ask you one question.
Okay. All right, we'll answer this first, and we'll come back to that. All right, what were you saying? What was your question?
Why should abortion be left up to the states?
So abortion should be left up to the states for exactly the reason I just said. What do you think that you have?
Impact over your household or your local government?
We have way more impact over our household. 100%.
Okay, so obviously it should be left up to the households. Oh wait, do you have more say what happens with your household or with yourself as an individual? Oh, it should be left up to the individual. So pro-choice, federally protected.
No, Parker, listen. You have more control locally. So look, if we want to get something done locally, what you do, you get a group.
You have more control of your own body, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, Jared, I have a question. What's the difference between
Dean,
this?
Wait one second. Let me get this point out, and then I will listen to you. So, also, next, what you have is, so say I'm going to use this hypothetical situation for example. If
Wait, did you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I totally agree with. I totally
if your argument for why it should be left up to the states is that you have more say over what happens to you, well, then it should be left up to the individual because then you have the most say of what specifically relates to you.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but I mean, I don't. I hear what you're saying, but so let's use this for example. Say me and my wife decided we're going to, do the thing, and it was unprotected, and we somehow had a child. So what I would do is if I so happen to find myself in that situation and we're not in the financial or anywhere that we needed to be ready in our lives to have a child, what I would do is travel to where it was legal. Do you see how that makes sense?
Yeah, how about other people who can't travel? There should be federal protections.
You can't walk. So okay. How are they going to get to the hospital?
Hey, Jerry. So here's what we know. I'm going to go and tell you the facts. Here's what we know. Here's where your argument fails. What we know is when we overturn Roe v. Wade and we give that power back to the states, ultimately speaking, less women have access to said form of health care. You're
Okay.
currently making the argument,
I'll be
well,
right
they
back,
could
thank you,
travel. Bet. You're currently making the argument, well, they could travel to a state where it's legal. Okay, not everyone can afford to travel. You're currently making the argument that, well, they could just go elsewhere for healthcare. No, what I'm saying is they should be able to get healthcare regardless if they live in California, Louisiana, or Kentucky. Okay, and that's the fact. There's absolutely no reason, apart from just wanting to reach the hand of the man into the rights of the women and dibble down and take a few away, to send access to abortion back to the states. And that's the facts. And I don't understand why it's so popular within the Republican worldview to be pro-life. Because I thought y'all cared about the family unit. Pro-life legislation destroys that shit by putting unwanted children in unready households and shifting the family dynamic from individuals who desire to have children and can financially plan for it by forcing 18, 19, and 20-year-old boys and girls who engage in intercourse
Okay, how
to
about this?
maintain pregnancy and raise children against their will because the condom broke.
Okay, Dean, wait, I can't pull up my camera on here? Can you allow me to pull up my camera?
No, you have under 1,000 followers.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. Okay, well, I'll just tell you the story then. I was going to show you, but me and my wife, I'm 26 years old. My wife is 27. We got married about just 3 years ago, and we had a child. She got pregnant, and guess what? We weren't in the financial place to where, hey, we think we're ready for this, like we need to do this, but guess what? We did it, and it's been the best thing that has happened to our lives since we've been born. I would not do anything. I would not give up. I would give up my left arm to keep my son. He's the best thing that has ever happened to my family. Did I think I was ready? Absolutely not. Did
Cool.
my
I'm gonna
wife
go ahead and
think
tell you.
I
I'm gonna
was?
go to.
Absolutely
So
not.
this is what I call this. I call this the manipulation argument, maybe the
Manipulation? No, I'm
gaslighting argument.
telling-
So
no,
I'm gonna
telling
go
you
to
my
I'm gonna go ahead and
personal-
tell I'm gonna go ahead and tell you exactly where you're at and why this logic doesn't achieve what you hope it does. So you're saying, oh, well, when you force women to provide their bodily
No, we weren't
resources
forced.
to another. One second. When you
Okay.
force women to provide their bodily resources to another individual against their will without consent for 9 months, and you force them to go through the pains and the traumas associated with pregnancy and childbirth, even if they don't want to maintain those things, well, they'll ultimately end up loving it, right? But see, the thing is here, why should you, me, Parker, the government, any legislative body, any politician be able to make that decision for them? How about we allow them to make that decision themselves?
Well, look. They made that decision when they decided to,
Hey, music
to
is the
do the
golden
act.
jellyfish. Thank you,
If
Amy.
they don't want to have a child, don't do the act. That's a very
No,
simple-
dude, I think that's a ridiculous thing to say. Just be abstinent. Like, what?
Yeah,
Yeah, like I mean, well,
That's
let's
the-
look at
that's
the let's look at the considerations here,
simplest way
Jerry.
to do it.
I think we
Thank you.
all
Respectfully, I'm not going to stop.
I think we all understand that unprotected intercourse or just sex in general leads to pregnancy. Okay,
Yeah, I
no
agree.
one is contending that claim. I think we also all understand that we should be promoting sex ed within our youth. It's funny that the Republicans
No,
are also the one who
absolutely not.
contend that.
Absolutely not. I don't want.
You dumbass. So, Jerry,
Dean,
you're
Dean,
sitting here
Dean.
telling me that we shouldn't be educating the youth on what sex is and what it leads to. But if they engage in it, then they should know what it leads to. No,
Wait,
we have to
Dean.
educate about them that first. We should
Dean,
have public
listen,
access
you're
to sex ed.
rambling.
We should have
Listen,
public access to forms of contraceptives. And no, just because someone engages in the act of intercourse knowing it runs the risk of pregnancy doesn't mean that we should obligate them to maintain it. That is backwards thinking logic.
Okay, Dean. Look, how many children do you have?
How many children do I
10.
have? Zero. I have
You have
zero. I have
zero
zero. I'm gonna be
children.
honest with
I
you.
have, I
Jerry.
have 10
How
children.
about-
I have,
hey,
don't worry.
hey,
person that-
hey,
I
how many?
I have
How
10,
many?
wait, hold up. I have 10
How about you ask
I
the
have
person
10
that has a
children.
child
He has 10
and-
children.
I have 10 children, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jerry. How many uteruses do you have?
Absolutely negative.
Yeah, get
None.
fucking destroyed. So who are you to act as if you're in a position of privilege and power to speak on this issue because
who's-
you have
who's saying we're
children
in
and I don't? But then you turn around and you tell all 170 million American women and uterus owners
Robert,
that
thank you for
you
the
are in a
diamond.
position
Thank
to speak
you.
over their voices.
Thank you.
Hey, Dean, listen. The simple way to do that is, hey,
kinda cooked
if you
you,
want
bro.
random people telling your kids about sex ed and things of that nature, send them to somewhere where they do that. I will not, and if I hear about it, I'm going to go up to the school and be like, do not ever speak to
Oh,
my
so you're
child
going to be
again.
really mad of random people
Yes,
teaching your children of
yes,
what sex is and what it leads to,
100%.
but then you're not going to
Yes.
be mad at random politicians telling women what they can and can't do with their own body?
Dean, if I hear about, if my son ever comes home and says he hears anything about that, I'm going to go to the school the next day, and that teacher will either be fired or he will go to a different institution. It's that simple. I do not want any random human being telling my son about that. Period. Does that make sense to you or no?
Yeah. And what do you think about all the women and the girls watching this
My
live
wife
right
thinks
now?
the
Hey,
same
Jerry.
exact
Hey, Jerry.
thing.
Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about all the women and the girls watching this live right now
Yeah.
that are saying, I don't want this random fucking man by the name of Jerry to be voting for legislation that will infringe upon what I can and can't do with my body? How do you feel about
Joe, thank you
all
for the $5.
Americans
Thank you, Joe.
that look at
Exactly.
random fucking
Exactly.
men like yourself that are in positions of political power, then turn around and point out the fact that pro-life legislation destroys the family unit, increases rates of poverty, decreases levels
Exactly.
of education,
And Dean-
income, and decreases overall qualities of life? At the end of the day, here's the fact. The
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, you look at women who disagree with you in the context of values that they uphold, of what relationships are, what sex is, and how they engage in intimacy, because they aren't traditional like you are, and you want to punish them by saying,
No,
if they
no,
want to
absolutely
engage in
don't.
intercourse in a way
Dean.
that you want it yourself, well,
Dean.
fuck them. They don't get access to medical
Dean, you're
innovation
still
that has
rambling
now
here.
allowed all 170 million American women to make the decision if they
Dean.
want to maintain pregnancy or not, outside of just simply
Holy
remaining
smokes.
abstinent.
Dean, listen, look, I don't. You don't have to like you said. I'm just talking like
There's
this.
some people in the
calm,
chat
and
asking if
you're
I
just
really
going
have 10
on
children,
and
10
on.
kids.
Look, listen, Dean.
Yes, I really have 10
The
children.
easiest way to do it is to defederalize
Jessica, thank you
it
for the
and make it
$3
go
in child
state to
support.
state.
Thank you.
That is the easiest way to get things passed in our government today. Now, you might not agree with that, and you might not think, hey, that's the best way for it to go, but that's how it is. I have more local voice than I do federal voice, and that's just period. I don't care who you ask or who you talk to.
Yeah, but when we overturn Roe v. Wade and put that legislation back down to the states and then see the 22 Republican states take that voice away from all the women that live in them, how do you think they feel? You're talking about how comfortable you are with your voice being heard at your local level. What do you have to say about the women that live in those Republican states where their voice isn't heard at their local
guess
level?
what? Guess
Because
what?
their local level has determined, because of the men that live within it, that they can't have access to health care and that they are forcefully having their rights to bodily autonomy and bodily integrity infringed upon.
I'll answer. Look, listen.
Leon, thank you so much
guess
for the
what?
$3.35.
Guess
Thank you so
what I
much.
would
And
do
Crystal,
if I
thank you for
didn't
the
like how my
$10 for
local
taking
state
care of
was
those
at.
babies.
No,
Because
let's hear it. Let's hear it. I'm cooking. Also,
listen,
Cheyenne, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the
Wait,
11K. Thank you for the
y'all-
$1 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
Listen, are y'all anti 2A?
Am I anti-2A?
Like, it depends on your interpretation.
Okay, we'll just say like moderately yes, moderately no, yes, no, like just.
What's this
yeah,
pivot?
I'm against it.
Okay, so you're,
I
so you're
actually have a
against it.
question for you.
So guess
If
what?
you knew that, do you
if I
support
lived
gun
in
control?
a state, if I lived in a state that was anti 2A, I would pack my things the very next
When
day.
I say
and
anti-2A,
start-
that doesn't mean that I think that every single pew should be taken away. That's not my
Right.
view.
No. I'm not. I didn't think you did.
That just
I'm
means
saying-
that just means
hey,
that
I've-
the 2A doesn't really
What I would
show
do
that.
is I would
But
migrate.
Kayla, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo.
Hey.
Thank you so much, Kayla.
Yeah,
I
go
appreciate
ahead,
the
go ahead.
$50.
I
Can we
wanna
get some
wrap-
W's for Kayla in the comment section right now. Thank you.
I want to
ahead.
wrap this back into the conversation that we were having about access to abortion.
Okay.
If you knew that gun control, such as banning AR-15s, would further serve to protect and save the lives of children, would you support it?
Sorry. Wait. Would I support what exactly?
If banning AR-15s definitely led to more children lives being saved, would you support it?
If banning, I mean, if it is a direct stat, I don't think that we can really we could. I mean, I feel
Yeah,
like
so
that's
what
kind
I'm
of
hearing is no. So I'm going to tell you how hypocritical this is. You are saying that because pro-life legislation infringing upon women's right to bodily autonomy will save the lives of these invaluable fucking cellular life forms we call fetuses, we should infringe upon it. But regardless of the fact that stricter gun control laws, banning AR-15, red flag laws, better background checks, etc., would save the lives of children, we shouldn't infringe upon your right to own one. Isn't it absolutely hilarious how you only care about that life form when it's in the womb, and taking rights away to save the lives of those
Dean.
humans only serves as a detriment to women, only serves as a detriment to people with
I hear
uteruses,
you.
and doesn't serve as a detriment to you because you have a penis?
Look, Dean. We'll circle back to what I just said, buddy. If I was in a place that they didn't agree with that, guess what I would do? Me and my wife would start looking for homes the very next evening, the very next day. We
Dude,
would
you're just
move.
assuming everyone can do that is crazy.
Yeah, I know, but guess
Well,
what?
why don't you just say we should have
couldn't do
federal
that years
protections
ago.
for this?
Listen, I couldn't do that.
Why don't you
years
just say
ago,
we
but
should have
guess what I
federal? Wait,
did?
would you
I
say
went
this?
to work.
Wait. Do you think interracial marriage should be up to the states? Do you think an interracial couple should just have to move in order to get married?
In what state Please tell me what state this.
No,
said
no.
you
Do you
cannot
think it
get-
should be left up to the
No,
states?
please tell me what state.
Answer the question.
said that.
Answer the
Parker,
question. Do you
Why
thi-
would I?
You're not under. It's a hypothetical, dude. Are you
Okay,
not
so
able to
answer
think
my hypothetical. Do
hypothetically?
I think it should be no.
Hey, real
So
quick.
no, it shouldn't. So okay, it shouldn't be left to the states. Why should abortion be left up to the states?
Hey, real quick, Arion, thank you so much for the
Because you have-
$25 on
because you
Venmo.
have
I
a
appreciate you
better-
for the love. And
Sorry,
Teresa,
wait for
thank you
him.
for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W Arion and W Teresa in that comment section. I apologize for interrupting you, Jerry.
No, you're
I
fine,
can't
buddy.
wait for you to respond to Parker's
good.
question so I could grill you harder.
Okay, look, Dean, just relax, bro. Like me and Parker have a civil conversation. You come in here just yelling it. Just relax. I can hear you, bro. I can hear you perfectly fine. I promise you. You're getting your points across. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but I'm just giving you my viewpoint and how we look at it. You know what I mean? That's all I can do.
Oh, hey,
I don't say
you're
you have to agree
losing.
with-
You're losing. Wait, are you saying that you're losing a place where you feel safe? Maybe you should follow your own logic and go to a different live.
What?
You're telling the women to move to a different state if they want access to abortion. If you feel like you're losing your safe space on the live because I'm too
No, I'm
passionate
not.
for you,
No, you're
maybe you
good.
should move to a different live.
Yeah, no. You're good, Dean. You can.
Oh, but you want to
I know.
stay here
So-
because it would be inconvenient for you to move. What do you have to say about the women who don't want to shell out thousands of dollars for packing up their shit, buying a new house, selling theirs, and moving to another state? What do you have to say about that? How inconvenient is that for the women?
I mean, guess what? If we needed to be in that situation, guess what me and my wife would do? I already answered this earlier.
Oh, crazy. See, all of a sudden, you want to feel like you have a safe space where you're at right now,
No,
just
listen.
like all the women in the 22 states that have
Dean.
receded access to abortion or banned it outright
Dean.
want to be able to stay where they are and have the same access to healthcare as women in California, as women in Colorado, as women
Dean.
in Virginia. See, this is why the reinstitution of Roe v. Wade, protecting the access to healthcare of all 170
Dean.
million American women, is of
I've heard the
utmost
bill. You've
vital
said it
importance,
15
and
times,
this is
buddy.
why we need to re-elect Harris.
Dean, listen. If that happened to me, if that hypothetical situation happened to me, and I was in a place where I could not have a child, I would walk 30 steps out to my vehicle, get
Dude,
in,
this
and
guy.
we would go to a place where that is legal. It's very simple. Does that
Okay,
make
so
sense?
again, would you say the same thing if it were the case that you were referencing interracial marriage, or
No,
you
no,
were
no,
referencing
it would be the
women's
same
right to
thing.
vote, or you were referencing any of these other fundamental basic rights?
No,
What you're
Parker.
doing is you're saying it's okay to take away these fundamental rights in certain states as it relates to abortion, but
Mm-hmm.
not as it relates to other fundamental rights. And that's what I see to be hypocritical.
No, Parker. So it would be the same thing. Say, God forbid, somebody in my family was diagnosed with, let's say, cancer, and guess what? We would not try to get healthcare here. We would travel to a different state where they provided better healthcare, and
I
they
think
had
there should be
better-
universal access to healthcare.
Yeah. Even if it is universal, or the hospitals here are not like at the same grade as the ones are in Atlanta or in Texas or some of these bigger states. Does
Well, I
that make
believe
sense?
that we should build hospitals that are better. In those
It
places.
doesn't work
I'm
that
not
way.
disputing that. Again, what we're talking about is what we think should be the case. Persian
Yeah,
Galaxy,
yeah.
thank you so much. Do you think someone
in a
should
perfect
receive?
world, in a perfect world, yeah.
Listen. Do you think someone should receive not as good health care just because of where they live?
No, absolutely not. but
That's exactly
right.
what we're talking about here in terms of legislation. They're
know.
not going to be able to get as good of health care in terms of abortion if you specifically leave their abortion rights up to the states.
How?
Because it is the case that they have to travel to different areas to be able to get access to it.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying that's how anything is. Say
No, it's
when the
not,
president-
right?
No,
You
listen,
understand?
listen. Say when
We
the
have plenty
president
of
gets
fundamental rights protected federally across the board.
sick. When the president gets sick, does he go to his local MEA or does he travel to a specialized hospital, the one that all the other presidents travel to?
I'm not advocating that
Do they?
you traveling is somehow like traveling is, if necessary, would obviously make sense.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey Jerry, this is not fucking necessary. You're not listening. I'm literally specifically telling you. Do I need to talk louder for you to understand?
No.
Okay, so what the fuck did I just say?
Hey, Jerry,
it's
what would be?
necessary.
I have a question for you. Also, Michelle, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Michelle. So you're talking about if you needed healthcare, you'd pack up your shit, get in your car, and drive to a state with better healthcare. What would be optimal? Having to drive to better healthcare, or having it right there in your local area?
Oh, yeah, dude. Like, if I lived in a fantasy world, it would be great to have it in my backyard. But that's not life. That's not how life works.
No. It's not how life
wish
works.
I wish it
Particularly,
was.
it's not how life works. Particularly because in 2016, individuals such as yourself elected Donald Trump to be our president,
Yeah.
and then he elected 3 officials to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. That is
Yeah.
how life worked until we saw this motherfucker enter into the White House. And I think it's absolutely abominable for you to say that, well, well, it is simply pragmatically impossible for women to have this access to healthcare where they live when it is anything but that. You don't know how to defend the pro-life worldview. You don't know how to make your misogyny any more blatant. So you just have to say that it's impossible to give women the rights that they deserve, when in all reality, it is the exact opposite of that, Jerry.
Okay. Well,
You just
all
muted.
right, I didn't mean to mute. Okay, so what? My son's listening to like a show and it's loud. So also, I feel like we've been on this conflict for a minute. Let's kind of move on to something else. We'll just say we'll agree to disagree on that. We'll never agree. Y'all are pro-life. I'm pro-life. Y'all are pro-choice. Okay, we'll just say that. Okay, we disagree on that topic.
Yeah,
That's
you
fine.
want to restrict women's access to their bodies, whereas we don't.
No.
Yet
I
you
just
at
feel
the
like it
same
should be state
time.
regulated.
Yeah,
I
you at
don't-
the same
I think it should be
time
state regulated.
don't want to restrict access to particular weapons that would
Parker,
reduce the likelihood
Parker,
of kids dying.
Jessica,
No.
thank you for the $10 on
Parker, say
Venmo
it how
for
it is.
straight up
Don't
cooking,
say-
Jerry. I appreciate you for the
No,
love, Jessica.
Don't say I want to be legal. I want it to be
Sarah, thank you for the
state-regulated.
$10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sarah.
I believe I'm Republican.
So why are you
Republican. I
pro-life?
believe in smaller federal government at all costs. Smaller federal
At
government.
all,
all
costs
costs?
is
Yes.
crazy.
At all costs,
Yes.
truly.
Thank you,
So
everyone.
yeah.
Bitch face.
So do you?
Federal
So
government.
if,
He doesn't
if you
believe
were,
that. We already
The
went
more
over how
the
he didn't believe
government
that
is
today.
involved-
so if you were
With
alive in the
life,
year,
the
if
worse
you
it
were
is.
alive, if you were alive in the year 1915, would you advocate for women's right to vote to be federally protected, or would you advocate for a smaller government at all costs?
I would advocate for a smaller government always. I want to be governed less.
you say you would advocate for women's right to vote to be left up to the states.
I never said that. I said I would be.
What if it
Wait,
was your
so
right to
smaller
vote?
government?
wait,
what
you
if
said
it-
at all costs.
What if it was your right to vote, What if it was your right to vote, Jerry? Yeah. What if we lived in a society where men were systemically
talking about
oppressed?
voting.
No.
We're talking about smaller federal government.
Jerry, stop. What if we lived in a society where men were systemically oppressed and states wanted to introduce legislation to forcefully give men vasectomies? Would you advocate for federal legislation to stop states from forcefully giving men vasectomies?
Bro, we're not going to that hypothetical situation that will never
Answer my
happen.
question.
No,
Would
we're
you
not doing
advocate
that.
for federal legislation to stop states from electing officials that would forcefully give men vasectomies?
Dude, I'm not doing the hypothetical situation, bro.
Well, I
If
am,
you don't
Jerry.
engage in
critical
hypotheticals,
thought.
then you're just not
Okay.
engaging in debate. You're
No,
you're not critical thinking.
let's engage in
What if
facts. I
your
wanna
right?
go
What
through
if
more
your right to
facts.
vote was on the chopping block? What if
Okay.
your state wanted to take
Whose
away
right to
all
vote's on the
men's?
chopping block?
What if your state wanted
Whose
to
right
take
to
away?
vote is on the chopping block?
Listen, Jerry, to what I'm saying.
Okay.
What if there's no federal protections for men's right to vote, and your state wanted to ban the ability for all men to vote? Would you advocate for federal protection for men's right to vote?
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Bro, he didn't say that same thing with women.
Yeah, so when it
That's
pertains
so
to you, you
crazy.
care. When it pertains to anyone that lives an experience outside of your shoes, you don't care. This shows that you lack empathy. This shows that you lack intellect. And this shows that you are an invaluable voter in our democracy. And this is why me and Parker host these lives, to get you to self-reflect, recognize your faults, and grow as a person. You are getting grilled in front of 8,000 people on live.
Buddy, I'm not getting grilled at all.
Maybe this should be telling of you to take a step in the right direction and become a better person.
Okay,
Hold
okay.
yourself accountable.
All right, so let's go into the next step about the Project 2025. He also wants to cut corporate income tax and reduce it to 18%, helping business owners. Do you agree or disagree with that? Do you agree that our businesses?
I don't think we should have it at 18% now.
What?
I think that much. Thank you
it
so
needs
much.
to be higher.
Yeah, of course.
You
I
want
think
business owners to be taxed, to be punished.
I
Yeah.
want there to be a higher corporate tax as it relates to like what Nordic countries have.
So do you not agree with like what was America built on? What was the reason we started America? What was the reason that we came here?
Well, there's colonization,
Taxation
and
without
I don't
representation,
care. So I really, you're
Taxation.
referencing taxation without representation, but I don't give a shit what the original founding fathers wanted. They wanted a state that literally just had protection of rights for white property owners who were men. So like, what
And-
the fuck would I care?
No, because that is what our country was built on, was taxation without representation. You remember the Boston
Yeah,
Tea
you
Party?
understand that you're represented.
No, do you remember the
have
Boston Tea
democracy.
Party?
You understand that
What
Trump's
they-
trying to undermine our democracy, and you're okay with him?
No, he's trying to help business owners by cutting and reducing.
No, he's
his
trying to
income.
undermine our American democracy. He quite literally tried to overthrow the government. I hope you know that.
So
trying to get
cutting
Mike Pence to not
18%?
certify the election results.
send
Wait,
fake
hold on.
electors to
Can
the
we talk about
Electoral
this?
College and
The,
during the
the,
2020
the income
election?
the income tax it will be reduced to 18% for business owners. Is that a good thing or bad thing?
I just told you, right? Again, can you name one country
It's a
around
bad
the world?
thing?
Can you listen? Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Can you name
okay.
one? Can you name one? Can you name one country around the world that has that particular tax rate that leads to better particular conditions for the average person?
Wait, can you? Sorry, the question was kind of weirdly worded. What did you say?
Is this a corporate tax rate?
Yeah,
Yes.
correct.
Can you name one? Yeah, can you name one place where the corporate tax rate that is it's actually 15% what Trump is proposing? That
18.
specifically
I'll have it pulled up.
it's 15. Trump said
No,
15.
no. Actually, it's not.
You're
It's
talking
15.
about Project
it's a,
2025?
It's a 15 flat tax
Trump
for the
said
income.
15.
No, buddy, I'm looking at it, Parker. It is 15% flat tax for the people for the income of their homes. It is 18 for corporations.
No,
Yes.
he said 15 for corporations. You wanted to move from
Oh,
21
I wish I
to
could
15.
cut my camera on and show you.
Sarah,
I'm on,
thank you so much for the $10.
I'm
Thank
on
you so much.
JoeBiden.com looking at Project 2025.
JoeBiden.com?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That is the exact thing I'm on. I'm at Project 2025, JoeBiden.com. Scroll down to where it says 18% corporate income tax. This is
Chelsea, thank you for the
this is what
$20
your-
and the
that is
25
what
cents
your
on Venmo.
old president
I
was
appreciate
running
you for the
on.
love. Let's get some W Chelsea's in the chat for the $20 and the 25 cents. Thank you so much for the love. And Marissa, thank you so much for the $10. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $10.
And
So
I
you
with
can
the
go. You can
$3,
go. This is
Ruben
from
with
the tax.
$3. Thank
This
you
is from
all.
the tax foundation. He proposed a 15% corporate income tax rate.
Okay, what I'm reading on this article here
From
says
Tax
18.
Foundation.
But it does
I
say,
can send you another one if you'd like.
but a little bit lower. It does say 15% tax for income homes, and I do agree
Yeah,
with
dude.
that.
This is what you're not understanding, right? You're specifically thinking about not about the tax policy that Trump has recently proposed. You're associating it to be all just Project 2025. And this is why I tell people that yes, Project 2025 is affiliated with Trump, but it doesn't mean everything he's proposed is specifically the exact same.
No, but you don't agree with 2025. I've watched your live. You
Yeah,
hate
no
it.
shit. I disagree
hate
with
it.
both of them.
How? I'm reading all these things, and you haven't like just straight up disagree with anything except the abortion thing.
Dude, Jerry, I've given you vast disagreements on that. You just didn't listen. Okay?
You said
Respectfully, you didn't listen.
you said that people
Again,
that
I
aren't
asked
doing
you if
their
there's a
jobs should
single.
be-
I asked you if there's a single country around the world that you'd relate to that specifically has this corporate income tax that has led to that because of their corporate income tax has led to better outcomes for their people.
I don't know.
And
I'm
you
not.
couldn't
I'm
mention
not-
a single one.
Yeah. I'm not like well rounded in other countries and their corporate income tax rates.
Well,
but
then how
I
do you
am-
know this is an effective corporate income tax rate?
Well, because like put it this way, when companies are taxed less, they can hire more employees, they can pay more overtime, they can offer more bonuses. So that puts more money in the middle class people's pockets because these corporate owners
So you're
have
thinking
more money
you're
to
thinking
give the
trickle down
employees.
economics. So I can show you trickle down economics specifically since the 80s has led to worse conditions for workers in this respect that wages have not increased with productivity when prior they did.
Okay. Well,
You want
we'll
me to
just
show you?
No, I'll disagree with you. We'll say that cutting corporate income tax does not
I
help.
think it's
workers.
better for you to see. So
And
if we're
then-
going to talk about you're specifically saying trickle down economics.
Okay.
Prior
let me
to
go.
1980s, look how it was increasing with productivity. These two lines are the same, and then after they
I
split.
can't even. So what's the bottom line that's going down? Where it's the 113%? What's this say?
Wages.
That's average wages.
Okay.
This is productivity. The dark line is productivity. You see how they're together and then they separate?
So you're just saying paying people more is less productive?
Dude, oh my god, man. The,
No, I'm
the
asking,
wages
but I'm not-
wages have not increased with productivity when prior they did.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So, okay, that's fine. Okay. We'll say that that's not a big thing, and we'll agree on that topic. Also agree with borrowers should expect to repay their loans. This is in 2025. All these people that took out hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I'm done talking to this guy. I don't want to talk about Project 2020. I want to talk about like what specifically Trump is saying, right? Like what is Trump advocating? Why are you voting for Trump? I don't want to hear random fucking things listed on that.
I like the
Respectfully.
abortion topic.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because you guys are sitting here and I've been listening to you guys talk about democracy. You guys tell me what you think your version of democracy is. Because you say Trump's trying to take away democracy because he's trying to overthrow the government, correct?
Yes, totally.
Okay. What is
110%.
democracy?
What'd you say?
What is democracy?
Well, we're talking about representative democracy, or we
I'm talking
specifically.
about democracy and what the founding fathers thought
Christian Dad
democracy.
Mustache, thank you so much. I don't care what the founding fathers thought.
should care
I believe in a representative
What is
democracy.
democracy? What is democracy? Who makes a democracy? Is it the
It
government?
depends on what type of democracy you're
Is it the
referencing.
people-
Democracy,
Is it the people that vote for the? Is it the people that actually vote for the elected officials that go into? Is that a form of democracy?
yeah, that is representative democracy.
Absolutely. So you're saying Trump is trying to overthrow the government because the government wants complete control. That's not how it works. That's not a democracy.
No, he wants complete control, even though he didn't get properly elected.
Yeah, can we maybe fill you in about a couple
How
of things
does
he did in
Trump want
2020 real quick?
complete
Why
control?
we'd say he's trying to overthrow our government?
How does Trump want complete control?
Okay, well, I mean, we could look at
A
what he did-
democratic republic and a constitutional republic and a representative democracy are quite literally compatible. But yeah, go for it, Dean.
Yeah, so just a couple things Trump did here in 2020. So, I mean, first of all, he denied the outcome of the election with no sufficient reason. Okay, he was proven wrong in 60 courts. There was no evidence that he was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown. Still thinks he won. But specifically during that time, he tried to get his VP, Mike Pence, to not certify the results of the election. In fact, Mike Pence is on record saying that Trump wanted Mike Pence to put him above the U.S. Constitution. Something else Trump did. He sent fake electorates to the Electoral College to cast votes in his favor. He's on record saying this court documents he's seeking immunity for it alongside Rudy Giuliani and a couple other Republicans. That's a fact. And these actions are contrary to our democracy, are contrary to liberalism and the peaceful possession and passing over of power, right? Because he tried to thwart that, he tried to stop it, and he tried to hang on to it for himself, even though our representative democracy voted him out. And that is why we say that he's a threat to our democracy and he tried to overrule our government.
Well, it's not to say he's a threat to democracy. You can sit here and say, okay, he did not like the terms and how the election went, right? Okay. I think there's a lot of people that disagree with how the election went. You can sit here and say, well, we have facts, and there's plenty of facts showing other
It's not
things.
just disagreeing with it. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results and sent fake electors.
Where does he send fake electors? Where do you see that at?
Sure, yeah, I'll get you the particular court documents for it, as well as the names, as well as where they're from.
For sure. Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah.
Like the way you try to pull your information from. But
they're
Yeah, so
court
you
documents.
say that he goes against democracy, but what the Democratic Party has just done now by switching up from Biden to Harris, who they supported,
That's not going against democracy. She's a VP.
how is that? How is that not?
She's a VP.
They just told everybody
If
months
Joe Biden just died,
months before, years before, when they put Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee back in 2020, said this man is capable to run the country.
things can change over time. You understand? Listen, you understand this. Listen, it's not that he's not capable to. It's not that he's not capable.
2 weeks ago, Kamala Harris said that she stands by Trump. I mean, by Biden, supports Biden. He's healthy and he's able to do the job. How come now all of a sudden it's not?
So he's.
You're
so
telling
he's-
me in 2 weeks, and you and Dean and Parker, even you all flipped the script that quickly as well. Now all of a sudden you're here for I'm voting for Harris.
We don't bow.
Biden.
Wait, sorry, we don't bow to the person. We support the platform. That's the difference.
Well, that's what. Okay, what platform? What are they? What is Harris going to do for us? How is it going to benefit us?
I mean, first of all, why don't we go
They've
ahead and
been
look
in
at what,
office and
It's
look
just
at the
he
last-
keeps speaking, bro. Shut up. If you ask a question, be quiet. Don't just fucking ask 3 million questions. Think of the cap.
Well, see, this is also against the form of democracy of having freedom of speech and be able to talk.
Freedom of speech. I'm giving you a platform to speak on my platform. That's not against freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is the government. Are you actually serious? Me cutting you off on my private platform is not the government free speech.
Parker, I
Thank
would
the community.
never
Thank you for the
go
crowns.
to you. I would never go to you and tell you to shut up, even if we were speaking in person, because that's.
I
just
don't
not-
give a shit. Respectfully, bro. Respectfully, I don't care.
Well, how are you ever going to communicate with somebody, try to get good dialogue with somebody if you're just going to be rude like that?
Bro, you literally keep asking questions. You're not letting everyone speak, bro. Look at that mustache. I can mute you, dude. This is my platform. You're going to engage in a conversation. It's not going to be you just like saying a million things. Respectfully.
You can't say respectfully and then tell me to shut up and then you don't give a fuck. You can't.
Yeah, deal with it.
Okay. This is why you guys will have a hard time ever seeing eye to eye, whether you don't have to. You don't ever have to see eye to eye, but you will never get along with people that see differently from you because you're just automatically going to tell them to shut the fuck up.
Have you watched?
I don't. I literally engage in conversations where we don't do that.
So I mean, I think that like viewers
Leave the cap.
of my stream, Parker stream, like I mean, kind of know that we are here to engage in like legitimately good conversation. I think what will often happen is individuals such as yourself will come up in here, make particular assertions, ask us questions, we'll attempt to answer to your assertions and your questions, and then you'll just rudely deny our responses, not give any reason why, or just straight up interrupt us while we're trying to have a two-way conversation.
No, he's like
It's
asking
steamroll.
questions, and then he's just like, I'm trying to answer them, and then he just like keeps talking. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, is this a conversation, or am I talking to an NPC here that's non-interactable?
Right, and that's kind of what you're doing right now. Like, you're just not really engaging in a two-way conversation, so obviously Parker's going to get upset.
Okay, I'm waiting for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what is she going to do for the country? She specifically passed with Biden the largest investment in renewable energy ever. She's expanded veterans health care to over 1 million people, greater health care, specifically for access to people for health care for people who are exposed to burn pits and toxic substances abroad. The Chips and Science Act, which is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, right, which creates manufacturing jobs in the United States. The infrastructure bill, right, the $35 cap on insulin, right, for seniors. These are all great pieces of legislation. Those are things that she and Biden have already done, right, that they're going to continue into the future. They're going to codify Roe versus Wade, right? They're going to bring back the right for everyone to have access to an abortion in the United States. That's what they're going to do. They're going to advocate for expanding access to childcare, expanding the ACA, right? Those are things that benefit people. The child tax credit, bringing it up to the 2021 version that is $300 a month, which reduced child poverty by 50%. Right, keeping the tax cuts for people who make under $400,000 a year, while increasing taxes for people who make over $400,000 a year. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
I mean, that sounds great if it all happens. You talk about veterans and how they helped out with the veterans health care, right?
The PACT Act, greatness. Do you agree with that? Do you think that was good? Investing $800 million into veteran healthcare benefits, expanding benefits to over 1 million veterans. Was that a,
Thank
was
you
that
for
a
the
good
$5.
idea?
Thank you.
It's a great thing, but where do you see that that's actually happened?
Within the VA healthcare system, benefits have already been expanded.
I'm
The
a
investment has already been made.
I'm a veteran myself,
Handicap.
and it's been harder to go through the VA since they've been in office.
So
tell me-
actually, well, that could be specific, hyper-specific to your region, because VA wait times have actually decreased due to the PACT Act.
Okay, so hyper to my region. So what regions are doing the best?
I would have to look at the regions. I'm just telling you that like wait times have literally decreased, right, since the PACT Act has been like funded to this degree. So the fact that you would be getting higher wait times would have to be specific to a particular region, because on average they decreased.
Okay, like I said.
Did you file a claim? Are you a part of the PACT Act?
Am I?
Yeah.
For the burn pits?
Yeah, and then toxic substances abroad.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about overall. I'm not talking about the PACT Act. I get what you guys are talking about. You're talking about the PACT Act. I think the PACT Act is a great thing, but I'm talking about the VA overall. I'm not talking about just the PACT Act and dealing with the poisonous chemicals or dealing with the burn
So,
pits.
okay, well, we want to expand access to health care. What did Donald Trump do for that?
Hey, wokeness is cancer. I invited you to come up. You should really consider joining. Wokeness is cancer. The person
First
that
question
said,
I would ask them is, what does woke mean?
Well, they said in the chat, a used-up fleshlight will never be president. Right, so I
That's so insane.
yeah, I sent you an invite. Wokeness is cancer. You should join. Don't run.
Well, I don't agree with anybody coming in and coming to you guys. And I get it. People don't agree with what you all are doing, but I will never come in here and completely be 100% rude to you guys and say you're it's you guys have every right in doing what you're doing. I think what you guys are doing is great. At the same time, I think you all need to open up the door a little bit. You were just telling the other gentleman that that they're going to go back and reflect on themselves and the decisions that they're making. But at the same time, I think there's some things that you two gentlemen you can do as well. There's
Did you hear what he said? He said that women's right to vote shouldn't be federally protected.
I get it. there's a lot of things that people say that don't make sense. I look at the comments, and there's a lot of people in here saying hateful things to me, and they don't even know me. They call me a crybaby. I haven't cried once.
I mean, you've been kind of deflecting from engaging in conversation with us about why particularly you think Trump is a better presidential nominee than Harris, and you've more so just been telling us what you think is wrong with our characters in a very
No, it's
complaining
better. It's
manner.
better. One, our economy was way better. He did take care of our veterans. The border was way better secured, and these are things that actually are a problem.
Okay, yeah, really, do you think that we
Yeah,
currently have a crisis
everybody,
at the
you guys
southern
are
border?
talking about. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border today?
Yes, I do. Have you ever been to the southern border, Dean?
Okay, well, does this mean that you also think we had a crisis under Trump's presidency? Because we have the same amount of daily crossings now as we had at the end of Trump's.
At the end of Trump's.
Yep. We didn't have it earlier because Trump stopped 2 bipartisan border bills from passing through the House and the Senate by calling the Republican lawmakers and telling them to vote against it. He even said at one of his rallies that if the border bills failed, to blame it on him.
Okay, that's taking accountability. Would that not be taking accountability if it failed?
Yeah, like
No,
Trump.
he said it failed because of him. That means that he's specifically admitting to making it worse.
I don't know why he would say that. It was just so stupid of him to say. Like, really. I mean, good thing he did, so you don't have a hard time, detailing to you exactly how he's in the wrong.
Have you all been to the border, and do you believe that you're saying that the border crisis is the same for the 4 years that Trump was in office?
No. What we're saying is,
literally
if you think there's a border crisis right now, well, then there has to be a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration, even though you didn't consider there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Because due to the new Biden executive order, it decreased border crossings by 40%. It has brought us up to the same daily crossings as what was under specifically the end of Trump's administration.
The border crossings have not decreased by 40%.
Okay, well, they
Have you
did.
been down to the border, any of you, Parker or Dean?
That's not relevant. We're giving you the
relevant.
numbers from
It
the
is relevant. If you've never
THS
been down there and seen
and the White
what's
House
done.
executives.
Okay. Yep, well, I'm going to believe everything that comes out.
You're going to
from-
believe the facts,
Well,
yeah.
Hey,
No, I'm going to believe what I see.
People are like, why is this country so divided? Because you don't believe evidence. You literally
like-
just be like, oh, dude, I wore a seatbelt, and a seatbelt from that I wore hurt me. Therefore, right, I'm not going to ever wear a seatbelt again, even though it reduces the likelihood of me being hurt because the seatbelt hurt me.
yeah, I just want to ask you this question. Do you think that we currently have a bad man in the Oval Office?
A bad man?
Yeah, a bad president in the Oval Office?
Yeah, you worded that. Words have meaning. You can't say bad man. Do I think we have a bad president? Yes. I'm not going to say he's a bad man.
Have you ever been to the Oval Office?
So you're twisting that now, right? Have
Well, I mean,
to
if
the Oval Office?
you've never been
I've
in
been
the
to the
Oval
White
Office,
House,
so
but I've
how do
never
you know
been to the
that?
Oval Office. No, but I've been to the White House. Yes.
You've never been in the Oval Office, so how do you know that we have a bad president in the Oval Office?
That's nice how you're twisting that, Dean. That's
I mean, do you see what we're doing here? Because it's like the way that you'd evaluate that we have a bad president is by looking at the outcomes of his presidency, looking at these relevant figures, and evaluating how they would compare to, like, say, Trump's. And that's essentially what you're doing here, and that's what you're trying to argue. But, like, see, that's the same thing that we're doing with the border. Like, no, we haven't personally been to the border, but we could look at the amount of daily crossings. We could look at the amount of encounters, et cetera. Like that's what we're doing. Like, that's just how we be reasonable, rational humans that critically think. Like, we don't need to go to the border to know what happens there.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys allowing me to come in. I just want to tell you guys, hey, I don't think what you're doing is wrong. I think that there should be both people here, both sides, looking at each other and going, hey, yes, there are the things that are 100% wrong on the right or left, however you want to look at it. But don't use your platform to just knock down guys on some shit that they truly believe. That's not how this works. And I know you guys know that. I know that you guys understand that you guys want to come on here and pick apart whatever a person that's voting for Trump or somebody who doesn't see your views. I get it. You want to just blast them? Go ahead and do it. If that makes you feel good at the end of the day, go ahead and do it. All I'm saying is, if you're going to bring people in to talk about this and wonder why they're voting for Trump or why they see views a little bit differently, try to have a little bit of an open mind to it.
Yeah, you're just assuming we don't have an open mind because of what reason?
It's just funny hearing that sentence come out of your mouth, but hey.
Okay. Oh, you guys have a good day.
Okay, so no response. Good job.
Have a good one.
Incredible, dude. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get up to 750,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely. Look at my name, bro.
And why so?
I think, first of all,
Jacob, think of the $1.25. Thank you, Jacob.
I want to get out the way that we're probably just going to have a lot of fundamental differences. I think a lot of the people y'all talk to don't necessarily understand why they're Republicans. They just, it's kind of crowd mentality.
Sure. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Yeah, absolutely, man. He doubled the standard deduction. That was huge, right?
That was within the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which predominantly speaking went to rich people in this country. It didn't predominantly speaking go to the middle class. So you can't ignore that if you're going to reference the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Well, sure you can, right? Because
no, you can't.
You doubled the child tax credit. Is that only affecting rich people?
So the child tax credit's going to be even more the 2021 version under the Harris administration. That's what they're advocating for.
Yeah,
Look,
and also, Parker particularly asked you the question if you can name a policy that benefited middle class more so than it benefited the top 1%. That policy that you just named, the tax policy, right? That benefited the top 1% more so than it benefited the middle class. So
yeah, and the thing that you
answer this
reference
question
is going to be
consensus?
even better under the Harris administration comparative to Trump. The child tax credit that we're referencing reduced child poverty by 50%.
Do you think that, what was it he proposed for the capital gains? 44, was it? 40?
Long-term capital gains, and that's for people who make like well over $1 million.
No, absolutely not. You think that somebody trading in a brokerage or an IRA, if they make a trade over a year of holding, that's not, come on, man. So you're telling me
when you make a trade, you don't particularly pay tax on it if you reinvest.
Bullshit. If I sell, dude.
No, you don't pay tax on if you reinvest.
If I take a holding that I have in my IRA,
there's a particular claim for that. You don't have to within a year of moving your money. You don't have to pay a tax if you.
That's just the cost basis, though. So you still have to pay taxes in that year off your 1099 or whatever your gain is.
No, not if you reallocate the money.
Show me that on the IRS.
I mean,
yeah.
do you invest?
So here I'd have to find that particular number. Some people said it's a 1031 exchange.
Yeah, what's like the longest running investment?
Probably my original 401k.
Because you literally, that's quite literally how it works.
Yeah, have you ever paid capital gains tax on your 401k?
Well, no, that's tax deferred.
Okay. So like I don't know. It's like I've had some money in like stocks since I turned 18. I haven't paid capital gains on it because I haven't taken it out of the brokerage account. It's kind of how it works.
So, but y'all think that given that y'all say you sell it 5 years from now, you think that that's a fair rate? Because you're gonna obviously y'all are young men.
What rate?
Right?
Sorry, say it again.
So y'all are young men, right? How old are you, Parker?
22.
Okay, so 40 years from now you'll retire, right? Doesn't sound like a real number, but it is. When you get to that point, capital gains tax of 40. What was it? 44% that you proposed?
Dude, for over what income? In a year span.
That doesn't matter when you become a retiree.
Oh, come on. Yes, it does, dude. If you're talking about like fucking $5 million a year, right? Obviously,
yeah, but I'm talking about the money that you accumulate for your retirement over time, right?
You don't have to take it all out in a year.
Well, I'm not saying that you do, but anything you take out, 44%.
Yeah. So if you don't have a capital gain at over $1 million a year in takeout, obviously you're not going to be paying that extraordinarily higher rate. And also, again, why are we okay with saying that for income tax, but we're not okay with saying it for capital gains?
Well, I mean, that's why I said we're probably going to have fundamental differences, right? Because
wait, no, but that just sounds like you're specifically setting up the tax policy to benefit rich people.
Well, I mean, dude, the whole goal
capital gains are going to apply to rich people more.
Well, sure, it'll definitely skew that way. But you're advocating for, if you're talking about a little guy who gets ahead and people who do that.
No, this is not a little guy that gets ahead. This is millions of dollars.
Well, I'm not negating. You're absolutely right that the 1% and the top probably 10% benefit from that more than anybody. But when you build taxes,
yes, I'm okay with increasing taxes on Hassan Piker. Yes.
What'd you say?
Yes, I'm okay with increasing taxes on Hassan Piker.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at least you're consistent.
Yes, I'm okay with increasing taxes on people who make millions of dollars a year.
By the way,
So-
Parker,
so let me ask you that
I'm gonna head
question.
out
So-
here in 7 minutes. So just want to let you know.
Okay, for sure. Man.
So this can go to both you, Dean and Parker. So what becomes too much, like with annual income for you? Like where do you think the cut? Because clearly any Democrat in actual fundamentals is going to say there becomes a point where you're making too much and you can give back 60, 70, whatever it is. So what would be that line for you?
What's too much? Well, when you say too much, what do you mean? Like
Just income.
when someone's got
talk
millions
about
of
income
dollars
tax.
a year, they can obviously pay for extra taxes. When someone's
Right, but
making
let's talk about-
$150,000 a year,
450 that they start the top
400.
income tax.
I thought it was 400.
It's probably
Was it
400
400?
around that. Or
Okay.
it might be 450. It might be like 500 something. But I would keep it going up. Someone
So,
making
no, but I'm
2 million
asking,
should
you're
be a
cool-
higher
you're
rate
cool
than
with
someone
30
making fucking 500,000.
You're cool with 35% on somebody making 450,
Oh,
Oh
absolutely.
my gosh, that's it. Are you?
but in the
Pretty-
form of income tax, because you know
Yeah.
the difference between regressive and progressive taxes, right? Because you're still paying other taxes, so it's not just ending at the income, right? Because then you're paying property, you're paying sales, you're right. So by the end of it, if you're proposing a 40, let's just say 40%, right, on income for somebody at that rate, you're getting hammered for like 60 by the end of it, assuming you own property. And you think for the majority of the people that have worked,
60? No, you're not
there-
paying 60 unless you live in like California. And even in California, you pay like 57% of the
That's true too, because you know you have a state income tax, but
Yeah, dude.
some states don't, right? So, but you're still going to where you don't. That's offset. You just go to a place like Texas. They have a sales tax of probably 10%.
So if we didn't have to leave it up to the states and we had broader access to health care, well, then California wouldn't have to have such a high state income tax. Places like California, places like New York. It's in order to take care of the constituents.
But y'all are okay. Are you good? So you would want a blanket tax to remove some of those regressive taxes, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I'm okay with getting rid of. I want to get rid of regressive taxes. I want more of the tax burden to be on people who are wealthier.
So you would be cool with a higher income tax overall, but eliminating the property and sales tax, and because that seems to be the theme of the modern.
I'd be
Democrat.
okay with. Well, I wouldn't be okay with eliminating property tax. Obviously, property can apply to like people who have like extremely valuable properties.
But what about just like the local?
Yeah, if you
Suburb
just have like
house.
I wouldn't.
But then how do you keep the school systems going? Does that all fall on the Fed now?
Yeah, I think it being left to the property taxes is bad in the first place because then it like richer communities will get more funding for their public schools. It
Yeah,
essentially creates
I mean-
like a tier system based upon cost of
But
living.
if you do what you're talking about, it just pushes it to the private sector. They're just
No, what I'm talking about specifically gives equitable funding to districts.
No, I'm saying
across
if
the
you had
board.
a blanket federal tax and the Fed was supposed to.
I don't know what you mean by blanket federal tax here.
Hey, Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and head out for the night. I appreciate you for letting me
Alright.
come up and coast, man. Everybody in chat, I love
Appreciate
you
you, bro. Have a good night,
you.
man.
all. Of course, you as well. See everybody tomorrow.
All right,
Bye-bye.
here, Trump Lord. Do you believe the election was stolen in 2020?
No.
No. So why are you voting for someone who's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won?
So I'll do what you do. I'll start listing shit off, and you just tell me when you're tired of hearing it. Replacing NAFTA with the United States Mexico Canada deal. Thought that was a good thing. I think, like I told you, you could tell me what I said about the tax code was bad, but pulling out of the TPP.
Wait, I have a
I think-
question. You think NAFTA would have happened? Pulling out of NAFTA wouldn't have happened either way.
I think the problem is for
They would
decades.
have created the USMCA either way, likely.
Say it again.
They would have likely led to the USMCA either way. I don't know why that's like
Yeah, but who did
hyper-specific
it?
to Trump.
Who did it?
Because it happened under Trump's administration doesn't mean it would only be done by Trump. So to credit
Okay,
specifically
so-
only Trump
so
with
is
this,
that
I think is
saying-
ridiculous. Now, if
is
you
it-
want to look at the TPP, if you're talking about getting rid of tariffs, well, then why is Trump's main tax policy trying to increase tariffs, which are quite literally inflationary? 10% tariff on every good coming into the country, 60 to 100% from China, which would decrease imports from China by 85%.
Yeah, but do you understand that the TPP drove most of our higher paying trade jobs out of here? Well, not trade jobs, but manufacturer jobs.
So, wait, as it relates to that, are you for tariffs or against it?
I think it kind of has like right now in the climate we have right now, there's like obviously a place for an embargo, right?
Are you for tariffs or against it?
I think it depends on the climate.
What is a tariff?
Say it again.
What's a tariff?
What's a tariff? A tax on goods coming in.
Yeah. So, are you for tariffs or against them?
Again, I think it depends on the climate of the global stage at any given time. You can't just say they may work.
Are you for applying tariffs right now?
Right now, I think yeah.
Yeah. So what tariffs do you want?
Well, I think right now.
Why do you think they're good?
Well, I think right now you have to put pressure on people like Russia, because obviously we can't just let them move freely on a global stage with no repercussions.
I'm talking about like. Do you think a tariff on every good coming to the country is a good thing?
Oh no.
Okay, that's Trump's advocating for.
Right.
10% tariff on every good coming to the country, 60 to 100% from China. He hasn't even talked about tariffs on Russia.
Do you agree with everything that Joe or Kamala does?
No.
I had an alarm go off. Sorry. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't agree with everything.
Okay, so it's the same thing, right? I don't agree with everything one man does, but I think the things that keep me as a Republican, and it's honestly, I'll concede to you, it's not a hill that I'm going to die on over abortion, and I do think it's kind of funny that a party that's supposed to care about, limited government is willing to die on that hill. That kind of seems like a conundrum that we get caught in.
Yeah.
We want small government, but hey, no, we don't.
Or like with immigration,
Yeah, there's a ton of things, but I think the things when we go back to when the Whigs formed into the.
I don't want to have a history conversation. So I want to talk hyper specifically, like what you think is bad.
Well, right, but I got to give you a framework.
Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
Do you think the legal system has worked? So for roll your eyes. Go ahead.
No, it's just like it's the most non-answers, but it's fine.
Well, I think that our judiciary system is not necessarily firing on all cylinders at any level, and I don't think it did for him, nor does it for the little guy. I think it's pretty easy with litigators to get kind of twisted.
Okay,
Again,
what was my question?
If I would vote for somebody held legally, because you're talking about the civil case, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because there's not a conviction. You're not a criminal.
Jury held him legally responsible unanimously.
Right, but a civil case is vastly different from a criminal case.
So you don't accept civil cases?
No, I do accept civil cases.
Okay, so then you accept that Donald Trump, who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, likely has done it?
By those jurors, sure.
So, but like, do you accept the jury determination?
Are you asking me if I would vote for him based on that?
Yeah, like, would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible? Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
Would you hire a lawyer that would?
I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm sorry. If you ask me a question one more time, I'm gonna kick you from my stream, bro. You got one more shot to answer the question.
I'm just giving you your same logic.
No, you're not. Give me an answer.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, you would?
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for child rape?
For what?
Child rape.
Rape. He's been held legally responsible for child rape?
No, dude. Holy fuck, dude. I'm sorry, but like, dude, listen, please. Right? Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for child rape?
No.
Okay. So why would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for child rape?
Well, I think that this is the question I was going to ask you, and you about lost your mind over it.
About you not answering my questions? Come on.
Well, I was going to answer your question with a question because I want to test your logic. Would you not go to a doctor if he was held legally responsible for SA? I don't know what you're supposed to say on this.
Yeah, I would not go to that doctor.
Even if he was better than the other doctor?
Yes.
Right? It's like I said, fundamental differences, right? Like dude.
Yeah, and again, they're not better because they're literally a sexual abuser. You'd go to a rapist? Would
he
you
was
would you would you
better
go to
at
a would you go
practicing
to a
medicine-
doctor's office, but they were just a child rapist? Even if they're the best doctor in the world, would you go to them because even though they're a child rapist?
Well, that's tough.
That is
'Cause I
not
wouldn't
tough.
wanna line
That
that
is
guy's
not tough to
pockets.
me, dude.
Well, no, because I wouldn't
It's
want to line
really
that guy's
not tough
pockets.
to me, man.
I wouldn't want to line that guy's or gal's pockets, but I also
That's
want
not
the
tough to
medical-
me at all. Not very tough. It's a very simple thing. Very easy. Not complex.
That's your Trump impression.
No, I'm not actually doing a Trump. I'm doing like a
sketch.
a joking kind of sketch Trump.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I want somebody to be good at their job. It's hard because you don't want to line that guy's pockets, but I don't think we're necessarily lining his pockets by putting him into power.
Yeah. So no, would you go to a doctor who'd raped a child, or would like grape children on the reg?
No, it's not on the reg. If he's doing this, he's criminally
Okay.
liable.
So again, why would you vote for someone who has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for child rape?
Well, I think the line's got to be drawn somewhere, right? But
Yeah, and I mean, you'd hope that you draw the line, like prior to like rape of a woman,
no, I mean, I'm with you.
Yeah, so
but-
like you wouldn't vote for someone who's raped a woman.
Again, it was a civil case. It's
Yeah, do you
No,
think
hold on.
OJ is guilty?
Hold on, but a civil case.
Do you think OJ was guilty?
Can I just can you do what you asked that last fellow to do and let me talk, and then we'll go back and forth?
Yeah. Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? I appreciate that, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Oh my, thank you.
So in a civil case, let's start with the criminal. A criminal case, you have to, beyond reasonable doubt, right? Like basically it has to be fact for you to be found guilty, right?
Same thing with a civil case. It's
No,
based upon
not a civil case. It has to
fact
be
is just relevant to
beyond
like what the
suspicion.
standard of proof is. So the
That
standard
is-
of proof for a civil case is preponderance of evidence. Standard of proof for a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Sarah, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so
It's
much,
not.
Sarah.
So
I
that
appreciate
is-
it, Sarah.
In a civil case, you have to, like you said, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. There can be beyond. Basically, you get together and it goes. It was more than likely.
More
and then-
likely than not, yeah.
Right. So again, that's why I say the judiciary system.
So I'll ask you this question: would you vote for someone who more likely than not raped a child?
Again, man, I have not looked at that case. Like,
No, it's not even a case in reference. I'm just asking you a hypothetical question. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not raped a child?
I would say that if it was in one specific instance,
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you.
what?
No, go for it.
I'd say if that was a reoccurring case that was there was
A
cases.
singular case. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not raped a child?
Dude, you're shifting that. It's not what the
Why
case.
are we hesitating here? Would you vote for someone who more likely than not raped a child? Thank you for that.
No,
Thank you.
I don't think so.
No, so if you wouldn't vote for someone who more likely than not raped a child, why would you vote for someone who more likely than not raped a woman?
Yeah, you make a good point, Parker. You make a good point. I don't know. I'd have to look at that case before I'd be willing to say what evidence was put forward. Would I have been on the same side of that before I'd be willing to say, okay, I accept that as fact. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, I mean, you should also do that before you say that she's like wrong. Or
I
you
didn't say.
assume that
Did I
he's
say she was
innocent.
wrong?
Yeah, well, it sounded like you were like not acknowledging it, but because it's a civil case, like I feel like you typically accept civil cases. Like for example, again, like the civil case, like if it was more likely than not that someone raped a child, you wouldn't vote for them, and it's like point blank period. You don't have to look further into it. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. You just accept the jury determination. Marley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
That's I think the difference here is.
No, I'm saying you should look further. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that you don't have to look further for one, but you do have to look further for the other, which tells me that you have a higher standard of evidence for one comparative to the other one.
Yeah, that might be fair. Okay, so let's shift back to the
Z-Box,
middle
thank you so
class.
much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's up?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I keep thinking you're talking to me. What did you think about the executive orders he signed to modernize the ag world, the community of ag?
Like agriculture?
Yeah, right.
What did he do? Trump or Biden? Yeah.
No, Trump. He signed an executive order, I think, like right after he went into office, that it modernized the regulatory framework for
What
the.
did it do specifically?
I think it enhanced their ability. For one, it was an investment made. It was like 1.4, 1.5 billion. It might have been less, a little bit more, somewhere in that neighborhood. It did the Ag Reconnect, where it brought all the high speed to the ag communities, which allowed them to do commerce a lot bigger. I don't know if you've ever been to a grain.
That sounds
elevator
like
park?
infrastructure. I don't really have an issue with that.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, that was also advocated for within the context of infrastructure policy, as it relates to the Biden-Harris administration that passed the largest bill as it relates to infrastructure since Eisenhower.
No, that's not. So we're talking about ag. We're not talking about infrastructure.
Well, providing that for agriculture sounds like infrastructure. Infrastructure
yeah. I mean,
doesn't just
I
mean
can-
building.
I can
Like
see that.
infrastructure
I'm not-
could be like expanding access to high-speed broadband.
I think that was probably his biggest failure, was the guy who ran on the border and infrastructure and then didn't really do much.
And he
for
didn't do that. He didn't. Less than a fourth of the border wall build. Mexico didn't pay for it. Right? No infrastructure bill.
Yeah, right.
Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
What about the 100% deduction that you could take for like my business? Any capital investments I made, I was able to deduct that completely. Do you not think that helps the middle class?
I don't have an issue with that specifically. Was that different with Biden comparative to
honestly,
comparative to Trump?
That's what I was telling you about, the fundamental differences, right? You say you don't want to have a history lesson.
Like
but
if you make an investment, obviously that would be deductible.
Well, 100% for capital investments. So you make, say, a huge migration in your payroll software, something that's gonna.
Yeah. So sure. Yeah, I don't know if we disagree on that. So yeah, no, well, I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you having me, buddy.
Thank you. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get next person up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Comment in the comment section right now. MAGA if you want to be brought up, y'all. Only try to come up if you have not been up here before and you are voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. All right, there we are. Invitation sent. All right. Let's try this person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It was good. I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Why so? Because back when he ran it in his first term, he did excellent. He made the economy beautiful.
Can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Hey, I have a question for you first, all right?
Can you answer mine first?
Hey, sir, can you please answer mine? You've been giving out a bunch of questions. No one ever gets to ask you questions. Come on.
People always ask me questions, but no, you can answer my question and then you can ask yours.
All right, anyways. All right, skip that part. Hey, you think Mexico should have paid for
I literally won't respond to you, or I'll kick you off my live. So your choice.
You cry. Shut up and listen.
I'm not crying. You're the one
All
you
do is
didn't have an
cry.
answer.
Just listen. Do you think Mexico should have paid for the wall?
I don't think there should be a wall. Now answer my question.
Why shouldn't there be a wall?
Can you answer my question first?
Hey,
sir?
what about the illegal immigrants?
I'll literally
coming
mute
in
you
and
until you
killing-
answer the question.
Hey, what do you think about illegal immigrants?
Oh,
coming
okay.
in?
You're on timeout, buddy. So let me know when you want to like cooperate. If you don't want to cooperate, I'll just keep muting you. Okay, buddy. So timeout, and time in. So okay, go for it.
Are you done throwing your fit?
Oh no, you're the one throwing the fit. That's why I'm muting you, buddy. Do I need to put you in timeout again? Do I need to put you in timeout again?
You're embarrassing yourself.
Okay, I am now. Please give me a response.
Why don't you
name
think
one
there should be a
policy
law?
that Donald Trump influenced to get
No,
passed that
all you
benefit the
do
middle
is ask
class more than
questions.
it benefit
Let me
rich
ask
people?
one. Let me.
Oh, you already asked one and I answered it. No, you can try again. Once you chill out, man. I need you to answer my question. Do I need a kindergarten teacher, you buddy? I need to put you in timeout. Okay. I don't know what's going on right now, but you need to chill your out. You need to slow your roll, buddy. I need to answer the question. Now name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class, more than it benefit rich people. Okay, that's what we're looking for here. Okay. Now you can unmute your mic. You can unmute it right now. Go for it. Unmute that mic.
All right. So why do you think there should be a law?
Are you really not gonna answer, bro?
Crazy. Only you can ask questions. Why can't I ask a question? It's a debate.
No, by the way, I asked you one question. I
don't
literally
care.
only
I
a
wanna
singular
know.
question.
We're leaving off on what you kicked the guy or the guy left.
Yeah,
from.
so a singular
We're leaving off
question.
on that.
So you're gonna answer my question, or I'm gonna keep muting you until you answer it.
He's a. Hey, look. At all these people.
We'll sit here and we'll wait. We'll wait.
Why do you like Kamala?
We'll wait. Why
do you like Kamala?
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Tell me why you think there should be a border.
And I will explain after you answer my question.
Everybody joins and you ask them questions. I joined and I'm asking you questions.
Alexis, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Well, you're not going to get an answer until you answer my question.
Bro, you are a pussy.
Aw, can we get some baby bottles in the chat for the guest because he doesn't want to answer the question?
Damn, you gay, boy. You gay as fuck.
Is there something wrong with that?
No, listen to you.
Okay,
bro.
so wait, what's wrong with that? Wait, Cookie, can you tell me what's wrong with that? Because you're saying the quiet part out loud of the MAGA right now.
I don't care.
Are you homophobic?
Just listen, bro.
Wait. Would you
have no
consider
common
yourself
sense.
homophobic?
You have no common sense. Just listen to me.
Do you consider
Why
yourself
do you think there should be a
homophobic?
law? You have no common sense.
Do you consider yourself homophobic?
No, I'm not homophobic. No.
Okay, well, you just
All right,
used
I
being
answered your
GAY
question.
as an
I answered your
insult, so
question.
you are.
I answered your question. Why do you think there should be a border?
I'm not gonna. You didn't answer my question. I asked you what's one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class.
It's like the debate.
More than it
It's like
benefit
the
rich
debate.
people.
It's like the debate. It's not.
I'm gonna keep asking the question until you answer it. So you can answer it, or you can say you don't know, and then as soon as you say you don't know, I'll answer any questions you've got for me, man.
All right. I don't know. All right. Why do you think there should be a border?
It's way too long for people to get in the country. There's such a backlog in cases. So yeah, once we have legitimate structure for our system, yep, I'm totally down with enforcing the border.
Oh, so you don't think there should be a border right now, though, right?
Oh no, I believe in a border, but I believe in it again only enforcing it for people who are committing non-violent offenses. I mean, who are committing violent offenses. My bad. Right, so like deport people who are committing violent offenses. Everyone who's in here undocumented already gets access to legal papers. Right, so that we can make sure we know who everyone is. Everyone's taken care of. Everyone's doing good because the people who are coming to the country, they're coming to the country for a better life. We need to acknowledge that. They're not hurting this country. They're making this country better. They're helping with the insolvency of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, right? Things that we really care about and that benefit people here in America. They're helping with the debt. They add to this economy. People who say that they take jobs, they take away from this economy. They're just sitting there doing nothing, and they're just getting stuff in the government. Not only do those contradict, but it's dumb and it's not supported by the data. The Congressional Budget Office indicated specifically they'll increase federal revenues, like documented and undocumented immigration, mostly will lead to the increase in GDP by 2034, will increase the economy by $7 trillion, and $1 trillion in federal revenues. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, like, yeah, immigration's a fucking amazing thing, especially when we've been below replacement rates as it relates to fertility since the 70s. Immigration is necessary.
All right, what do you think of all the illegal immigrants coming in right now?
Dude, I just told you.
What do you think about them all on the streets, all in Chicago, everywhere? How they were all
so I think that there should be no homelessness in this country. I think that there should be universal access to housing. I think there should be universal health care. Everyone's taken care of. So people who are here through the asylum process, which is a legal process, should be taken care of as any other United States citizen.
But why can't they come in when we have a border? Like why can't
we do have a border?
No,
Did
they're
you know
open.
that? Wait, do we have
Don't
a
have a
border
border.
crisis? Do you think we have a border crisis right now?
Yes.
Well, we have the same border crossings right now as we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, we had a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't he fix it?
Where are you getting this information?
Specifically from, I'll send you the article. It's from the Department of Homeland Security and the White House executives. So the title of the article is specifically guess how much border crossing numbers plummeted after Biden put in a new policy. And it says specifically daily crossings have fallen below 2,400. That's the lowest level since January 17, 2021, right before the president took office. Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 again on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She said specifically immigrants built this country. Why are people forgetting that? So real. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate it. W for Elizabeth in the comments.
The problem is, though, is that the only source you looked at for those numbers?
Well, this is going to be that's like looking for economic data. Like, for example, I'm going to go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics or Fred St. Louis Federal Reserve. That's where the best data is. What other data would I look at?
So you're telling me when Trump got out of office, those were the highest numbers of illegal immigrants coming in?
No. What I'm saying is that we had the same level of border crossings now as we did at the end of Trump's administration. And actually, during Trump's administration, you can literally see from the Department of Homeland Security that there was a higher undocumented immigrant population than the numbers in 2022 for undocumented immigrants in the United States. In 2019, there were more undocumented immigrants in the country than now. In 2022. We don't have the numbers for now.
Wait, can you please repeat that again?
Yeah, in 2022, we had a lower undocumented immigrant population than we did in 2019.
Where'd you get that from?
Juliana, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, I don't know how you believe that because Trump deported a lot of them illegals out of here. So
Okay, so there was deportations, right? But again, right, specifically, we are still at a lower rate than it was specifically under 2019. Samuel,
All right.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Samuel.
what do you think of all the taxpayer money going to all the illegals for the homeless camps and sanctuaries and all that?
Again, when you say, why are you saying illegals? Have you committed a crime in your life?
They didn't.
Wait,
come
so
in-
wait, is Trump an
they
illegal?
come in legal. Like you said.
Why do you want why do you want an illegal to be
You
president?
just ask if Trump is
Wait,
illegal.
clicky. Why do you
He's
want
not
an
illegal.
Why
Like,
do you
this
want
is
an
the
illegal
thing.
to be president?
He's
Well,
not
he's a
illegal.
criminal.
He's not a criminal.
So why do you refer to people as illegals?
They came in illegally. Like you just said
Okay,
before.
Trump
They come in
has
legally,
34
they get
felonies,
cleared,
fraud,
they get
defamation,
identified.
literally been held legally responsible for sexual abuse.
Bro,
So he's an illegal. Why do you want an illegal as president?
he's not illegal.
He is.
All right,
He's a
what's your
criminal.
definition of illegal?
A criminal.
A criminal. That's all you got?
Yep. Someone who's committed a crime.
And look at all these illegals coming in and raping children, killing people.
So undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens. Try again. 4 times as likely to commit violent crime. Try again, buddy.
Where'd you get that
You know
from?
who's actually PNAS.org. I'll show you the study right now. You know specifically who's raping women?
Ooh,
You know who's a criminal?
ooh. Hey, you gotta stop pointing towards Kamala, man. That's
I'm pointing towards Donald Trump, dude.
No, you can't point towards him.
I just did.
All right. Anyways.
Are you mad? Are you mad, buddy? You mad that it's applicable to the guy that you worship? Think of the confetti.
I'm
Thank
not-
you so much.
I'm not mad.
This
It's
is the
just
title:
that's
Comparing
crazy.
crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born U.S. citizens in Texas. Look at this. Literally 4 times less likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
And that's all cap. That's all cap. They want.
It's not.
Yes, that's all cap.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. They want you to think that.
What do you mean they want you to think that? Who's they?
Have you not seen all the crime from the illegals coming in?
Why do you keep calling them illegals, bro?
All right.
Again, Trump is the illegal.
Okay, yeah, it makes no sense, but all right. Anyways.
No, it makes no sense for you to call undocumented immigrants illegals, right? That's just dehumanizing terminology.
It's really not.
It really is, dude.
Hey, they're illegals, right?
Yeah, so Trump's an illegal. Why do you want an illegal as president? Look at this. You see blue? The blue is U.S. citizen. The green is undocumented immigrant. Look at that. Emily, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
All right. Anyways, since you don't think they're
You got any arguments, buddy, or do you just want to keep dehumanizing undocumented immigrants coming to this country for a better life? You scapegoat all your problems
they're
on
not all
that.
coming for a better life.
Most people who are undocumented immigrants are coming here for a better life.
What was that?
Thomas, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
That one. Oh yeah.
So why do you want an
those
illegal as
people-
president, dude? Why do you want an illegal as president?
Already made no sense. Anyways, hey,
No,
what do you think
I just
about
want to
these,
know why you want an illegal as
It
president.
just makes no sense how he's illegal, but all right.
Yeah, because he committed a crime.
What crimes?
He is 34 felonies that he's been convicted of. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud.
And I've seen most of those charges were dropped. Weren't most of them dropped?
No, they weren't. He was
Can you please
convicted of
look it up?
34 felonies.
Please look it up
He was
on your
he was held
Homeland
legally
Security website.
responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. These are all things he's been held responsible for. You're referencing specifically, India, I appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. You're referencing specifically the classified documents case, right? Which the person who dismissed that was a Trump appointee, and that's an appeal.
All right. All right. So if he was convicted, right? If he's convicted, why ain't he in jail?
Okay. So again, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Not all felonies are treated the same. Not all necessarily particularly indicate that someone is going to be in prison as it relates to the context of the civil cases. Civil cases make him pay fines. They can't hold him criminally responsible because of statute of limitations law. So it means it's been too many years since the event.
Yeah, fuck that. Anyway, all right. I got some more questions, all right?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I'll answer any questions.
All right,
I
what
couldn't
do you
even answer one.
What do you think of the tariffs?
I think tariffs are terrible for our economy
Why do you think they're terrible?
because they're inflationary.
How would they be inflationary if
It's a
China?
tax on an import coming into the country.
All
That's called the
But-
increasing of prices of goods coming into the country. That's called inflationary.
But if China
It
is
reduces the supply of goods in the country.
Hey, but
Deed,
if
thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Deed. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, if China is paying their employees pennies and then they come to the U.S. and sell their products for 4 times their profit, you don't think they should be taxed on that?
Rochelle, thank you so much for the $15 for Kamala 2024. Thank you so much, Rochelle. I appreciate it. I think that we shouldn't be taxing American consumers because inevitably those tariffs, right, are brought onto the consumer. That's how you don't understand how tariffs work. Mostly goes to the consumer, like overwhelming, like 95% plus goes to consumer. Hello, are you there?
My bad. Yeah, my bad. I was doing something.
You
All right.
complain about prices right now, but you're not going to complain about how Trump's tax policy is inflationary? That seems
Hey.
hypocritical to me.
It's not hypocritical because I've seen how he ran the country in his first term. He ran it perfect.
Yeah, he did not run it perfect. You're fucking lying to yourself.
I'm not lying.
It's an actual
I'm
joke.
not
You think this
lying
guy's like a
about
superhero?
Hey,
He ran
everything-
perfect. You think he's a
You're
fucking? You
definitely-
think he's like Superman? Becca, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
All right,
Becca.
what do you think about the oil and all that, like the green? The
We
green
produce
plan?
more oil now than at any point in American history. Not only that, but we're also have the largest investment in renewable energies out of any president ever of any country ever. Right? So we're investing in both sides of the coin as it relates to energy, which is going to inevitably lead to the largest decrease of costs comparative to like what we would have seen with Trump. Solar and wind and battery development.
I don't think our electric grid could even do all that.
Yeah, that's why we have to build our electrical grid. That's why we build the infrastructure for it, which is already being started with the Inflation Reduction Act.
That honestly, it would never work though.
Okay, well, you say it'd never work. It's just not true. But yeah, is there anything else you want to bring of substance?
Yeah, I want to keep debating you on it. It would never work because our world is growing every day.
You saying our world is growing doesn't mean it won't work. So, Devin, thank you for the
There's one more
$30. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Devin. I'm not over it, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Devin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Why wouldn't it work?
I
Or
said
why
it
would it not work?
What? I said it would.
Why would it not work?
You were saying it wouldn't.
Or, I mean, shit. Sorry. Why would it work?
Yeah, Clicky. I think you're having a little bit of cognitive decay there from the brain rot.
No,
But,
I'm just zoning out because like you just like kind of sound stupid. So I don't know. Just
Really? I
zoning
sound
out.
stupid? How many branches of government are there?
All right, can you just answer my question, please?
No, I want you to answer my question. How many branches
No,
of government
we're
are
gonna
there?
start like you remember.
Clicky, I literally have answered like fucking 20 questions of yours. Answer one question of mine. How
Please
many
answer
branches of
more.
government are there?
Please answer more.
How many branches of government are there? Gianna, think of the dollar.
All right, please answer more.
How many branches of government are there? Are you going to look it up? Are you kidding me? Nicholas,
looking
thank
up?
you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Nicholas. I appreciate it. Thank you. Are you
All
going
right,
to answer?
Can you answer my question?
They said I'm
I
running
asked for-
laps around you. So answer the question.
I don't care. They're all brain rotted.
You're the one that's brain rotted. You're voting for Donald Trump.
I can't even like argue, like debate with you because you just keep bringing up all this information.
Can you
that's-
answer one question? You can't debate with me because you're not fucking giving any actual arguments. You can't debate me with me only because of a skill issue on your behalf,
just
not
asked you
because
a
of
question.
not because of anything else. So answer: how many branches of government are there?
I asked my question first. Can you please
Holy
answer that?
shit! Answer the question.
I'll answer yours after. All right, buddy.
Okay, what's the question?
All right. Why would it work? How could it all work? Nuclear, solar, everything.
Nuclear is already working specifically in France. Solar has seen huge developments in the past 10 years. We've seen it decrease in cost by around 3 times due to the Department of Energy per kilowatt. Same thing with wind. It's on the same trajectory. It's on the trajectory to become cheaper. So we want to get our technology ahead of everyone else so we can sell our technology to the rest of the world. LBB, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, do you want to answer the question? How many branches of government are there?
If I say don't know, can I just ask you more questions?
SSS, thank you for the $1. Do you actually not know? You can't
No,
tell me
I-
I sound stupid and then you just literally don't know how many branches of government there are.
I just don't want to answer your questions. They're just not.
If you don't want to answer my questions, I'll kick you off and go on to the next person. Respectfully, I'm not going to talk to someone who doesn't want to engage in any of the things I have to say.
Because I'm here to ask you questions. All you do is ask.
Okay, well, I'm here to debate. So if you're not here to debate, well, then I'm going to kick you off my live. Is that clear?
All right, kick me then.
You're seriously not going to engage in debate? Are you kidding?
No, I'm trying to
You're
ask.
that much of a
the-
child?
I'm
Why would
trying
you
to
come
watch
up on
you
my
live.
live and be like, why aren't you doing my rules instead of your rules on the live that you host? Rhonda,
Nah,
think of the
I'm
$4.
busy.
Thank you so much. Like what?
All right. Anyways,
Like 8.3 thousand people just immediately have to come to your beck and call, bro. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Now answer the questions.
hey, buddy.
If you can
You
answer them,
always
answer
ask
them. If you're not answering them, I'm
You
taking them
always
as you're
ask the
just dumb.
questions. You always ask the questions, and I'm here to ask them.
Okay, cool. That means I'm going to continue asking the questions. That's how this works, Clicky.
No, you don't understand.
Yes, I do understand.
You're always asking. You don't let them speak.
I literally have let you speak. I've let you ask so many questions. You're just lying.
All right, buddy.
You've asked like what is this, 20 questions? And I don't get turn?
Think it was 4.
Bro, you asked way more than 4 questions. So can you just answer my damn question, bro?
6. Maybe 6. I don't know though. Misinformation.
Dude, can you give me an answer to my questions?
I don't want to.
Like literally for every 6 questions I get 1? I don't even get 1?
Nah, 10 more. You get 1.
Yeah, no, I'd just kick you off my live at that point.
I like your chat. They're all
You're
pressed.
scared. I like how you're scared of actual conversation because you don't know. You call me stupid. You call me dumb. But at the end of the day, you don't know shit. Angel, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Educating the uneducated. Yeah, damn right with Clicky here. Clicky, how many continents are there?
Your chat's funny.
How many continents are there?
All right, can I ask you a real question?
How
though?
many continents are there?
Bro, I'm not gonna answer your dumbass questions.
You don't know any of these answers. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. At what temperature does water start freezing in Fahrenheit?
Yes, these dumbass questions. I like how you're still wasting your time with me, though.
Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You're probably enjoying it.
How many members are in the Senate?
All right, bro.
Wow, dude. Well, intelligent MAGA voter. You know what I mean? You know why our time isn't wasted? Because everyone sees how fucking crazy you look.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Bro,
you look.
I'm reading your chat. They're all like brain rotted. Like, look at them.
We're brain rotted. Are you trolling? That's the level
I'm
of
not.
projection
I'm really
is
not
crazy.
trolling.
David, thank you for the $5. Thank you. He thinks we're brain rotted, chat. Can you believe this guy, bro?
I just can't believe after.
Was the 2020 election stolen? Was the 2020 election stolen?
Hey, I just can't believe.
Was the
after
2020
Joe
election
Biden
stolen?
Ran the election. You're still gonna vote.
Was the 2020 election stolen? Christy, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Can you repeat your question?
Was the 2020 election stolen?
I'm not sure, to be honest, but if it was, then shit, that's fucked up. But
So then why are you supporting a candidate that has been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won? There were 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 17 of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump. So either you're appointing corrupt judges that stole the election from him or he lost the election.
damn, bro, you yap a lot, Phil.
Dude, the two rocks can't click hard enough. Like in your brain, they just can't click hard enough.
No, I just love wasting your time.
No, you're not wasting my time. You're showing me exactly how uninformed MAGA is. But yeah, peace out, buddy. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want me to bring you up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Why wouldn't I? First of all, okay, let me.
He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy. He's restricting women's access to abortion. He thinks there should be a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He denies science as it relates to climate change, says that it's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet.
Okay, first of all, didn't you sit there? If I sit there and go back on your page, didn't you sit there and say that Biden wasn't going to sit there and drop out of his race?
I actually tweeted out on Twitter, like literally on the 18th, that Biden was going to drop out on Sunday, and he did.
Okay, so wait, let's sit there and go back. So did Kamala Harris actually deserve
Kamala?
the votes? Kamala?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, because she was the vice president on the ticket.
No, it's unconstitutional. They sat there and
No,
stopped
that's
it.
not unconstitutional. That's not how it works. It's called, wait, that's, first of all, it's how the party deals with it, so it's not unconstitutional. Second of all, as it relates to this, they also voted for Harris when they voted for Biden because Harris was on the ticket when they voted in the primary.
Okay, so what are you trying to sit there and gain from this?
Voters for Harris.
No, I'm literally trying to sit there and hear your points.
Voters for Harris.
But why?
Because she's a better candidate than this guy is.
Okay, so I want to hear your points.
He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, forcefully penetrating a woman in her vagina against her will. He's said it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. He said his daughter was voluptuous. Said his daughter, he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said his daughter, to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. Think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy, restricting women's access to abortion, religious persecution, inflationary tax policy.
Okay. So what you're sitting here saying your point is that look at the past 4 years. What has Kamala done? Well, Kamala? What has she done? What has she done?
Yeah, she's been one of the most influential vice presidents throughout history. She's engaged in more tie-breaking votes. She's engaged in more tie-breaking votes than any vice president in the last 200 years. Okay, she specifically had tie-breaking votes on things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Things like the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court.
She's not a black woman, though.
What? Ketanji Brown Jackson is absolutely a black woman.
She's half Jamaican, half Indian.
Are you trying to talk about Kamala Harris? And
Yeah.
absolutely, Kamala Harris is a black woman. Thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much.
Okay.
She's in terms of ethnicity, Asian and Jamaican. Yeah.
She's not Asian. She's Indian, and she's
Indian is
Jamaican.
Asian.
She's Jamaican, and
You understand?
Indian.
Wait. You understand that Indian is Asian, right?
Okay, so like, like, what are you talking about, bro?
Did you know
Like,
India is in Asia?
So you're sitting here. Okay, so Kamala sit here and sits there like literally she didn't get any votes to sit there and get into this.
This
Like,
guy's so
nobody voted
delulu.
for her.
You're
Nobody
you're
voted
worried
for
about democracy now when your guy literally incited a
First of
fucking
all,
insurrection
let me-
and tried to raid the
first of all-
Capitol? Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait. First of all, we are not a democracy. We are a republic.
Oh, okay. So you know that we're not only a representative democracy, but a constitutional republic. So you saying, "Oh, we're a republic," doesn't actually mean that we're not a fucking democracy.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, so the electoral votes. So you want to sit there and say, okay, so if we're not a republic, then why do when we sit there and vote, why are we as the why does the electoral go over popular vote?
Okay, so you're just talking about our processes in which are a part of our constitutional republic. Again, not not contradictory to a representative democracy.
Say what? Okay, go back.
That's
I'm
not
sorry.
contradictory to a representative democracy. That's a
Okay, so
constitutional
first of
republic
all,
and
so-
representative democracy.
Okay, so first of all, if a popular vote in a state wins, can the electoral vote sit there and oppose it and sit there and say we're going to sit there and still vote for this candidate?
It can, but it has never happened.
It has happened.
No, not in modern history, not at all.
Yes, it has.
Give me a time.
Hold on.
Dun 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 dun. He's not gonna have shit. All right, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Every single day. This has been like the account I'm on. I've been banned on my second account again, like for another week. And then also specifically on my main account, I have an account warning until August 14th, which is really sad. So I can't use that account until then.
It has 2 times actually.
What?
You want to sit there and
2 times what? Yeah, so just give him a minute, everyone. Do tap that screen. Share the live. You want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. It's the best place to support me. All right, well, we're going to get him to come up in a second. Hopefully he can justify this claim to us. Mark, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much, Mark.
Actually, it was
King,
for,
speak up. What you got?
Actually, it was for your party. Actually, they voted. They actually voted for Hillary over Donald Trump. What are you talking about, man?
What did that relate to what we just talked about?
What?
Yeah, dude. So again, that doesn't dispute that we're in a representative democracy.
What? What are
That
you
doesn't
talking
dispute
about?
that we're in a representative democracy. Tara, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. Again, constitutional
so
republic
wait,
is
wait.
compatible with representative democracy.
Wait.
What's the
So when-
contradiction?
so when the popular vote doesn't sit there,
You know,
like-
it's determined by popular vote of state,
so when
right?
wait. So when the electoral vote takes the vote.
How is the
over-
electoral vote determined? It's determined by a set of constitutionally aligned principles. Okay,
Yes.
so a
And
constitutional
they sat there
republic.
and did that with
So the popular vote of the different states is what determines the result of the elections. So popular vote is involved, but it's not the sole basis. So again, constitutional republic and representative democracy. No constitution, or no, I'm not no constitution, no contradiction. Sorry.
when the popular vote is overthrown by the electoral vote.
He didn't listen. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. How many
No.
senators are there?
What are you talking about?
How many
man?
senators are there?
How many? Okay, so you want to sit there and do that? So how many?
So you don't know how many senators there are?
How many congressmen are there?
So in the House of Reps, there's 435.
No, there's not.
Really? You want to bet?
Yeah, there's 300 and something.
Really? How much do you want to bet?
What do you want to bet?
How much you want to bet? You're paused out of the app. I can't hear you. Come back. Come back. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on. Come back. Come back. Don't look it up, man. Don't look it up. Come back. Put some on it. Don't look it up. Come on. You know. Come back. Fuck. Okay, do you want to bet on it?
I'm not looking it up.
Okay, so you want to bet on it? You say that there's 300 something. I say there's 435.
And that makes you.
How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet, King? King, how much? King, how much do you want to bet?
That makes you a better candidate for the president.
How much do you want to bet? Answer the question.
That makes you a better candidate for the president.
Wait, you said I was wrong. How much do you want to bet?
What is that? What does that have to do with the president?
You looked it up and you saw you were wrong, huh?
No, actually, no.
So bet on it. Let's go. Come on, take it. Take it. I know you want to take it. I know you want to take it so bad, so very bad. Take it. You know you want to. Brian, thank you for the $2.
Well, first of all, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But
Okay,
what
so
does
do you want to bet on it?
But what does that have to do with Harris and Biden?
Wait, King. You want to bet on it?
First of all, what does that have to do with
Dude, you
Trump?
can't answer the question. Do you want to bet on it?
What does that have to sit there and do with the president? Like, what the hell
So-
are you talking about, bro?
So you don't know how many senators there are. You don't know how many House of Reps there are.
What does that have to do with the president?
Right? You're talking about how
What
the
does that have to
processes
do
work.
with the president?
You're trying to talk about how the process works, and you have no clue what you're talking about.
You have no clue what you're talking about, bro. You're
How
trying
many
to say-
senators?
you're talking about-
Here, I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. There's
you're
two
talking about-
senators. Listen. There's two senators a state.
Wait, first of all-
If there is two senators a state,
You're talking about. You're trying to.
King. If there's two senators a state, how many senators are there? If there is two senators a state, how many senators are there? Chat, do not answer the question. Please don't answer it. Let him do it. Darrow, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Or you can put wrong numbers. Put wrong numbers. Hello, King. You can unmute. I gave you the button. Click on your profile in the bottom right, and then click on the microphone. In the arms. He's probably still screaming at the mic, everyone. He's probably still screaming at the mic. Yo, King, I can't hear you right now. You're muted. You have to click on the microphone in the bottom right. Just click on it. I also already sent you an invite to unmute. There you go.
Okay.
Brooke, thank you for the $1 from Satan. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I sat there and joined your live because I just wanted to have a conversation. So I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, like, it just doesn't make sense, man.
What doesn't make sense? Tell me.
It doesn't make sense. Okay.
You know,
okay.
mate. You know what doesn't make sense to me? Why you're voting for someone who's tried to overthrow our government, who's sexually abused a woman, who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies,
Okay, so
literally denies climate science.
So let me ask you this: so you're voting for somebody that in the last 3.5 years that they haven't done shit. They haven't.
They have. I just told you multiple things they've done. You just didn't listen.
No.
Do you want me to explain again?
Literally, they
Bipartisan
we have the
infrastructure
worst
bill, Chips and
inflation.
Science Act, PACT
We
Act.
have the worst inflation.
Yeah,
man.
inflation doesn't relate to the president. There was inflation globally. I hope you know that. There was inflation in Africa and Asia and Europe, South America, literally everywhere. So I don't know why you're hyper specifically looking at that. Do you blame Trump for COVID-19?
I'm sorry. Say what?
Do you blame Trump for COVID-19?
No, I don't.
Okay, so in the same way that you don't blame Trump for a global pandemic, you shouldn't blame Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for a global global inflation.
But literally, Biden sat there and said the inflation was because of Trump, because of COVID-19. What are you talking about? He said it.
Wait, say that again?
Biden sat there and said inflation was because of Trump, because he didn't sit there and take action.
I don't think that's a good argument. Now, I'm not arguing to vote for Joe Biden right now, so I don't have to even talk about that. We're talking about voting for Kamala Harris.
Wait, go back. I didn't hear what you said.
That would
What?
just be an incoherent statement. I don't think that Trump caused it. But if you are making an argument that like Biden caused it, using the arguments you use, it would likely indicate that there's more of a likely chance that Trump caused it than Biden. And I can explain why.
Okay. I'm willing to listen.
Okay. If you're saying that Biden caused it because of increase in money supply, well, there's an increase in money supply at a greater degree specifically under Trump's administration. You're saying it's because of spending. There's more debt-related spending under Trump. If you say it was because of, oh, we're not producing enough oil, well, we're producing more oil now than under Trump's administration.
How? Biden doesn't even want to sit there, and he didn't even want to sit there. He doesn't. Well, then why did he sit there and shut down the pipeline?
Which pipeline? Wow, intellectual voter. Okay, so specifically, right, the XL pipeline that you're referencing, that was a court order. So that wasn't specifically just Joe Biden doing it because he feels like it.
But he literally sat there. How many sit there in executive orders did he sit there and do while he was in office?
I don't know. He's still in office.
I mean, you sit there and know all this other stuff.
That doesn't mean I'm going to know the exact number of executive orders he's done.
And I'm supposed to sit there and know the exact number of representatives and all this other stuff? Like, what are you talking
Knowing the number of representatives in our fucking House of Reps, which is something you asked me, by the way. I asked you how many
No,
people
I
in the
didn't.
Senate.
You
And I also
asked
gave
me.
you. I also.
First
Okay,
of
wait,
all,
King. Since you brought us back here, given that there are 2 senators in each state, how many senators would there be?
Okay, so, repeat your question. I'm sorry.
Provided there are 2 senators for each state, how many senators are there?
2?
Yeah, 2 per state.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, I know. I know.
How many senators are there overall?
Overall, what?
Given that there are 2 senators per state, how many senators are there overall?
And let me ask you this. I answered your question.
He doesn't know.
wait,
He doesn't even know, chat. This guy, bro. This is the voter base. This is the voter base, chat.
And that's, wait, because I don't know the
King, please, dude, please. Again,
so that's
you
supposed
do
to
not know. Provided there are 2 senators.
Exactly my point.
Provided there are 2 senators per state, how many senators are there?
And now, I think there's maybe like 54. So wait, even if I, you're not supposed to sit there and help me be just.
Dude, fuck, dude. Chat, we're so cooked. We're so cooked, chat. Okay. Provided there are 2 senators per state, how many senators are there? Well, there 2 senators times 50 states equals 100 senators. Dude, King, 100 senators. Where you got 54 from? I have no fucking clue. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you, bro. Dude, I can't. King, please unmute, dude. I just can't, dude. I couldn't make this shit up, dude. I just like that was like a first grader math problem. I'm not trolling, dude. That was a first grader math problem. Dude. Are you smarter than a first grader? God, bro, I can't even. Shit, dude. King, unmute, please, bro. You should be embarrassed right now, dude. You should be so embarrassed. That is MAGA math if I've ever seen it, chat. That's MAGA math. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get up to 200,000 likes. Or, not, fuck, dude. That was even more MAGA math. 2 million likes, everyone.
So,
Monica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Monica.
I'm gonna sit there and ask you a question. It sits
Go
there and
for it.
says on your thing, I'm voting for Harris 2024. Why are you voting for Trump? What questions are you even asking, dude? That doesn't even that has even anything to sit there and do with who we are voting for.
Okay, your cognitive capacities clearly couldn't answer the question of what's 50 times 2. So
And you can't sit there and answer my question. It says, I'm voting for Harris 2024. Why are you voting for Trump? And you're asking stupid ass questions.
They're not stupid questions. They're proving a point.
Proving what point?
If they're stupid questions, why can't you answer them?
So you're asking about senators and you're asking about.
Wait, if they're stupid questions, why can't you answer them?
Stuff. Like, what does that have to do with the? What are you talking about?
MAGA math.
MAGA math?
Yeah, MAGA math. That's the reason.
Okay. So what do y'all? So what do you call? Because I've been called because I'm voting for Trump. I'm a cult. But
did you wear a bandage?
What?
Did you wear a bandage?
Did you sit there and kick your Biden that you were sitting here saying that he would never sit there and drop out of a race? Go back. I can sit there and prove it to you. You sat there and said, "Oh, he will never sit there and drop out of the race."
Really? Lawson, think of the $5.40. Thank you so much. Really? Did you think I did that?
Yeah. I can sit there and prove it to you.
You want to do it?
It's all over TikTok, bro. You sat there and said that Biden would never sit there and drop out of the race, and he did. You tell me you didn't. Tell me you didn't. Tell me you didn't. Do you want me to sit there and go and find it for you? Do you want me to sit there and go and find it for you? Do you want me to sit there and go?
Can you read this for me, please?
Do you want me to sit there and go and find it for you?
Can you read this for me, please?
Do you want me to sit there and go and find it for you?
Yeah.
You sat there and said that Biden would never sit there and drop out of the race.
Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
He did, bro. Get over yourself,
Jesse,
bro.
look, I'm cooked. But yeah, so look at this. What does this say?
I don't know. Biden. Yeah, you sat there and posted that later.
When is this? What's the date?
I can't sit there and see that shit.
July 18th.
July 18th. Okay. And you posted that shit earlier, dude.
I posted it July 18th.
Let me ask you this. You never said. Let me ask you this. You never sat there and said that Biden was going to sit there and drop out of the race.
So I said hopefully he's going to drop out of the race. I actually said immediately when I had the information that he was likely to drop out of the race. I was even saying it before that point. But then as he specifically kept saying that he's not going to leave and time went on, I was reducing the probability in my head that it would happen. But again, it's still, I was writing down, I was pretty adamant, but it specifically happened.
So let's sit there and take it back 2, 3 days, 4 days, a week. So were you pulling for Biden?
Was I polling for Biden? I would still vote for Biden over Trump.
Yeah, and then you sat there and said that he would never leave the race, and now all of a sudden, because he left, now you're sitting here voting for, Kamala, all of a sudden? Speechless, right?
No, I don't know what your question was. What was your question?
My question is that literally a week ago, or whenever you sat there and made that post, you sat there and said, Joe Biden, he's never going to sit there and drop out of the race. Oh, he's not going to sit there and do this, blah, blah, blah. I give my full support for Joe Biden. And now...
Did you know in the 2020 primary? Wait, did you know in the 2024 primary, I voted for Marianne Williamson?
Let me ask you this. How
Angel,
many,
think of it, $2.
how many Democrats sat there and said Joe Biden should sit there and drop out of the race? How many?
65%.
Exactly. So now 65%.
Did I say that too? Yeah.
So 65% sat there and said he should sit there and drop out of the race. And now they sit there and throw Kamala in there. And now all of a sudden you have her back. You had Joe Biden's
Yeah.
back. You've been having Joe Biden's back, dude. You've been sitting here saying, oh, Biden this and Biden that. Like, I'm so full of Biden, blah, blah. And now they sit there and kicked him to the curb. And now you're all about Kamala, bro.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It seems kind of fishy to me.
What's fishy?
You should be sitting here and work.
Fairy, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you so much.
so let me ask- so let me
What's
ask you
fishy?
this.
What's fishy?
So let me ask you this: where's Biden? Where's Biden?
What's fishy?
Where's Biden?
Where's Biden? I don't know where he's located. Do you want his fucking like location?
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can sit there and do is make jokes. That's all you can sit there and fucking do. You were so.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate the $5. He's at
you were-
negative
you were-
34, 117, 24, 16, 34.
You were so.
Those are his
you were-
coordinates.
You were so.
Audrey, thank you for the
Biden-
$5. Thank you so much.
You were so Biden. I'm voting Biden. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And then literally, he can't even be found. And now, it's so soon. And then literally, like a couple of days later, you're
Jason,
so.
thank you for the $5. Sarah, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Exactly, bro.
Get some W's for Sarah. Can you say what you just said again, King?
You were so Team Biden, were you not?
No.
No.
I would
You
vote for
were
Biden
Team
over
Biden?
Trump.
You
Listen.
say what? Wait. Go back. Go what?
I would vote for Biden over Trump, but it is the
Okay.
case that I preferred another candidate to Biden. I have for a long time. In the primaries for 2024, I voted for Marianne Williamson. Kathy, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kathy. And Tish, thank you so much for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $30, Kathy. And Jason, thank you for the $5 for sitting there. And Jude, thank you for the $2, Angel from Mega Math. I also had Marianne Williamson on my live,
So, anyways, for the longest time
and
that
I
I've-
interviewed her
So
on my
anyways,
live.
You're funny, bro.
What do you mean?
No, like I just enjoy a conversation. But anyways, as long as I've known you on TikTok, you have been, go Biden, go Biden this, Biden that, blah blah.
Yeah, I'd Biden over
Now,
Trump,
you
but
can't even sit
you
there-
haven't known me
now-
for very long, King. J-Dot, thank you for the $1.
Dude, you've been on TikTok for months.
I've been on TikTok for years. Jaquan, thank you for the $5.
Okay, for months you were sitting here saying Biden this, Biden that. I'm both. You and your friend, what's his name, Dean, whatever. Y'all sit here and like, okay, let me ask you this. So you and Dean team up on your live, right? So why don't you ever have two conservatives on your chat at the same time?
I do. I just
Okay,
don't do it as
but-
often.
Okay, well prove it. Put another conservative right now.
All right. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. All right, MAGA in the comment section right now. MAGA, type it in the chat. Look at that. Boom, there you go. You want to teammate?
I see a
number.
lot.
Hold up. I hit the max number of people. I gotta add this person. Ariel, thank you for the $1.
There we go.
Yo, Trenton, how old are you? Okay. So let me get up another person. You want a little teammate? All right, can we get some like insane person? That'd be really fun.
Insane, because I proved them wrong.
No, King, you're pretty insane. So
I am pretty insane, actually.
damn right. At least you know it.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Let's get this next MAGA cultist lunatic up real quick, everyone. Give me 1 second.
See what he does? We're lunatics because we're voting for.
Yeah,
Trump.
for a proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, guy who tried to overthrow the democracy. You know,
Okay.
basic stuff, super basic, super normal.
Is that
so
what,
normal? So it's the most normal.
Is
Thank you,
that
Adam
why
Mustache.
Biden
Thank you so
sits there
much.
and sat there and said that he sits there and likes little kids like doing stuff to his legs and shit? Come on, give me a fucking.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris. So, do you have anything bad to say about Kamala Harris? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yo, Broke Boy 419, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, voting for Trump.
Why so?
First of all, I want to start off. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I vote for the one I see more fit to run the office, and that is Trump, clearly, by far.
How so?
How not?
Um,
He
he's been
runs
held.
he runs country like a business. He's a businessman. That's what our country needs right now is a businessman.
Can you
We're
name
broke.
one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
See, have you ever ran your own business?
Yeah.
Filing for bankruptcy is a business move. You get a lot of tax
$5,
breaks.
not 6 times.
I work for Ford. They file for bankruptcy all the time.
6 times, one person. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much, Chloe.
It's never one person.
Oh, it is Trump.
No,
6
no,
times.
no. There's an executive board. It's never just one person.
Trump 6 times.
And your point is,
Yeah, you know something crazy as well. You said we're broke. Well, then why did
The
Trump
point
spend
is-
more? Why did Trump have more debt related spending?
we're not broke right now. I'm speaking on the behalf of a hardworking American.
So Trump spent more of your money.
When Trump was in office, life was a lot easier. Money was flowing. There was a lot of money flow. Now, since
Until
I'm not
COVID.
going to say Biden. It's
Until
the Democratic
COVID, right?
Party. And I'm not against the Democrats. I'm not against Democrats. I'm not against Republicans.
Yo, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, what was that one?
Excuse me?
Yeah, what was that?
Okay. So last time before Trump got in office, it was a Democrat. Me personally, got fined for not having medical. So they took my income tax away from me. The Democrat Party did. Trump got in office, got rid of that. You don't have to have medical. You don't have to have none of that. You get your income tax. You don't get fined, none of that.
Yeah, so the individual mandate that was taken out by the Supreme Court.
And it was put in
not
by who?
Trump.
Who
That
was
has
it
nothing
put
to do
in-
with Trump.
who
Trump
was
did
it
not
put
take
in
out
by?
the individual mandate.
It was put in by the Democrats.
Wait, no, actually, it was the Court of Appeal. So,
Nah, Obama passed that law.
no,
went
it
through
has
him.
nothing.
He
It had to
signed
do with
it.
the courts. It has nothing to do with the president with President Trump, former President Trump.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, Parker.
Go ahead.
So the Democratic Party focuses their
He got flagged for harassment and bullying. I don't know why. It's really weird. Let me get the next person up here to help him out. We'll give you Tom Holland's brother.
Can I ask you a question, Parker?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So, hold on.
Nothing.
Hold on.
You good?
No, hold on.
Are you chilling, man? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, why aren't you speaking, man?
No, okay. So, anyways, so the Democratic Party focuses their vote on
Only
which
one.
side-
How old are you?
Born in the 70s.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
For sure. All right, go for it, King. What were you saying?
the Democratic Party. Which type of people do they sit there and focus on their votes from? It's
Everyone. Everyone in swing states.
No, it's literally the black
Independents.
part.
Troy,
No.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
No, it's usually the young people, the black party. And let me ask you this. Who are the ones that sit there and set the slaves free? What party?
Who said you said what? I didn't hear you.
What party set the slaves free?
Liberal Republicans.
Yeah, exactly my point.
Not
So,
conservative Republicans,
for
liberal
y'all to-
Republicans.
So for Joe Biden to sit there and say, "Oh, you're not gonna, if you don't vote for me, you're not black."
King, they were liberal, you know that, right? They were not conservative. The party switched.
Like what?
Yeah.
Lincoln was a Republican, bro.
Yeah, which the Republicans at that time were liberals according to their typical system. But even Lincoln didn't even really care about freeing people who were slaves. He cared more about retaining the Union.
First
He
of
said
all,
he would
first of
retain the
all, most-
Union, right,
first
and
of all,
and keep
most-
slavery if it was the case that it meant retaining the Union.
First of all, slaves were mostly owned by actually black people.
That's a lie.
Oh,
Can you give me a source?
I could, yeah, if I could sit there and get off of my phone while I'm
You
sitting here
said
talking to
you said slaves were mostly
Google
owned
it.
by black people in
Google it.
America. I
Okay,
would love
wait,
a source for that
wait,
one. I
wait,
would
first-
actually put money on that one. Would you like to put
Okay,
money
well,
on
first
that?
of all, okay, well then Google it because I
King,
can't. sit
King,
there
I'm not
and-
asking you to tell me to Google it. Go fucking find a source yourself and then go provide the source for me.
First of all, I can't sit there and show that on. If I sat there and even looked it up, how am I supposed to sit there and show it on your
You
live?
find a title, you tell me the title.
When you can sit there and just Google it, and you can
When
sit
you
there
can sit there and Google it with your own source, right?
Yeah.
Go for it. Brian,
Yeah.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so
and
much,
even
Brian.
even if I sit there and do, how am I supposed to sit there and prove it to you?
By telling me the title and I can look it up.
Okay.
So go find it and I'll talk to Only One. Only One, you said you're voting Trump. Why are you voting Trump?
Believe that I'm a nationalist.
It's really hard to hear you. Is there a way you could fix your mic?
I'm gonna have to come back. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hear him at all. Or any other next person. Only send a guest request if you are MAGA, y'all. Hunter sounds like a MAGA name. All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get this to 2 million likes, everyone. 2 million likes. By the way, tomorrow, everyone, I'm going to be live a lot tomorrow, the next day, and whatnot. Also, I just got contacted by Jubilee. I might be on another Jubilee episode, y'all. Probably be on another Jubilee episode. So I'll let y'all know. I'll keep y'all updated on that one. Excited to be on the Jubilee episode. I don't know how much I can say about it, but I'm excited. What's Jubilee? It's something on YouTube. It's how old are you?
42.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I absolutely am.
Why so? Think of that mustache. Thank you.
You know, facts are facts. The economy was better when Trump was in office. You can't debate that. Whether it was things that Trump did or whoever did, that's the facts. The economy was better.
Based on what macro indicator?
My gas was $2 a gallon.
That's not a macro indicator, but gas prices were lower under Obama. Did you know that? So did Trump cause an increase in gas prices?
Not last time I checked.
Okay, so they were lower in 2016. Erica thinks it's $5.
How much were you paying for gas in 2016?
Well, I live in Los Angeles, so that wouldn't really be relevant.
That's right. So you were paying
Brian, think
more
it's
than any other
$5.
state.
Well, that's because of my state. So I'm looking at the average gas prices in the United States from the Energy Information Administration, and it was $1.87 in 2016, which is lower than any point under Trump's administration.
No. Under Trump,
Joseph,
I was
thank you for the
paying.
$10. Thank you, Joseph.
Under Donald Trump, I was paying $1.75 a gallon.
Okay, so that's where you specifically are. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. But in 2016,
And that very well could be. I'll give you that.
yeah, so again, in 2016, it was lower. So you don't think Trump caused an increase in the gas prices. So I don't know why we would believe that it was the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, if we look at gas prices, we actually produce more oil in the United States now than at any point in American history or of any country ever. And we invest the most in renewable energy now than any point in American history or any country ever. So quite literally, we're investing the most in reducing our energy prices right now more than ever. So how could it be the case that it's the fault of the administration when this administration has done the most?
See that's hard because I'm in Arizona, and I spend more energy during the summer than pretty much any other state in the union. So,
Okay, what was your point with that?
I mean, I'm not
With
debating
Arizona,
it.
there can be vast solar panels across the board.
Oh,
and there needs to be
100%.
adoption of them to a greater degree.
We have solar programs, but they're run by the private companies.
Yeah, I think we need to expand those, right, and expand the wind programs in the prairies. We need to expand the tidal on the coasts. We need to expand nuclear, and whenever there's an inconsistency, and expand our electricity grids. Eric, I think of the $5. Thank you so much.
How let me ask you this, how do you keep that from being privatized when the private energy companies are already running them?
I don't know what you're trying to say. Say it
So
again.
you're for energy, you're for more solar, correct?
Give me the cap. Solar, wind, tidal, and nuclear.
Okay, so here in Arizona, the majority of the solar is run by the private power companies.
That's fine.
So how do you
Subsidies, tax credits.
and we have those, but they don't always offset
You know, in the
what we're
past, in
paying.
the past decade, the cost to produce a kilowatt of energy for solar has decreased by like 3 to 4 times, according to the Department
Maybe
of
in some
Energy.
other places,
I'm talking on
because my
average in the
energy
U.S.
bill's at an all-time high.
So I'm not disputing that. What I'm telling you is that it's heavily decreased over time.
That's what I'm saying. Where? Because here in
Across
Arizona,
the United States.
my energy bills have gone up.
Okay. So again, I just told you, right? This specifically can be related to plenty of factors. Prices have gone up globally. We've seen inflation in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in South America, everywhere.
Yeah, I don't look that deep into it. But as far as energy goes, I'm not opposed to energy. I'm actually in favor for anything that keeps me paying $600 a month for my heating bill, for my cooling bill. I'm not opposed to that.
So yeah, okay. All right. Well, so I don't know what this is a response to. You're just saying like, oh, cost is higher. Now, do you want to put Trump in, which would cause there to be actually higher prices? A lot of solar comes from China, right? If he wants to put a 60 to 100% tariff on goods coming in from China, that would basically reduce the imports of China by 85%, which would heavily impact solar in the United States.
Clarify for me how solar from China would impact the United States.
So we get solar materials and whatnot in the production of solar panels from China in plenty of scenarios. So a decrease in imports from China would cause inflation in those particular types of industries and amongst those goods, because it is the case that we have a lower supply of them.
Why can't we bring those jobs here to America?
So again, right, that specifically would lead to higher prices. Supply and demand has led to these particular things being produced there, right? But we can. So we have to invest in it. We give tax credits. We provide incentives for businesses to operate here as it relates to this particular market. And I don't think tariffs are the right way to do it.
How do you do it then?
So the way in which you would do it is exactly what I just mentioned. You literally invest in tax credits. You try to build up manufacturing jobs that way. You can nationalize particular businesses and then control the operations yourself. Fund infrastructure, those types of things. Like for example, look at this. This is the cost of solar per kilowatt. Do you see how it was around 4,000 in 2013? 7 years later, look at the decrease in cost per kilowatt.
Okay, now what
That is
states are
wildly
they using
ridiculous.
for that? What
That's
what
U.S.
states are they
capacity
giving
weighted.
them?
That U.S. capacity weighted average utility scale construction cost by technology. So
Okay,
we are. It's
now
on the trend. It's on the trend to become cheaper than natural gas. And if it's on the trend to become cheaper than natural gas, it's going to be adopted by people across the board.
hey, like I said, I'm all for it. I'm all for reducing my AC bill during the summer, but I think part of the bias of those numbers is that it's cheaper to cool houses in other states than it is here in Arizona.
Yep. Takes more energy. Get it. Got it. Appreciate it. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Have you seen you were talking about the vice president, okay? What is your stance on the accusations of her withholding evidence as her time as a lawyer to keep people in jail?
Yeah. So what you're referencing is particularly like the you're referencing keeping and withholding evidence as it relates to what case? Like in California, as when she was attorney or attorney general or district attorney?
I want to say it was when her time as a district attorney.
How would she do that as a district attorney?
Withhold evidence? That's not hard. Every
Okay.
case has to be run by the district. Every case.
That would be you're talking about the 45 people that she particularly like prosecuted for like M drug particularly.
I don't remember the cases specifically. I
Okay.
do know that there were
Well, shouldn't you look into that?
You're right. I probably should, but what? But how do you? I guess even with that even coming to life, what's your response to that? Like,
Well, you have to have a source. I don't know what you're
Okay,
talking about because you're not
won't-
even clarifying your own claim.
It's been all over the news.
Okay, well then find a source. Don't just say it's been on the news.
Every
Give me a
news source, CNN, Fox News, you
Can you give me a
name
title?
them. Not specifically,
Okay.
but every
you
major
want to go
news
look
source.
it up and then I'll talk to someone else in the meantime?
Sure.
Sure. All right, go for it. All right, let's get someone else up in the meantime to help out while he looks it up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I have a couple reasons, and these are all fact checks. You can Google them, you can do research, you can do whatever you want. But I was paying $1.27 in gas when Trump was in the office.
Mm-hmm.
And she held 2,000 prisoners. She put them in prison.
You can't say for what type of charges. You
For
can't say what
minor,
type of no,
for
no, no,
minor
no, no.
drug charges.
Okay, so
Yes,
here.
sir. You can Google
that's
it.
That's false. She
No,
couldn't
you
have.
can Google it. I
Listen,
Googled
I'll
it.
explain.
You're,
I'll explain.
You're lying right now. You're lying.
I
because
promise you, I'm not
Googled
lying.
it.
Let me explain.
I
Can I
Googled
explain?
it.
Yeah, and you Googled wrong. So specifically, what you're referencing, she could not have done because as Attorney General, she did not have the jurisdiction. She would have only had the
Kept
jurisdiction.
them longer. She kept them longer for free labor.
So
That's
you're
a
talking
fact
about
check.
no, you're
That's a
talking about a
fact
different
check.
claim. Listen,
No, you're
so
not.
so no. What you're talking about specifically is what she would have been able to do as a district attorney, which as a district attorney it was only 45 people.
No. What about the evidence she withheld until the courts ordered her to release
Can I
it
have a source for this?
Because there was an innocent man on death row. You can Google it.
Oh,
Just
for the
Google
innocent
that.
for the innocent people on death row, she actually calls to get rid of the death penalty. Not only does she call to get rid of the death penalty, but she specifically tried to get them
withheld
DNA.
evidence. You
No,
withheld
she tried
evidence.
to get them to be able to
No, she did not.
to be able to give up their DNA so that they could be checked right before. So she literally fought for them.
No, she did not.
She literally did.
withheld- Google it. She withheld
Just telling me to
evidence.
Google it is not a source.
It's still there. There's
Telling me to
proof.
Google
You
it
just
is
don't
not a
wanna
source.
See it. You don't want to see it.
No, telling me
All
to
I can
Google it
say
is not a
you guys
source.
went from pee pads. You guys went from pee pads to knee pads.
You have no
That's
argument.
all.
You're just you have no argument. You're quite literally
No,
just
I
you're
had-
quite
you
literally
have
just coping.
arguments. You don't want to see it. That's the only problem.
I do. You just don't have a source.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
No,
so
you
what's your
don't. I do
source?
have source.
What's your source, buddy? Erica, thank you
I
for the
told
dollar.
you. Why don't you? Where do you get your source? You Google it, right?
Yeah, obviously
Where
I'm
do
going to
you
provide
get your source? Where do you
for
get
which
your
claim?
source?
For which claim?
It don't matter. Where do you get your sources?
It depends.
If you say
it
I don't have a source,
Sir, it depends on the claim.
bullshit.
Yes, of course it would depend
You're
on the
just
claim.
like every other one. You're just like every
You're just like every other
You
liberal.
would you actually feel safe? Would you actually have? And listen, one more thing I have. The very first slave owner, his name was Anthony Johnson, and he was black.
Oh
Okay?
my God, bro. No, so you saying the first slave owner is crazy because slavery as a concept specifically originates from ancient Mesopotamia, right? So it couldn't possibly have been a white person. Now try again, Samuel.
It was a black person. It was a black person, and his name was Anthony Johnson, the very
It
first
couldn't
black
possibly
slave
have been.
owner.
Wait,
The
it
very
was
first
someone
being.
from. It was someone from ancient Mesopotamia. So this is from thousands of years ago.
I
This
don't
has
know.
nothing to do
It
with.
was a black
Are you
person.
talking
It was
about
a
in
black
America?
person, and his name was Anthony Dick. Yep. In America,
What's your
in
point?
America, the very first slave owner. Well, you said that you said that Abraham Lincoln didn't want to free slaves. Bullshit. He's the one that freed slavery.
He specifically
white-
listen, Samuel. He specifically said himself that he wouldn't have gotten rid of slavery if it meant he could have kept the Union.
Bullshit.
You want me to show you the quote? You want to put money on it?
I won't put any money on it, but you know what? Where do you get your facts now? Where do you get that? Oh, you Googled it? Exactly. That's the way I freaking get my facts.
Wait,
I
but
Googled it.
I'm not gonna just say the source is Google.
Bullshit.
Samuel, I'm not gonna just
Bullshit.
say the source is Google. Google is the search engine, genius. Devin,
Okay,
thank you for the
well, then
$10.
what do
Thank
you-
you so much, Devin. What are you saying, Samuel? You okay?
You know, I'm asking you then where do you get your sources from?
Give me 1 second.
Tell me where you get your sources from.
My source for what?
Your source for what you were telling me. Where do you get your source?
Which claim?
Is
I
that-
don't know which claim you're referencing.
It don't matter. Where do you get your source? Every time I say Google it, you say, "Oh, that's just an engine." What's your source? Where do you get your sources at? So I can
Again,
check out
clarify
up
for
on
which
it.
claim. For which claim?
It don't matter. Any of them.
It does matter.
No, it
I
does
don't know
not
what you're
matter.
talking about. Okay, I'll give you a source for a claim. Vaccines are effective. Look at the bibliography in my bio. I have 30 plus pages that my friend who's a librarian set up that has study after study after study of systematic reviews that specifically are peer reviewed that show the effectiveness of vaccinations. Now try again. What do you want?
I'm just telling you that you don't have any sources either besides Google.
What? Google's a search engine, not a source, Samuel.
Okay. Then so if I Google that, then where do I click on to get the source then? Because what I said
For
was
which
true.
claim? For which claim, Samuel?
All of them. All of them.
Samuel, for which claim?
All of them. See, you're just like every other fucking lip tard.
Okay, so now you're going to use slurs. Samuel, you know that's a slur, right? You shouldn't
I'm
use
not
slurs.
slurring.
That was a slur.
No.
Yes, it was. No. You just used the R slur. Samuel, that's
What
not a good
are-
word to
oh
use.
my God, did it hurt your feelings?
Samuel, you shouldn't use that word. It's a bad word.
Why?
It's a bad word, right? It negatively impacts people.
It's not.
It's derogatory.
I don't care. So you call us MAGA? Well,
You
I
don't
what?
care? Wait, Samuel.
I don't care.
Samuel,
I'm a
Samuel,
MAGA.
you don't. Okay, so I have a question.
Yes.
Rhonda, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Why don't you care about people who have, like, say, a mental disability?
I do care about them because they're not MAGA. I care about you guys because you're the ones that have mental disability.
Okay, so now are you trying to stigmatize mental disabilities by saying that I have one just because I disagree with you?
No, you're getting off topic here.
And do you think MAGA? Do you think MAGA is a slur?
That's all you guys
Samuel,
do is
Samuel,
try-
Samuel,
try to
Samuel,
lie.
Samuel.
don't
Do you
wanna
think
see
MAGA
the
is a
facts.
slur? Wait, Samuel. Do you think MAGA is a slur?
Is it? I'm asking you.
No, MAGA is not a slur. It means make America great again. I'm referring to a group, your group.
Okay. All right. And I'm referring to libtards as a group too.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's
kick you
like the
now
far
because you
left.
just.
That's the far left.
I'm gonna kick him because he's just using slurs. So let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Renee, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Renee. You, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Please explain to me how it benefited our country to flood the borders with immigrants and let them into our country.
Okay, so do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Because you constantly talk how good the Democrats are and all this. When Trump was in office, we were paying $1.70 for gas.
Oh Lord, dude, it's like the same argument every time, dude. So Mikey,
Our groceries were cheap.
Mikey, can you chill out for a second? Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
There is a border crisis, absolutely. And even if
Okay, so
if
then
not,
there must have been, Mikey. So then there must have
damage
been.
is done.
So Mikey, so there must have been a border crisis, right, at the end of Trump's administration, because there's the same daily crossings now as there was at the end of Trump's administration. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So why did Trump not fix the border crisis?
Trump built a wall, and all the Democrats tried to stop
He
it.
didn't build a wall. He literally
Yes, he
built.
did.
He built less than 1/4 of the
All
wall.
right, see now this is where you
Mikey, how much of the wall did they build?
I don't know, 25%, whatever it is.
Less than 1/4. Less than 1/4. Less than 25%.
They started building a
Yo,
wall.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Yo, Jennifer, thank you so much. Wait, hold up. Can we get some W's for Jennifer? Holy shit in the comments.
Listen.
Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Mikey, chill for a second. Chill for a second. Let me say thank you. W Jennifer in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jennifer going absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Can we get some W Jennifers? At least 200 plus W Jennifers. Now, Mikey, you may go. You may go. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Mikey, are you gonna unmute? Mikey, just click your profile picture and then click the microphone. Or in the bottom right, click the little microphone. There you go.
A couple days ago, you were hyping Joe Biden. Now they literally forced him to basically resign, and they put.
They didn't
Kamala.
force him. He chose himself to resign.
No, he
and
didn't.
actually,
He didn't
multiple
want to
days
do
ago,
that. He didn't want to leave.
multiple days ago, this is what I was tweeting on Twitter.
Dude, Joe Biden did not want to leave.
Look, this is what I said. This is what I said this is what I said July 18th.
Right. Well, it's funny how they see that the polls are up for Trump, and then all of a sudden they got to put a new candidate in there.
Yeah, that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, I guess so. If you just want your party to win, but really, what's best for our country?
Yeah, so the country, 65% of the Democratic voter, 65% of the Democratic voter base wanted Biden to step down.
You cannot say that Trump isn't a better candidate than Kamala or Biden. You can't say it. And
It's funny to me is watching all the MAGA Republicans fucking get frantic, grasping for straws now that they have to debate against Kamala instead of Biden. I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. They were salivating over going against Biden. They were so happy. They were like, he's not cognitively fit. You know, we're not going to acknowledge that now. We can't acknowledge it. I haven't heard of one person talk about cognitive fitness.
I don't really
Because
give a
obviously
shit.
Kamala is more cognitively fit than Donald.
Yeah, I don't know how you see that.
Valerie,
but-
thank you for the $2. Wait, how do you think that?
I got
Wait,
questions
you
for
think
you.
that you think that you think Donald? Wait,
you own
think
a house?
Mikey?
You own a
Listen,
house?
Mikey, listen. You think Donald is more cognitively fit than Kamala?
Yes, Donald Trump is definitely. Yes.
So is it him mistaking
Absolutely.
Eugene
Listen,
Carroll, a
bud.
person who was held
Listen,
legally
bud.
responsible?
The 4 years we had of Donald Trump proves that he's better than any Democrat that we've had.
Yo, Peter, thank you so much for the $22. Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much, Peter.
Dude, I'm glad. Like this
W
is how
Peter
you
in the
make your
comments.
money. I'm glad this is how you make money, to tell lies to people. But
I'm not lying.
to be completely honest, bro, the 4 years we had with Trump, I was a Democrat.
Wait, Mikey.
I didn't
Mikey,
vote
what
for
lie?
Trump.
Mikey, what lie?
I didn't vote for Trump. Okay.
Mikey, what lie?
The lies you tell all day about
Name one.
all these fucking sources you come up with. Dude,
Things I see.
your sources are
What
wrong.
source was a
bro.
lie? What source was a lie? What source is wrong? Think of the pinch face.
Source-
Mikey, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. What sources are wrong? Mikey, I can't hear you when you're swiped out of the app. Come back.
So, inflation right now, okay?
Mikey,
Inflation.
what sources are wrong?
So, the inflation right now.
Appreciate the
Who
box. Thank you so
caused-
much.
who
What
caused the
sources are
inflation?
wrong?
Who caused inflation?
What sources are wrong?
I'm asking you a question. Who caused
I will answer the
inflation?
question once
And
you
I will
answer
tell you
mine.
that your source is wrong when
Mikey?
you give me the answer.
Okay. So what caused inflation? Inflation happened globally. Global gas prices, specifically due to the
Well,
reduction in global oil
yeah,
supply,
you
due
know
to
why?
OPEC
Because
limiting their
of your
distribution of
idiot
oil.
campaign.
Because of
your idiot campaign, bro. That's
we actually produce more oil in the United States now than at any point in American history. So that claim is ridiculous. We produce more oil than any country that's ever existed. Okay? The reason is because OPEC limited the distribution of oil worldwide because of a brokered deal specifically with Donald Trump to cut production. He said, "I'll end U.S. military support, or you should cut if you cut supply, I won't." And then also the Russia-Ukraine situation led to us getting less Russian oil. These things would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office, unless you were to reference particularly the cut of oil production. But Emmy, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. And Drewski, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20. Yeah, Mike, you can unmute now. Everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, y'all.
as a Democrat, dude. As a Democrat, because I was a Democrat. 2016 to 2020 was the best years I've ever had, and that's why I'm voting for Trump.
That's
So
why,
if
you know what's
tell me
funny?
otherwise, if you can
2016
show
was
me
Obama.
Statistics, if you can show me statistics,
2016 was Obama.
if you could show me statistics,
2016
that say
was
that
Obama.
life is better for the
2016
middle
was
class.
Obama.
Show me a statistic that says life is better for the middle class right now. I'll vote Democrat. Show me it.
Really?
Yeah, show me it. Yep. Show me something that puts more money in my pocket, and I don't want to hear.
Say that in
tax
2019, right?
Bro, I don't want to hear you get better tax breaks or none of that
Emmy,
shit.
think of the $2.
Because, bro, if you had to buy your own groceries, I know
listen,
your mom
can you stop talking for a second and fucking
Listen,
answer a question I ask you?
I know your
Be
mom
quiet.
probably goes shopping
Mikey, listen to what I'm saying to you.
But groceries are expensive.
Mikey, do I need to mute you every single time I speak?
You can
Because
do
like you're not
whatever the hell
listening.
you want. I'm
You're
just
not. I will.
putting it
I
out
will
there,
if you
bro.
don't shut up.
You tell a bunch of
Mikey,
bullshit to people.
there's no bullshit. Be quiet and listen, Mikey. You'll actually maybe learn something if you don't fucking like literally speak a million fucking things and don't answer any questions. If you look up real median wages, I want you to do that real quick on St. Louis Federal Reserve, right? You can specifically look at this in 2019. You can see we specifically. I'll go to the end of 2019. Here, let me pull it up right here. Sorry, Q9 2019. Look at this. We are at 362 for real median wages in 2019. 362. Whereas if we look now in 2024, we are at 368, which means accounting for inflation, wages have gone up since 2019. Accounting for inflation, wages have gone up since 2019. So, given that you now know that and wages are higher now, accounting for inflation, are you going to vote for Democrats?
Buddy, the wages
That's
went
median
up
wages.
because people can't afford to live. Do you understand that?
That makes no sense.
Yes, that makes absolute sense. The wages
So
have to
listen.
go up so people could afford a house.
I agree
And
they
people
need to
could
go.
afford their
Listen,
groceries.
listen. I agree they should go up so people can afford those things. But then you're not understanding. Listen, that doesn't mean that they're going to. A lot of countries around the world experienced decrease in GDP, in wages, not accounting for inflation. So they decreased. So even when there was inflation, they decreased economic standings. So we have gone up in real wages since 2019. I just showed you. So you can also look at real GDP. Look at real GDP in 2019. Real GDP, I'll tell you, the end of 2019, or Q2 2019. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. 20,584 real GDP. Now Q1 2024, 22,758. So we have a higher real GDP. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Than 2019. We have higher real median wages than 2019. Why are you arguing that it was specifically so much better?
Well, how old are you, Parker?
22.
22. Where do you live? Do you have your own house?
Los Angeles.
Do you live with your parents?
No.
So do you pay an electric bill?
Yep.
So show me an
$1.
electric
Thank you
bill
so
right now. Show me an electric bill right now with your name on it.
I'm not showing you my electric bills.
Show me your rent bill with your name on it.
I'm not
Show
showing
me
you my
something
rent.
that shows you pay bills.
I'm not showing you my
Well,
bills.
then, dude, so you shouldn't be on here telling people how to vote because you don't even know what life costs, bro. You're
Mikey?
simply looking
Mikey.
at lies on the internet and you're feeding this to people, bro.
Listen,
Do
Mikey.
you understand that?
Listen, Mikey. So the reason why I understand this, I appreciate Olivia, thank you for the $5, is because I studied economics. I have a degree in economics.
I
Okay,
don't care what
I'm
you
gonna
have to
understand.
do, bro.
I'm gonna understand and be able to interpret the economic data, right, better than a person who does not have this particular education. So I'm telling you based upon that perspective. Okay, you can say, "Oh, you're not paying for these things." I literally am. Not only that, but it is the case that I have a degree in economics.
So what do you do for a job, for work?
This.
This is what you do?
Yes.
Wow. That degree took you far because you could do this without a degree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I have a degree again, which this actually the degree helped me with this. But I was doing
so
school.
why didn't
Marissa,
you-
I appreciate
if
the
you got a
hand
degree, why
massage.
don't you get a job?
Can you be quiet for a
Because you're
second?
not good at it.
No,
Probably
it's
because
because
you're not good at it. You're better at telling lies to people.
no, this is beneficial. I think this is helpful for
Okay.
our society. Thank you for
And
the box.
another
Thank you so much.
thing-
That's why I've
another
decided.
thing-
Mikey, can you please
if you
listen so
guys
I can
really-
respond? Mikey, can you please listen so I can respond?
Yeah,
right.
go ahead.
Again, I do that because I think that this is more beneficial. I enjoy this more. I think it's helpful. Right. Whereas if I were to do economics, which I could do at any point. Right. That's not subject to me specifically doing well on social media. That's subject to just whenever I want to go back to school and go get a master's. Okay. So again, I literally have engaged in this. I was getting a master, or not a master's, a degree before doing this. Okay. I did this and it was just a hobby. This blew up, started doing really well. By the end of the time I was done with school, it already became a point where I could literally sustain myself just doing this.
Well, listen, I'm glad you're doing good. Okay, I'm glad.
Selena, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Get a Job.
But
Thank you.
bro, you really, you have no facts. You really don't. Like you talk, everything you tell these people is shit.
Mikey,
searched-
respectfully, I build my entire
it's-
ideology on
it's
facts. I don't know what you're
stuff
talking
you
about.
searched on the internet, bro, or heard
Queenie,
from.
thank you for the
news,
$5.
and
Thank you so
None of
much.
it's real, bro.
Olivia,
None
thank
of
you for
it's
the
real.
$5. So when you just say everything is not real,
Well,
that's
like,
actually quite literally you
first of all-
denying the facts.
first of all, okay.
Mikey, you're quite literally denying the facts by saying that.
Okay, first of all, right.
Thank you for the confetti.
You guys love talking about Trump being a felon, right?
Yeah.
You love it. Okay, so he's a rich guy that got accused by a woman that he raped her.
Held
did
legally
whatever,
responsible.
Right?
Held legally responsible
How
unanimously by
do
a jury.
you know? How do you know for a fact? Yes, he could have been held legally responsible, whatever. How do you know for a fact that he really did it and that lady didn't want money? How do you know that?
She waited until later in her life.
Bro,
So if
you
she wanted
don't know
money
it. Just
specifically,
say it,
Mikey,
Parker. Just
Mikey,
say it.
listen. Mikey, listen. If she wanted money, she wouldn't have waited until she was older, right?
You
until
have no
she was in her
clue.
70s and
I
80s.
don't know. I'll tell you the
Why
truth.
wouldn't
I
she?
don't know,
If it was
bro.
the case that she was doing it just for money, why wouldn't she have done it
Oh my
decades
God.
ago when
Maybe
she was younger?
All right.
You know, it's also crazy. She's also already
Well,
rich.
let
She's
me
a
answer- let me
multimillionaire.
answer this for
David,
you.
thank you for the $5. Peyton, thank you for the $5.
Let me answer this.
Mikey, please listen. She's also a multimillionaire. She already
Yep.
had money.
Yep.
Lucas, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Lucas. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Lucas in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
So, okay, she did have money because she was a corn star, or whatever you call it.
No,
right?
nope. You don't even know who you're referencing. What's
So-
her name?
Stormy Daniels.
No, I'm not referencing Stormy Daniels.
Oh,
Appreciate
you're
the confetti. Thank you so
referencing
much.
another one.
That was
So,
hush
here-
money.
here-
That was
here's
hush money.
what's
That wasn't
funny,
even
though.
great, Mikey. That wasn't even great. That was hush money payments.
Here's what's funny.
specifically where he falsified
Okay.
business records with the predicate crime of
Oh,
election
so it's the
interference.
other lady.
So, Mikey, I want you to listen.
What
What you're referencing with the essay
Okay.
case is E. Jean Carroll. You don't even
Right.
know what case you're referencing. You just
Yes.
exposed yourself to denying it when you don't even have any reason to believe.
Okay, so I'm still going to tell you on that case, she came out later when Trump was running for office, okay? Like, does that not, like,
No,
throw
she
up
came
a
out
red
when
flag, bro?
she came out when Trump was already in office in
Right.
2019.
Does that not throw up a
So-
red flag that
Actually, no, it throws off the least amount of red flags. Why? Because it is the case that the charges, well, him being held civilly responsible, would have likely happened after the 2020 election. If that would have happened likely after the 2020 election, there's really no good reason that she would have had to believe that it would have affected his future election prospects, as it is the case that he likely could have won in 2020.
Can I tell you something, bro? These Democrats, and I'm not talking about you, the people who vote for Democrats, you guys are fine. The politicians, okay? They will stop at nothing to win. They will put any fake news out there. They will find any little thing you've ever done wrong. They'll pay that person to come out and tell. Like, you people think this world's so honest, bro. You're young, okay? These Democrats are corrupt people.
You're the
What
one that's
about,
believing
what's
Trump.
your take on Hunter Biden, bro? Give me your
Edward, thank you
take
for
on
the
Hunter
$7.69.
Biden. You know everything about
Thank you so much,
everything.
Edward.
Let
I
me hear
agree
what
with his
you think of
conviction.
Hunter Biden.
I agree with his conviction.
Because the apple don't fall far from the tree. And Hunter Biden's a big criminal. And look at Trump's kids. They're beautiful kids. What does that tell you, bro?
Jared Kushner?
Like, look at the big picture.
Why did
Trump's
Jared Kushner
family-
have a multi-billion-dollar deal with the Saudis?
Trump's family is good people, dude.
How did Jared
okay?
Kushner get a
Because Donald
multi-billion-dollar
Trump
deal
raised
with?
them to be that way.
So Donald
Hunter
Trump.
Biden
there you
is
go.
a piece of shit.
So again, and also so is Donald Trump and Don Jr. Don Jr. quite literally called his daughter sexy.
Dude, you're
Wait,
hilarious,
so
yeah.
Don Jr. called his 17-year-old daughter
He can
sexy.
He can say whatever he wants about his daughter. And who are you?
Mikey, Don Jr. said that his
That's fine.
17-year-old
That's fine.
daughter was
Okay.
sexy.
Okay, so what's wrong with that, buddy? He could have been saying, you don't know what type of way he was saying it.
do you refer to your daughter as sexy?
I don't. First of all, I have a son. Second of all, listen. If the guy was making a joke,
Wait.
dude, like-
Would you be okay with your wife referring to your son as sexy?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, actually, I would, because my wife isn't going to go and molest my son or do nothing.
That's so
Listen,
insane.
buddy. We live in the United States of America,
That's
bro.
so
It's a free
insane,
country.
bro.
We have freedom of
That's
speech.
so
buddy.
insane. You're so insane, bro.
See, here's the problem with Democrats. You guys judge people.
Here's the
okay?
Here's the problem
You
with the
guys
Republicans.
Judge people.
You are
We
just
don't judge
dumb.
people. We accept people for who they are.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
you're
we
literally
do.
wait.
Yes,
Your
we do.
party is you're voting for a racist. You're voting for a misogynist. What the fuck do you mean you accept people? What the fuck are you talking about? Republicans consistently advocate against GAY marriage. They advocate against trans people. You accept people? What? Fucking accepts when? What are you talking about, bro? What is this guy saying? We accept people. What the fuck, dude? What is this guy saying, bro? Immigrants? Nope, not there. Yo, Taboogie, thank you so much. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. You know what you accept? You accept fraudsters. You accept people who have been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. You accept misogyny. You accept racism. That's what you accept. You're very accepting of bigotry. Look at that. Estray, thank you so much for the $8. You can unmute, by the way, Mikey, but that's the only thing I see you accepting of. You're accepting of corrupt people. You're accepting of benefiting rich people. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. You're accepting of your corporate overlords. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Corporate daddies, please take care of me. Thank you so much, Marilyn. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the cab. I appreciate it. Corporate overlords, please. Please. Yo, thank you for the IC. Thank you so much. All right, dude. Are you going to unmute, bro? Are you going to unmute? Come on, man. Pivot in 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Yes. Train. Thank you for the train. Thank you so much.
So listen, bro. Like, you're just taking things like a word somebody says, and you're making them look like a piece of shit, bro. What
He's a
kind
piece of shit.
What kind of person are you, man?
A good person.
You're obviously not, man.
I'm
'Cause
not
you
a
don't
good
give
person?
people a chance. You're telling this guy he's a piece of shit because he called his daughter sexy. Like, you don't
Yes.
even know how it was said.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. You want to hear the video?
Yeah, dude, you could put on whatever you want, bro. I'm sure the guy doesn't
No,
molest his daughter.
do you want to hear
okay?
the video?
People raise their kids different. It's okay.
Do you want to hear the video?
No,
Finn,
I
thank
don't.
you for the money,
because
gun. Thank you so much.
I really don't think that's a reason to call somebody a piece of shit. Okay? Bottom line. And I think.
Sexy like you?
Oh, I look sexy like you. Dude, that's
What do you
giving
think?
your daughter a compliment.
Make me look sexy like you?
What? And you think that's bad?
Yeah.
You think that's bad?
Yeah.
Bro, where were you raised?
Getting makeup, make me look sexy like you?
What state are you from?
California. I grew up in Iowa.
Wow, that explains a lot. All right. Yeah, bro.
Okay,
he's
you're
just-
okay
he's
with
just
calling
joking.
17-year-old
Just so you know,
kids?
he's just joking with his daughter, and he's giving her a compliment at the same time.
How do you feel about Trump? How do you feel
all
about
he's-
Trump?
that's all
How do you
he's
feel
doing.
about listen, how do you feel about Trump calling his daughter voluptuous?
Bro, Trump
Or
could
saying
call
or
his
saying you
daughter
date his
whatever-
own daughter if it wasn't
Listen,
his
buddy,
daughter?
Trump could call his
Or
daughter
saying he has
whatever
sex
he
in common
wants.
with his daughter when she says real estate and golf?
All I know is Donald Trump.
Renee, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
Donald
much.
Trump, when he was
Jarrett,
in
thank you for the
office, we didn't
$10.
have
Thank you so
war.
much, Jarrett. Robert, thank you for the hat and mustache.
Hey, listen, buddy, I gotta go.
Yeehaw!
Listen, buddy, I gotta go because
You're
I
gonna
gotta
run away. You're gonna run away right when I'm showing you specifically like the
listen,
comments.
bro, because you're full of shit, man. You're full of shit. That's all it is. This is a lie. This is a scam.
the two have
This
in
is a
common.
scam. You make money off scamming people.
Can you listen?
Okay, bro? You make money off
I'm not
telling
scamming
lies.
people. I'm not telling
Yeah, you're
lies.
a
Listen.
scammer, bro. You're just like Joe Biden.
Mikey,
Joe
I'm not
Biden sending
scamming
money to
anyone. Listen,
Ukraine
Mikey.
so that he could pad his
Mikey,
pockets,
can you
bro,
stop
okay?
screaming in the mic and listen? Just for 1
Because
second.
You don't listen, bro.
I do listen. I promise you I do listen.
You're
Now,
a
can you please
friggin'
listen to
idiot.
this? Mikey, can you tell me how many consonants there are?
How many contents there are?
Continents.
Continents? Why? Are we in a fucking history quiz?
Push that mustache. Thank you so much. That would be geography, not history.
Is
So,
that-
Mikey,
is that what we're doing?
you can have
Are we
mustache. Thank you so much.
quizzing each
That
other?
would be geography, not history, Mikey. Now, how many continents?
125 continents.
Think of the hanging lights. Thank you so much. How many branches of government are there?
3, you asshole. Listen,
What are they? What are they?
Listen, bro. Judicial, executive, and legislative.
Wow, I'm surprised you got
listen,
that.
buddy.
Now listen to this.
Listen, buddy.
Ivanka Trump. Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Yeah, listen,
enough?
buddy. I think that was a joke. I would take that as a joke, or else he's a sick guy. Okay? So that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro. You're making these people look bad off their personalities, man. Everybody has a different personality.
Like on The
Doesn't
View in
mean-
2006.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
That's another compliment. He's complimenting his daughter.
Your daughter, she's beautiful.
Bro.
Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever. She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
It's very sad that
So would you say yeah to your daughter being called a piece of ass by another man?
No, I wouldn't. But that's me. And
Would you say you have
everybody-
sex in common with your daughter?
But listen, bro.
Would you would you say you have sex in
common?
common? Hey, Mikey, I'm just asking. Would you say you have sex in common with your daughter?
No, I wouldn't.
No. Would you say that you dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years when you were 40 years old?
Would I say that in 10
Would you say that you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Yeah, dude, people say it. I don't know. I wouldn't look at you like a bad person if you waited for the girl to be an adult.
Oh, so you sexualize a 5th grader? It's okay?
Nobody said that, bro.
That's literally
I'm
what you
saying,
just said.
what I just said is, okay, so say like a 50-year-old guy is with a 25-year-old girl. That's not my cup of tea, but I see it.
Wait, say
And
that
like,
again?
People do that.
Wait, say that again?
There's 50-year-old guys with 25-year-old girls where I live. I've seen them.
Dude, I'm specifically here. Listen to this.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Thursday night. You going up the escalator?
Hey, buddy, listen.
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Like I said, it
Even
could
that
be
mustache.
his personality. He could be a jokester. Like you're still.
No,
you don't
it's
have
okay to
facts.
it's okay
You
it's
do
okay to
not
make
have
jokes
facts.
about grooming and sexualizing minors.
Bro, you do not have facts on any of this shit.
I
you're
just showed you.
talking
I
about.
literally just showed you.
That's not facts. That could be
Josh,
jokes.
think of the dollar. Mandy, think of the
Joking,
$5.
bro. There's people that are sarcastic.
So it's okay to make jokes sexualizing fifth graders.
Your president, Joe Biden, forgets where he is. He doesn't know how to walk off stage. He's a
Mikey,
friggin'
is it
homo.
okay? Is it okay to sexualize fifth graders in jokes?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so would you vote for someone that sexualizes fifth graders in jokes?
Would I vote for Donald Trump if that's what you're asking?
Would you vote
Absolutely.
for?
100%,
Would you vote
because
for?
you
Would
know
you
why,
vote for
Parker?
a guy that sexualizes fifth graders, 10-year-olds, right, in his jokes?
Do you guys have a better candidate?
Yes.
You don't. So yes, I am voting for Donald
This is
Trump.
a better
because
candidate right
Joe
here.
Biden was awful.
She is a better candidate. She hasn't done any of those
Barack Obama
things.
was horrible, and Kamala
Name
is
one
going to
thing.
be worse
Wait,
than both of them.
wait. Name one
Okay?
policy. Name one policy that Barack Obama influenced to get
I don't
passed
have to
that you
name
disagree
anything,
with.
but you know what?
Name
when
one
Barack
policy.
was in office, I was kind of like you. I was younger, so it didn't affect me as much.
Name one policy that Barack Obama influenced to get passed that you disagree with. Okay? Tap that screen over. Let's get to 2 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. You gonna unmute yourself? I sent you an invite, man. Did you get the invite?
So I vote for the best candidate, but I'm telling you, I gotta
You're
go.
not
I don't
voting
have
for the
time
best
for this
candidate.
shit.
You're ignoring reality.
No, I'm voting for the best candidate. If
You're
guys
living
had
in
a
your
good candidate-
imagination.
You know what? If you had a good candidate, dude,
do.
we need change. The bottom line is America needs change. Okay, these Democrats
Trump is not
suck,
that
bro.
change.
These Democrats are.
Yo, miss, thank you
If
so
you
much for
don't know
the
that-
blooming. Thank you so much.
If you don't know that, dude, someday you'll figure it out. You know what? In 10 years, you'll figure
No,
it out.
someday
bro.
you'll
You're
realize
young.
that you were in a fascist cult.
You're young, bro. You're young. I'm not in a cult, bro. Like I said,
You
I'm
are.
a Democrat. I'm a
did
Democrat.
Did you wear a bandage?
Listen,
I think you wore a
personally-
bandage, Chet.
Me personally, I got a house with a 3% interest rate, not like when frickin' Biden got in and the rates went up to 7%.
That has to do with the Federal Reserve, genius.
These poor kids now can't fucking buy a house. Yeah,
Mikey,
you guys
that
always
has to
say
do with the
that has
Federal
to do with
Reserve.
this, and that's all you
That
guys
has to
talk,
do with
but
the
you know
Federal
what?
Reserve.
You know what's funny, buddy?
Actually, no, I'm just
Everything
kicking
was
you.
cheap when Trump
You're
was
just
in,
dumb.
so you could say all.
Again, all has to do with the Federal Reserve. It's global. It's literally global inflation. But you just don't care. You just want to scream in the mic and act like an idiot and say you're so smart and say that I'm just too young. Good arguments. You absolutely embarrassed yourself, buddy. In front of 7,000 people, you embarrassed yourself. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Yeah, it was awful. Yeah, 100% embarrassed himself, dude. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. My patience is crazy. I've been working on it. I'm trying. I'm really trying. It's honestly kind of easier when I'm by myself. When Dean's with me, I think it's harder to keep my patience. I think when I'm by myself, I don't know. I just keep it better. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. I accidentally just added the same person, I think. All right, let's get this next individual. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here, dude. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Edward, thank you for the $1.69. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. By the way, we could probably got a little bit left on the live. Depends on whenever my girlfriend wakes up. Depends on whenever my girlfriend wakes up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment. You keep making these comments about Trump being a perv and all this stuff, but like the
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He says he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. He says it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place.
Yeah, but the left is trying to okay men who have mental issues that want to dress like girls to go in the bathroom. They want to start okay, like, all these other social constructs.
No, so trans people, we want to protect trans people, which the data indicates that protecting trans people actually leads to better outcomes for everyone across the board. Secondly, you're actually completely okay with Donald Trump as a man walking into the naked changing rooms of teenage girls. For changing rooms, I believe they should be individualized. I don't think that there should be like changing in front of people, getting naked in front of people.
Listen, that's you though. You think it should be like that, but it won't be like that.
No, honey, you think that.
It's literally happening in my own town. Like, schools aren't even protecting like girls. They're not protecting women's sports. So imagine a long time ago, women did rights for what? We did rights to, like, now in 2024 have the same men that didn't want the rights for women to come back and take the same positions they had.
I have a question. Trans men, should they go into the men's or women's restroom?
They should go in the restroom that they were born.
So trans men who are masculine presenting, who might have beards, they should go into the women's restroom? So how do you know that it's a trans man? How do you know it's not a cis man pretending to be a trans man?
Well, that's another problem. Or how do you know that it's not a...
So what should trans men do? So what should trans men do? You said based upon their biology, they should go into the women's restroom, but the presenting is masculine. So are you saying they should change their presentation as well?
The handicap bathroom. Or the...
Okay, are you sure? I can literally hear you driving, by the way.
I'm in the passenger seat, so of course you'll hear.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also too, do you know that all the rich CEOs and rich celebrities and actors are Democrats? Do you know why they're Democrats? Because
They're not all Democrats, but I don't know why that's relevant.
Like 89% of them are. You can literally go and see Ford, Walmart, all the mini malls, all these places are leftist. So how is it that all these rich people are on the left side? Don't you think that's suspicious? Wouldn't you think they would all be for Trump? That's another red flag.
If you go to the Harvard Gazette, it specifically says 70% of America's top executives are affiliated with the Republican Party and 31% with Democrats. So you can sit there and you can fucking cherry pick, but it doesn't make you look right. Amelia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
That's not true. Do you know Elon Musk is the only person?
Read this. Can you read this? This is from Harvard.
But do you remember all the CEOs were mad at Elon Musk?
Honey, can you read this, please?
I can read that. When was this?
It says nearly 70% of America's top executives are affiliated with the Republican Party and 31% with Democrats. So okay. Seems like your point there is not good.
When was it published?
This is from data between 2008 and 2020. Oh, she got hate speech, hateful behavior violation. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Got the car, you got the car, you got the... All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yeah, thank you for the handouts. Thank you so much, Marissa. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Let me get my main account on here. I literally accidentally left. Oh, I think I left earlier and I just never joined back. Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. I do apologize, everyone. We got about 28 minutes left on the live. Just letting y'all know, everyone. 28 minutes left on the live. All right. I added myself up. There we are. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request. I don't know. I'm so weird. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for... Oh, okay, wait. Hold up. There's a person named Dean Soft. Okay, Dean Soft.
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year? Yo, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am voting Trump.
Why is your name Dean Soft?
Because Dean is soft as fuck.
Why so?
Have you seen?
Is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Yeah, 1 sec. Why? Like, have you seen Dean on a? I mean, obviously you've seen Dean on a debate before, but
You're right. Yeah, it's almost like he comes on my live all the time.
yeah, he does. You would be correct there. Have you like seen him like how he acts? He like actually acts like a dumbass.
I mean, I think that he acts okay.
Okay.
Now, can you
I'm
tell
not saying
me
you act like
why
a
you think he's soft?
Alright. I'm not acting like you act like dumb as general, but like I mean, like
So,
he's
so
just.
would you say I'm not soft?
Nah, I wouldn't say you're soft. He's definitely soft though.
So why is Dean soft?
Why is Dean soft? He acts like a little fucking girl.
Wait, why are you
Every single time
associating-
somebody.
Why are you associating girls with being soft?
What the fuck do you mean? Is that is
$dollar? Yeah, that's a totally legitimate question. Why are you associating girls with being soft?
I just said Dean acts like a little girl.
Yeah, so why are you associating girls with being soft?
I'm associating Dean with being a girl.
Yeah, so why? And you also associate that with being soft. Can you give me any reason why you do that?
He's just soft. Like
Why
I mean,
why
I
do you
look at him.
associate girls to be soft?
I mean, you got me on that one.
Is it because you don't respect women?
No, I respect women. I love my mother. I love my girlfriend.
So then why'd you use it as a stigma? Like as a bad thing?
I just-
like you
I just
being a
said
girl,
Dean
you
acts
being
like
a
I
woman
just said
would be a
Dean
bad thing.
Every single time he's beat on a point, he decides to mute somebody. I mean, you don't do that shit because you take it. I mean,
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what the good points would be against me or against Dean, but like here, I'll just ask you: can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I'm not really on the talk. This will be my first time voting. I just kind of wanted to. I kind of listened in a little bit. Just kind of wanted to hear what you'd say. I just think Trump's
so
a better.
then, how do you know he gets beat on a point if you don't know anything about like politics?
I just can tell. I mean, when he gets stuttered, when he
So
can't say.
Dean quite literally has a stutter.
I'm not saying he stutters. I'm just saying like he fucking like when he gets beat, he fucking gets butthurt and he mutes people. Every
He
single
mutes
time.
people when people are like cutting him off and they're not engaged.
No, that's not true. He mutes people 24.
Lindsay, thank you for the
fucking
$10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, that's
Why-
funny
why-
because
why is-
most of the
why
time
is-
he's been
why is-
spending on live is when he's on my live.
Why is Kamala better than Trump? Yeah, but like when he's on your live, you actually know what you're talking about, and he talks over you 24/7. I don't even know why you let him on your fucking live at that point.
Well, I mean, it's fine. So what was the question you had before that?
Why should I vote for Kamala? Like I genuinely want to know.
Yeah,
It's my
so-
first time voting. Why should I vote for Kamala?
So let's talk about this guy. Convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, send fake electors as well, specifically as well. Next, I just will say it's Kamala, by the way. One thing. Two, as it relates to this, he also tried to, he wants a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He wants to restrict women's access to abortion. He denies climate science, says that the climate is just going to get cooler, that science just doesn't know it yet. Completely delusional shit. Okay, I can keep going. You got hateful behaviors. Hateful behaviors. All right, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Nah, Parker talks over Dean. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy now. I think we talk over each other. Hey, we do that all the time. We do that all the time. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to vote for Trump, make sure to send a guest request. You're mean to Dean. Based. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
You voting Trump?
I sure am.
Why so?
Well, I really want to I want to try to figure out why people aren't keying in on why Kamala is becoming this president and how that completely goes against our democracy as it is. And second of all, this girl. I want to be nice. I don't want to use the words I usually use. But she's She has a low mental capacity. Let's just put it that way.
What words do you typically use?
She used
Mike, what words do you typically use?
Words you probably shouldn't use on TikTok.
So do you use slurs?
Slurs? No, you're not going to trap me. You're not going to try to get me, paint an image of me. I want to ask you a question. Why do you not think it is alarming that in two separate interviews, she mentioned that 220 million Americans died in two separate times? That wasn't a mistake. She thought that 220 million Americans were dead. We have 330 million Americans in our country right now. That would mean over 2/3 of our country would die.
Related
She said
to what?
it 2 times. Also, her infatuation with school buses.
Mike, related to what?
Yeah, yes, sir. What?
What was it in relation to?
It was in relation to COVID.
Okay, so she didn't actually think
No, she said-
220 million.
Well, how do you accidentally
She
say
probably
in two
meant
separate interviews?
2.2. She probably meant 2.2.
No, you can look at the videos, you can look at the press conferences. She said it in an interview and a press conference. How do you do that by mistake?
That could happen. I don't understand
You
why
can
that
say-
would.
you can-
like
you
for
can
example,
say it by mistake.
Biden instead of saying 15 million
So
said
somebody that's going
15,000.
to run our country can make a mistake like that and notify
Yes.
the entire American public that 220 million Americans died.
That was a mistake. Obviously a mistake. Now listen to this.
Twice.
Well, how
Twice.
could? Yeah, Mike, it's
You're
completely
going
fine.
to get-
So,
like,
Mike, listen to this. How
Okay.
could Trump specifically mistake E. Jean Carroll, a person who's held legally legally responsible for sexually abusing, and his ex-wife? How could he mistake the two?
I'm sorry. What?
He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. Then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who's held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's weird. Listen,
Wait, so, do you want a
agree
sitting
with
president,
everything
the
that you're-
oldest-
Do you agree with everything, and do you stand by Kamala, everything she says and everything she does?
No.
Because I'll tell you right now, as somebody who's I'm not. You know what? I've been on here. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm not even voting. Okay, so I'm sorry. I tricked
Oh,
you
so you're
there,
not
but-
voting? All right.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
See ya. Good points I made.
You didn't make any good points. You also referred to Kamala as a girl. That's like just fucking weird, bro. When we're talking about literally, she's like 59 years old, right? A woman. I think that is really weird terminology to use. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Hello? Yes.
Why so?
I wanted to talk about the border for a second.
Okay.
If,
Nice name,
if
though,
there
by the
were, if there were, say, 10 million people illegals coming over into our country that were going to be Trump future voters for Trump, you think Biden would have let them in?
No, I don't think people are being let in because they're Democratic voters. I don't think there's any good evidence
That's a-
supporting that. I think what you're engaging
That's
in
a-
is
well-
called the
well-
Great Replacement Therapy.
Well, Biden was inviting them to come.
He actually, Kamala Harris specifically said, "Don't come."
Why they got
So
bust
regardless
for
of
him at
whether or
the
not you
border?
think Biden said something, which I don't think you have evidence of, I can show you an article right now of specifically Kamala saying, "Don't come."
Why do they got a bus at the border ready to take them to the airport then? They
You're
know they
talking
got a
about the-
free
you're ta-
hotel and stuff.
Sir, you're talking about the
know
asylum
they got-
process, and that's also state funding.
Like, who's not going to come if you get free hotels and free food? Like, I mean,
So that's the asylum
exactly
process, and also immigration adds more to our economy than all of the short-term costs associated with it. The Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee, indicated that most of the increases in our economy by 2034, 7 trillion in GDP, 1 trillion in federal revenue, is going to come from immigration, undocumented immigration and documented immigration. And also just letting you know, in 2022, we had a lower undocumented immigrant population than 2019.
and yeah, like I see you talk to a lot of people on here, and like you tell them like you know, the same amount of people are coming in now than at the end of Trump's thing. But yeah, but he just did that 4 weeks ago. Like he put that into place, put it back to where it was. But the other 3.5 years, look, I mean, he would basically just letting
Because
the
they
people
were
come
trying
in.
to pass a border bill. There was a bipartisan border bill that Biden and Harris supported specifically that Trump tried to influence Congress to not support.
Well, why would anybody sign that? There was 160
Because it was
billion in it
specifically
for.
no, it was specifically meant to benefit the border conditions. Why would any of them sign it? Because they engage in compromise all the time.
The 160 billion for Ukraine. Like, why would you sign that?
So it wasn't 160 billion in that bill. Secondly, as it relates to that, quite literally, there was a solo border bill and one that had the
No,
funding in
wasn't
it. That Ukraine funding got sent anyway.
And there was only 20 billion for the actual border, but the rest of the 160 billion or whatever it was was for other countries.
Yeah, so I definitely think it was a bit more than 20, but it is the case that there was separate border policy that they had. So it wasn't just ones with Ukraine funding. That was Trump's claim on one of them with Ukraine funding. But not only did they pass that anyway, the Ukraine funding, they didn't particularly vote for the standalone one.
What do you think about the all the people that voted for Biden in the primary and now their vote doesn't count?
So their vote did count. They were voting for Biden-Harris as an administration. And also, secondly, I don't see how that's relevant.
Isn't that what's going on now? Is with the Biden-Harris thing? That's why they're saying Harris can't use the campaign the funds that went to Joe. Is that true? Or
I'm pretty sure she can, but even if she can't,
Because
she raised over $100 million already.
you know what that 100 million? That 100 million was transferred from Biden's account yesterday. That's where the 80 million came from.
No.
And the small donors.
Can you give me a source
yes,
that
I know.
no? Those are small dollar donors from directly after she announced.
It wasn't. It was Biden's
Yes,
small
it was. But
donors
no,
that had already donated.
Wrong. Lies.
No.
You're literally lying.
Why do you say that? Where's your source?
Because not only was there more funding
Who said it was
specifically
a-
for
Who said it was a lie besides you?
I can show you. So look up Kamala Harris funding Democratic nominee. Do that real quick. Can you do that for me? And
I don't have anything to look it up on.
Okay. All right. Well, so you can specifically do that, and you can see an NPR fact check of that specifically asked the question, fact check, can Kamala Harris access Biden campaign money? And it goes over that and it talks about that. And then also I can send you one that specifically references the amount of money that was sent to her.
Because I've seen
look up Harris donates donations top 100 million after Biden's exit from presidential race, and that's from what, 2 days ago. And it had 100 million.
I seen something that said that Biden transferred, I think it was 91 million to her account, to her campaign now, because he's not going to be using it.
Well, none of what
illegal.
I'm referencing there is specifically the Biden money.
And that's what I heard. Like, they transferred it to her, which is illegal. She can't use it, and there's 9 million missing. So that's another crime right there.
No, so that's not a crime. I don't know where you're getting that.
Well, somebody took the 9 million.
What 9 million? You mean of Biden?
When he transferred the campaign funds to her campaign, there was $9 million less than what was sent.
I don't know what you're specifically referencing. Can you give me a source? Because I just gave you one specifically that relates to her money, where they got it from.
I don't have a laptop or anything right here, but yeah, but something's really fishy going on there.
Whipped it right out his ass. Who told you that?
I seen it yesterday. I forget what it was on, but I wish I had my laptop. I would look it up again. But yeah, It seemed pretty legit, though.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Seems legit. Yeah, so don't see any legitimate source that indicates that, but sounds pretty cool. Did you wear a bandage?
What's that?
Have you ever, like, unironically put on a bandage, like, on your right ear?
Oh, sure. All the time. Especially when I get a bullet in it. Why do you think that you talk all the sex about Trump and stuff?
So
Like,
you
why do
know
you
something
believe-
crazy?
What?
Do you know about Trump's felony charges? Is falsifying a business records. You know those were election interference, right? That's why they were considered a classy felony.
Well, that's exactly what Biden's doing right now.
Nope, not at all.
He's doing election. That's why he's gonna be
Biden's quite literally not
That's
the
what-
nominee.
That's what. Well, that's what that Trump just filed. That's election fraud when you misuse the election funds, and that's what he just did when he transferred the money.
No, he didn't misuse election funds.
What
How
do you
can
call it then?
How can it be a misuse?
That's what
of
lawyers.
election
That's what the
funds?
lawyers on TV. That's what the lawyers are saying on TV,
Which lawyers?
on the news. I don't know which stations they were. I've seen
the
it a few
community.
places on the news.
The news.
Where do you get your information?
Not from just like a claim of myself of the news, some random news. What news?
Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. You know, I heard something the other day. You said like 62% of women don't bring rape forward, and they don't tell anybody.
Yeah,
Is that the right number?
Over
62%.
60% of women, over 60% of women don't come out with their stories.
How would you know about it if they didn't come out with it?
It's an estimation.
How would you get that statistic?
It's people
Where
who never
would you get
came out with their
60% from?
stories.
If they never told anybody, then how would you get a percentage?
Yeah, so again, you can test specifically based upon people who said that they have not specifically indicated this, or through estimations. Right, you understand that there are methods you can use to estimate this?
Well, I don't really know. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. I don't. And I seen a thing that said.
How
like,
else do you
for the civil
think we get other things in the context of these particular types of claims? They come from statistical surveys.
I just don't know how somebody would know if they never told anybody. That's what I was that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So
I seen another statistic too. It said like for civil cases, when people are just suing people for money, like they were doing for Trump, it was like 54% successful. So you know what that means?
what's 64%
Whatever,
successful?
like that means that, or 50 something, like so that means 40%, 40 some percent were lying, right? And is that what
I
you're
don't
saying?
know what you're saying. Can you tell me again?
Like in a civil case, like 54% of the time, the person will win the money they're looking for from the person, and like 40 some percent of the time they don't win. So you're saying that 40% of the time they're lying. If you're going to go by the juries, so you can't just say that Trump was guilty
I don't
automatically.
know where you got those numbers from, but yeah, I do accept the jury determination as it relates to guilt. So if the jury determines a particular individual guilty, it increases the probability of that particular person being guilty. If someone is not held guilty, right, that just doesn't specifically hold them guilty. Like, do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if that's the right record, 54% of the time they win, that means that somebody's lying almost half the time. Or they're getting it wrong at least almost half the time.
If there's a
That's what I'm
civil
getting
case,
at.
there's a right side and a wrong side. Do you agree in typical senses?
Oh, well, yeah, somebody's right. But hard to say who is.
Okay, so then I don't know what your point is with this. Also, where'd you get these numbers from?
Well, I'm not sure where I've seen. I don't remember
Pulled
now.
them
But,
right out his ass.
but yeah, but I mean, whatever it is,
Yeah.
it's got to be close to that. Even if that was wrong.
Yeah, it's got to be close to some random number I whipped right on my ass. Oh, why do they always have that notification on?
Well, even if it was 60% or whatever, like that still means 40% of the time they're wrong. Like somebody's wrong. Like, you know what I'm
What
saying?
are you trying to say, man? You sound like you're yapping, man.
Yeah, I'm just rambling.
Yeah. So do you accept the determination of guilt in terms of juries?
In criminal, yes. In civil, no. Because
So
civil,
you accept
a
his
lot of
fraud?
times.
So do you accept his fraud?
Oh, I think he probably did the fraud. Yeah.
Okay, that's a
But
civil
I mean,
case.
they're all doing it. They're all doing the
Did you know
fraud.
that,
I mean,
did you know that was a fraud? The fraud case was civil? That's
No, I
really
don't.
funny. Oh, okay. So you accept the fraud case that's civil, but you don't accept the sexual abuse case that's civil?
Well, wasn't the
Holy
sexual?
shit, he's cooked.
Yeah, but wasn't the sexual thing like 20 years ago or something?
Yeah, after it was filed, it was 23 years after it filed, when they filed it.
Yeah, I mean,
So
come
just
on.
wait, many victims either do not come out, right, or wait decades to come out with a story. That is typical for victims. For you to assume
Oh, an
that,
election-
like, oh, that means it's wrong is crazy.
Why did they wait for election year?
So they didn't wait for an election year, actually. 2019 it was filed. So they didn't know that in 2024 they were going to be running again. If any reason they
And
had
what-
that they would have believed that if Trump won again because he was the incumbent, it would have been the case that he would have never. Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. This would have never applied to him running. So that was not the reason. The reason was because the statute of limitations changed for civil courts because
Well, that's
victims of the Catholic Church specifically, like advocated for change in statute of limitations law related to civil courts, and they were able to change it.
You don't find it funny that the statute of limitation was pulled for 12 months so they could get Trump? You don't find
No,
that funny?
It wasn't. Did you just listen to anything I said? I specifically acknowledged it was due to the Catholic Church. It was not due to Trump. It was due to the Catholic Church, and because of the victims of the Catholic Church changing it, right? She was able to then do it. So it wasn't because of her. That's a lie.
Well, it
You
certainly
just
looked
whipped
like it.
that right out of your ass again.
Well, I mean, you keep saying all these things, just coincidences and stuff. But come on, at some point, you know
What?
what
When
I'm
did I say
saying?
the word coincidence?
When was the last
When
time
did I
you
say
thought
the word
Biden was wrong?
coincidence?
You didn't.
Okay, so then why'd you say I did?
I didn't say you said it. I said, do you think it was?
Where'd you get that from?
When was the last time you thought Biden was
Oh,
wrong?
Lord. All the
Seriously,
time.
like, come on, like Trump can't be
debates.
wrong.
The debates.
Trump can't be wrong all the time. Biden's got to
was
take
ro-
some.
Yeah, Biden's
gotta take some
Biden
responsibility.
was wrong at the debate. So was Trump, but Biden was also wrong in some circumstances.
Well, they both are. For sure.
They're not always wrong. I don't know why you're trying to equivocate the two.
I think they're wrong, like most of the time. You think they're telling you the fucking truth? I don't think so.
Who's telling us the truth? Who?
None of them.
Who's them?
Biden and Trump.
Okay, so if you say they never tell us the truth, well, you know that's a lie.
Well, yeah, I mean, they tell the truth here and there, but yeah, most of the time
Okay,
they're lying, both of
so-
them.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, you have no reason to believe that either, right? Also, why are you keep arguing about Biden? Get a fucking grip on reality, like seriously, and realize that there's
Well, I
not
don't- well-
Biden as the candidate. I understand you wanted Biden to be the candidate so fucking bad, but he's not.
I didn't. I
then
didn't
you
want
don't.
either one of them actually, but
Okay. Well,
What-
then why
what-
are you still talking about him? You're obsessed with Joe.
well, I don't know.
Can you?
I don't know
can you
much about
stop
that
the
Kamala.
Can you stop the obsession with Joe, please? It's getting a little bit weird.
Well, I don't know much about Kamala. Well, I've heard the thing about where
Kamala.
Kamala. Kamala. I seen the thing where she withheld evidence in a death row inmate and almost put him in jail for life, and they made her give up the evidence.
No, not at all. She specifically
no,
tried
that's
to get
true.
no. She tried to get him DNA
wi-
tested
she
so that he
withheld
wouldn't
the
have
evidence.
been. No,
No,
it's a lie.
she
Give me a
withheld
source.
the
Give me a
evidence
source.
all-
Give me a source.
It's everywhere.
Give me a source.
You're always doing this. You're on the fucking.
Give
you
me
got
a
a TV?
source. Give me a source.
She withheld evidence for all the way to the end. The judge made her give up the
Can you
evidence.
give me
Or that guy would have been. The
Can you
guy
give me a
was going to go to
source?
jail for his lifetime.
Can you give me a source?
Oh, you know it's true.
Can you give me a source?
Just watch TV. Well, I mean, what the fuck?
Give me a source. Because right now you just sound like, trust me, please, please, trust me.
Well, we got to just trust you.
No, this. You know what? You know what your source is?
You know what your source is? You're just a bunch of. Oh, there's one thing I want to. I could prove that Harry and you guys are being paid.
You can? So what evidence do you have that
Yes.
we're paid?
Okay, I'm 52 years old. I've never met anybody in my life that's went and talked and interviewed or talked to a president. A few of you guys have. Why is that?
I've never
Because you're
talked
being
to-
paid.
I've never talked to a president. That doesn't mean that we're paid.
There's two or three of you that do this that have been.
Who's two
that
or
met
three?
the president. Harry. There's like two other ones. I forget the names, but
who?
But there's a reason for that. You just don't meet the president unless you're being fucking paid.
So I'm not paid because I didn't meet the president?
You got friends that just random friends you grew up with that met the president?
No, I have no friends.
I mean, not
grew
you,
up with.
not you, but I'm just
No
saying,
friends I grew
like
up
Harry
with.
or whatever.
No, so wait, so am I not paid?
I don't know. I think so, but I mean, I don't see why else you would do it.
So
but
wait. So how am I paid if I didn't meet your criteria that you just mentioned?
there's no way you'd be so far left if you weren't being paid.
What?
That's what I'm saying.
I know it.
You're so far left that.
Colt member, I used to be a communist.
Well, you should have stayed there.
That's even further left. So what do you mean so far left? I wouldn't be so far left if I wasn't paid. What are you talking about? What are you saying?
Nobody would
bro?
spit the shit, the stuff that you guys come out with. Like you have to be paid. Nobody would say that.
Dude. All right, if I wanted to get paid, I would be a fucking like Christian nationalist, and I get paid by Turning Point. Easy cash. Why the fuck would I be doing this?
I don't know. You get paid. That's the only reason I would think.
Okay, so maybe because I genuinely believe in this.
Maybe you're not being paid.
Cold member,
maybe you're just getting-
maybe I genuinely believe in this.
I mean, maybe you're just getting the TikTok money and shit like that. But well, you know, Harry's
Well, that is
paid.
true,
That's
and
a
that,
fact.
of course, people pay me through TikTok.
Yeah.
So again, why did I do this for years before I made any money?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it?
Why would you do it for no? Well, you're not doing it. You're not doing it for
Why'd
no
I do
money.
it
You're getting your
because
TikTok money either way.
You know, when I used to go live, I'd get 30 cents, 10 cents a live, right? Okay, so I wasn't making a lot of money. I did it because it's a hobby, because it's something I genuinely believe in. I think that's good. I want people to critically think. That's why I've been doing this for years. This whole platform of thousands of people doing this, that didn't exist when I came on this platform. That wasn't even a thing. Like getting 5,000 viewers in a live concurrently was unheard of.
Well, I got to. Hey, I gotta let you go.
Okay, bye.
You talking to you?
All right. Well, cult member actually was a cult member. Literally believed I was paid by the DNC. What the fuck, chat? What the hell, man? Thank you, Charles. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, and Tyler, thank you for the $1. Yep, I appreciate everyone. I'm gonna get off though right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming on tonight. I had a great time, everyone. I had a great time. I will be on tomorrow for a huge portion of the day. I'm gonna be on a lot longer tomorrow. So definitely make sure to check out for that. Follow me here if you haven't already. Go check out my main account, everyone. Go check out the videos, the rally videos that I've posted. One of them's not posting. Like the last one I just did is not like sending out for some reason. So I don't know what's going on with that one. But yeah, make sure to go check that real quick. I'm about to leave it, so go check it. Who can we raid? Let me check who we can raid real quick. Let me see. Is there anyone even live I can raid right now? Okay, I don't know anyone live right now. All right, so just go to my. I'm gonna join back. Go to my main account. Here, I'm gonna invite myself back in. Go to my main account, and go watch one of the videos that I just posted. Everyone, go watch one of the videos I just posted. Go check it out real quick. Love y'all so much. Oh, you can go to Tommy's live. If Tommy's there, go to Tommy's. Love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Go raid Tommy. Parker raid. Love from Parker, y'all. Go raid Tommy, my dude. Love y'all so much. Have a good night, y'all.